Alrighty, hello and welcome everyone. Sorry for the late start. I got a call by work and had to take it. I had to get organised for this week. Of course, because I'm not working this week, so I had to make sure that things were set and ready to go for the rest of the week. So apologies for being late. Apologies to Mercy and everybody that's watching today. But we're ready to go. We're ready to go. So let's hop in. I'm going to join up with a call with Mercy, hopefully. Try and see if we get ourselves in there with him. It looks like he's ready, so let me give him a call. And let's get things rolling. Hey, man.
Hey man, yeah. So the chat was just asking, when's Logic going to turn up?
What's so sorry, yeah, apologies. I had to sort out work because I booked it all off the whole week, and my boss called, and I was like, no, now is not the time to call. So I'm so sorry about that.
No, that's all right. God, the boss doesn't understand. We're on a hero's journey here.
Exactly.
We're making a trainings montage, you know?
You know what I mean? Exactly. Listen, we're here, we're ready to win, and I think today we're going to learn the Dowie. What do you think?
Okay, sounds good. All right, I'll select dwarfs. Do I just go regular dwarfs, or are we gonna go like Belagar or?
So Belagar,
we can't use Belagar.
Can't use Belagar, sadly. He's the only DLC Lord. For the first one, we'll do it like we did yesterday, where I won't tell you anything. We'll play a game, and we'll see how you go, and then I'll try and instruct you the more as we go. But I think today we'll try and play some more games, and after your performance yesterday, I might have done a little bit of sneaky looking at other people, and you're looking pretty strong.
Oh, really? Have you been figuring out their weaknesses and stuff so we can tailor our builds to?
100%.
Nice.
100%.
That's what it's all about. Strategizing. Cool, man. Hey, before we get started, I did want to just thank a few people. If I can find my list of people I need to thank. Oh man, we've chatted a lot, haven't we?
We have chatted a lot. It's been great.
No, that's not the one. Oh no, this is it. Yeah. Okay, so yesterday we had a whole bunch of people come to help me train, and I really just wanted to thank everybody that came. We had Haddadins from ODM, we had Zypher, Stormrunner, Pancake, XMT, Von Carstein, Gastral, and also there was Lindsay, Shamefer, and Artisan Tech Priest West. That didn't get a chance to play because we took too long, but yeah, I just wanted to thank everyone for taking the time and being patient, because I know like we were waiting so long, making people wait so long because I had to get my coaching in between matches and stuff. So yeah, so thanks a lot for all you guys, and I really enjoyed all the matches that we had, and I hope you did too. And yeah, that's it really.
Yeah, and for me as well, thank you very much for everybody that played. It's amazing, and we've even got some guys from your community today that are going to be jumping in and playing.
Oh, fantastic! Yeah, I put out a call to my community because I've been talking about getting into multiplayer for months, really, just to at least try it, maybe do like a one-off stream or something. And a few people had said they wanted to beat me up in multiplayer. So I put out the call to see if anyone wants to have a crack. So that's cool if we've got a couple of takers.
Indeed. Which should be super fun. I think I've actually got one of them playing against. So they're actually going to be going through the short bid process. So normally they play sort of a best of 3, and then they get placed in my brand new short bids league. But they're playing against one of my admins now, and they're going to give them a couple of tips, and then they're going to come on live stream after Muckluck and then play against you.
Oh, awesome! Are we going to have a chat with them, or they're just going to play?
Yeah, we'll have a little discussion if you like, and then then we'll put them in. Yeah. Sounds good.
That sounds good. Yeah. Nice. All right. So I got to choose some dwarfs, right? I don't know. What's that do? Oh, in-game.
Right. Yeah, let me put up a blocker so I can see what you're doing. Nice. So we have a blocker up. Let's see what you're all about. All right. Yeah. So Thoric Ironbrow by far is probably the best Lord selection.
Nice. And he's a free, yeah. Because I remember you saying he was free LC, so he was in. We were allowed to play him.
Yep. He's very good.
So just checking out his abilities. I've seen how much things are worth. I feel like this -15 armor is not going to really be a big deal. Sorry, did you want to say some stuff first?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, think of runes the same as magic. Probably don't want to bring probably any more than three maximum. Would be my suggestion. Um, Simply because they're all on a cooldown timer, so they all have 60 seconds in between their use, and if you overcast it, it's a minute and 20 before you can reuse that rune again. So can be quite difficult. I'll tell you what, why don't you very quickly go through with me what you think the dwarfs are great at and what you think they suffer with.
Okay, so they're poor at mobility, I guess, would be their defining characteristic.
Hmm.
The only thing they've got that is fast is Slayers and maybe gyrocopters.
Hmm.
They're good at shooting stuff. They've got lots of guns and artillery and stuff. And also they've got super high morale. All of their shit is super heavily armored, and they're probably expensive as well. Actually, their warriors are only 450. Like that's
Yeah,
pretty cheap.
it's pretty cheap. I think that
Although their miners are only 325, so that's super cheap.
Yeah, so of course, so for every stat you get, you pay for. So because a lot of their stats are very high, on the flip side, some of their stats are very low, like charge bonus, speed, and in majority melee attack. So something that the dwarves really struggle with is melee attack, but their melee defense is super high. Like if you take Longbeards, their stats are actually absurd. Like they've got 48 melee defense, 100 armor. They've got immune to psychology. They actually cause encourage as well, which gives leadership to units around them. They've got magic resistance. They've got charge defense. They've got so many wicked stats. Their leadership is goddamn 80. You know, some lords don't have that leadership, right? So they're just like a wicked unit to bring. Longbeards, I generally think, are the most cost efficient infantry in the game for multiplayer.
Really, even though they cost 700.
Yeah, they are the most cost efficient. So like for their price cost, you get the most from that money in my experience. Yeah, I couldn't say. Yeah.
Somebody in chat just asked, "Are ogre cavalry a legitimate option? Because they're free. They're free LC, right?"
Sadly not, because they count as campaign exclusive.
Oh, it says
So-
campaign exclusive, right?
So
Yeah, I
in
see.
multiplayer, we're not allowed to use campaign exclusive.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Hey, was it supposed to be like just like so? I thought you said that it was going to be like limited units or something, so I wouldn't have to worry about it. It would just be automatically selected or something. Is there an option I can tick to make it
Yes,
so I can't?
sorry, that's me. I've done it now.
So what happens now if I try and pick the things that won't work?
Sorry, you talking about for the tournament?
Yeah.
Yeah, so for the tournament for you, there's with the DLCs, we'll be able to check box out your DLCs. So I was going to do that in the next live stream, but we can do it in the next one. But you can check tick. So if you want to use a DLC, there's a tick box that's done automatically for you. Where you can uncheck that, and it will take the DLCs out the game for you, and then you can put them back in at any point. So for the next one, I was going to take out all of the stuff for you.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I guess we got limited time, so I don't really want to waste any time worrying about anything that's not directly relevant to me, I guess.
I'll just let you know. Pretty much all of the RORs are directly available to you. Let me see what I think I should tell you. Oh, anything with the name Ranger in from the missile infantry you can't take. So you can't take Rangers, Bugman Rangers, Ulthwar Raiders with great weapons, or Rangers with great weapons. Apart from that, you're all good to go, I think. Yeah. So a couple of tool tips. You've got Master Engineers. They're great snipers. Good range, good missile strength. They've got some nice abilities with flash bomb, so that's good. So it's a 75-meter range where they can use a bomb that kind of reduces melee defense, reduces speed, gives you good map control. You've got Thanes, which are great warriors. There's nothing particularly too interesting about them, unfortunately, but they're roughly okay. And then you've got runesmiths, who have, of course, the same runes as your rune lords. So apart from that, good luck. I'll let you.
Oh yeah, someone from chat said to take off huge armies. I'm not sure what that means.
Take off huge armies. What do they mean?
I don't know.
I'm not sure. The settings should be all good. Yeah.
So I should have 9,000 gold. This is good.
You
Is
should
that right?
yeah,
Or 10 or 12,000 or something?
12,400, yeah. So you've got my settings that I use for multiplayer because I'm the one hosting the lobby. So we should be fine. We should be fine.
No
Uh,
worries. All
um,
right. Yeah, okay. I wasn't planning on taking the engineer, but maybe I'll chuck him in just so we can try him out. I guess we're probably not going to do too great with this first battle anyway, so this is more of an exploration type of thing. All right, so I think what I'm going to do is just like copy what I remember from the from the dwarf army that I faced in the early battles.
Sure.
So I remember he had like heaps of. Well, I remember he had at least 2 units of thunderers. We want some thunderers because they kill stuff.
Thunderers are exceptional.
Yeah, I feel like we want some quarrelers too.
So we're going to
Is
play
it like
the greenskins, by the way, just so you know.
okay, cool. What's the excuse me. What's the, I'm not sure if I didn't know what I did with the oh yeah, so yeah, I need to find my list of things I'm allowed to use and stuff. Oh no, we're not worrying about that. Just
Nah,
do
don't worry
whatever.
about that for now. Just on the first one, just play what you need, play what you'd like, and I'll let you know.
All right, but I shouldn't take more than is. Can I take like 4 quarrelers and 2 thunderers? Is that cool?
Yeah. 100%.
I feel like I feel like quarrelers kind of, they're like ranged, but you could just kind of use them as infantry as well. They kind of do both. They're pretty tough.
Think of them as dwarf warriors, basically, in combat.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Yeah, actually, when you think about it like that, like dwarf warriors are 450 and they're 550, so I feel like a quarrel is about twice as good as a dwarf warrior. So maybe I don't want any dwarf warriors.
Dwarf warriors are very, very strong as well. Yep.
So range on a dwarf 440 on a gross
So if you remember my strategy from range to infantry / cavalry, do you remember what number that was? Kind of the ratio.
Oh yeah, we went double the amount of infantry, I reckon. Well, let's say I was kind of just thinking I would just use the quarrelers as infantry, if I need to.
Okay.
So maybe we can go like a 1.5 ratio, maybe or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that's fine.
Anyway, so I can't use any regiments of renown, right?
You can. There actually is quite a few you can use on this one. I'll let you know if you use anything incorrect.
Okay, cool. I feel like we want some slayers just so we got something to chase off with. Maybe we want. So he's really gonna have like annoying wolf riders and crap. We can outrange them with our quarrelers though, so that's cool. Yeah, I feel like we need lots of guns and bows and stuff because otherwise they're just gonna be able to kite us and it's gonna suck.
Yep, they do. They do have some skirmish. The actual Daka line is not that great. So Orc Boys, Savage Orc Boys, they're okay. They've got 140 range, so you outrange them, but they're not super strong. It wouldn't be their strong point for sure. Greenskins are a very good aggressive faction that are going to try and get in your face as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
And you're very much a defensive faction.
Maybe. Yeah, I feel like I've spent too much money. Maybe I'll get rid of a couple of units of quarrelers after all. We'll just get some. Just get some more miners in there. Screw it. I'll do. Or maybe I'll take miners of blasting charges.
Miners of blasting charges are very good against all lightly armored infantry, so they'll like clear out lots of chaff. They're very good against like zombies and goblins and units like that.
Yeah, so shields don't work on them, right?
Shields don't have a negation, no. Because the explosions are it's explosive damage rather than missile damage. How much have you got left?
195.
So just as don't forget on your Thane you have Foeseeker and also those
nice.
two. It's probably I just wouldn't recommend them. I don't think they're worth it on a single character. A nice tidbit, so for the Grudge Thrower, the ROR Grudge Thrower actually has Discourage, which is a negative 16 leadership for anything it hits. So you get negative 10 for hitting something with an artillery, and then you get negative 16 for its Discourage. That's negative 26 leadership. So that's actually...
Yeah, that sounds pretty...
It's pretty good, considering that goblins have 50 leadership. So that's half their leadership already down the drain if you hit them with one hit.
Yeah, it sounds pretty sexy to me.
So it can be a really, really strong element against like Skaven, Norska, even though that's not in the tournament, but also Greenskins and all those kinds of things. I like your Gyrocopter pick. It gives you some ability. And yeah. I also really like where you've gone with the Master Engineer. Those two items are top picks for him. Yeah, I like what you've done here. Yeah, I like it a lot.
All right. Should we get into it?
Yeah. Any other questions before you start, or are you happy?
Yeah, I don't really know what to ask. Just like get into it, I guess.
Yeah, I generally think for the first time playing this is a good 7 out of 10 army, a good 7 out of 10. Whilst what you did yesterday for the Dark Elves, your first army was maybe a 4 out of 10, but this is a good 7 out of 10. Like I think you've got a lot of the right things in place, a lot of the right ideas. Also quite nice with the Iron Drakes. They're really good anti-infantry, very good against light armor, and they actually cause a burnt ability, which gives them -8. So if you shoot these with something, so it's a really nice combo alongside the Goblobber. So if you shoot them with the Iron Drakes, you get -5 being under missile fire, -8 from the burnt, so that's -13, and then obviously that -26 on top of it for the Grudge Thrower. So you actually get a -39 leadership to anything you hit with both firing. So, there's some nice combos you can do here with the Dwarves that can really, really smash the leadership of like cheap infantry or even elite infantry here.
Yeah, hopefully we can get that working and we don't just get overrun.
I think you'll do well. I think you'll do well. All right, so if you're ready, should we jump into it?
Sounds good.
Awesome, dude. Let's get it going. All right, well, good luck. I'll see you on the other side.
All right, catch it.
All right, so let's jump into it. So, all right, so this is what we're ready. Hey, yeah. So, I didn't tell you guys, but if you go onto my channel, I've just sent you a picture that came in from CA. There is Teach Me Total War, and then there's TMTW, which is Teach Me Total War Unit Restrictions. There's a unit restrictions page on there that will show you what we can and cannot use. That was sent in from CA Duck, so that should be able to help us there in and also help you guys in knowing what to pick and what not to pick. Some of the things were scratched out that I was a bit surprised about, but it is the way it is. Okay, so here for the bad boys, we are going to have Black Orcs mixing in with some of those Gobbos. Orc boys as well, more Gobbos, more Black Orcs, Orc boys and Gobbos. Looks like the Warlords boys here with the Armor Sundering, so -30 armor when they attack, with the Night Goblins as well, with those cheeky fanatics. In the front, we are going to have the Rusty Arrows that also have yet again another Armor Sundering ability, and they're going to be very, very strong. Double of the Orc Boar Chariots. These are very good up against Dowie. Chariots are the bane of the Dowie existence. Double Black Orc Big Boss here with the Rabble Rouse and the Brass Cleaver. The second one here just with the ITP. And of course, Wazag as well. F&G have to get for the Gork. Here we go. Gaze and Mork, the Bonewood Staff, the Squiggly Beast, Warpaint of Wazag, and also the Power of Dewar. So we got lots of abilities there on the big man. He's pretty good on his hog as well. He gets like +80 charge bonus, so he can really wrap up some great value. Blasting charges in the front, 5 units here from Mercy. He's going to really delete that cheap chaff front line. We are going to be having Thoric Ironbrow, and he's going to be on foot. We're going to have some great explanations in a minute as to why he's better on his anvil and almost always on his anvil, but we will explain soon. So Rune of Speed, Rune of Slowness, the Rune of Wrath and Ruin, Master of the Ancient Law, and the Rune of Hearth and Home. We are going to have the Master Engineer here today. He will be having the Flash Bomb for the slows and all those melee defense reductions, as well as the replenish there for the ammunition. So we'll talk about value, and we'll talk about holding value here when it comes to balance of power for all the ammunition. So we also have Quarrelers in the back here. I think we have at least 3 units of Quarrelers. And in the sky, we are going to have a gyrocopter, mixing in with double slayers here in the back with the ROL Goblobber in the middle. We'll be having the discourage ability, 440 meters of range, so we will have to come forward here as the big bad greenskins. Perfect, looks like they're ready, so let's hop into this. So how is everybody today? Sorry, I know with these I'm really bad at talking, but hello, I hope you're all really well. I'm normally way more interactive on my live streams, trying to talk to you guys as much as possible, but I've got sort of like 5, 6, 7 things to organize whilst I'm going. I've got to think about what Mercy needs to know, I've got to make sure he's getting the right teachings, I've got to make sure that my opponent's army is good, and all of these things. So there's a lot to think about. So I do apologise if I, for whatever reason, happen to miss out a couple of things. So Goblobber in the front, we can see it smashing. And look at the negatives to leadership coming through here. So if we get a good look in, you can see -16, -10, losing there as well. Damage sustained. We see all the negatives to leadership, bring them down to 25 leadership. They're certainly going to be struggling there. They will actually have secure flanks, and they're going to be encouraged by nearby units. So they do get some positives, but they're going to be wavering by getting close here. But you can see the damage. Look at the negatives to leadership. These are just going to be breaking instantly. And I believe the discourage there is going to be at least 10 seconds. So, you know, these are things that, oh my god, one of them getting 360 there by some Thunderers. Blasting charges will be getting ready. They should be getting fired here as well. So as we can see down the line here, this is what blasting charges are good for in the multiplayer scene. And look at that damage straight down the line here on those goblins. Lovely work there coming in from the miners. Goblins on the flanks as well, so we are going to be shooting in. Miners are turning. We are pushing through with the goblins. Thunderers are ready to go. This is where we start to get in. Maybe get a slowdown there. Flame coming through here from the Iron Drakes as well. Blasting charges coming over. It's like we are going to have an explosion. That's actually going to come down on his... Oh, no! That comes in from Mercy. Yay, brilliant spell there coming in from the Wrath and Ruin. Good damage on the Orc boys. Over here on the right flank, we are doing really well with Muckluck. He's trying to get in and around the flanks here with all of his big boys and trying to see if we can shut down. Some of the Rastri arrows here going a little bit loose, but in the middle we are going to have the Thane just charging into the Warlord boys. Now, him charging in on his own is not always great. Here in the multiplayer scene, just charging in with your heroes is not always ideal. They're not as strong as they are in multiplayer, for sure. Thoric, Ironbrow, he's just going to be chilling in the middle. No real sort of infantry support. We do have stuff shooting over the top. MercyTheMad is going to be moving in with the Slayers. And in come the boys here. We can see we're just going to be cycling. And look how easy bread and butter comes to mind when we're talking about the double Orc board chariots. Just really cycling over the Thunderers. So we're going to get a Gazing Mork here down the line up against the Thunderers. In the middle here, the Master Engineer could do doing a bit of pop shot here on Warzak. He's just going to be chilling. Looks like he's going to be running away. We do have a flash bomb with him, so hopefully we can use that there a little bit. Slayers are here. Is this going to be the flash bomb is the question. It's going to be the Rune of Slowness coming down as we pop on with the Slayers. Some really lovely work here coming in from Mercy. Shots on the side already. Iron Drakes might have a bit of a problem here. They do have a line of sight issue. They are going to be shooting here up against the Night Goblins, but now we have the Black Orc Big Boss in as well. The artillery still going to be shooting here. It looks like balance back is going to be relatively even. We are going to be shooting over the top. This looks like it could be a brain buster. No, it's going to be a Foot of Gork. Foot of Gork goes down. It does some damage here. Quite a bit of damage up against the Slayers, actually. We can see that Warzak is going to be running away. Wild does go down. That's plus 24 melee attack, armor piercing, and base weapon damage increases. In the back, you see the Gyrocopters have been hit quite a bit. They haven't utilized too much just yet. But we can certainly look to get those involved. So we can see we're shooting here into the Black Orcs. Black Orcs are now really starting to get into the back. We need some Thunderers here to turn around and deal with them. Unfortunately, these boys are going to be facing the wrong direction, as you can see here by the cones. So just getting back there and trying to pick up some units that perhaps have broken. But of course, there's a lot of stuff here to do for the Dowie. We are going to be getting Slayers chasing over here. Now, quite a difficult thing here for the Dowie is keeping this box nice and tight. And really well done there. The Slayers are going to be coming back. They really don't need to advance out just that far. Minus the Blast and Charge is going to be dealing with the front line. Here in the middle, we can see that the Black Orcs are going to be fighting, but now they're going to be getting peppered by gunfire. Flash bomb going down, negative 24 melee defense, negative on charge and speed, and those Black Orcs are certainly struggling. They're going to be fighting up against the Goblobber. Wouldn't mind seeing the crew drop here, at least come away a little bit, and then come back into the fixture. We are going to be shooting with the Gyrocopters, as we get some good bad boy damage there on the Black Orcs. here. Can't quite see what we're aiming for with the Master Engineer. I'd like to see him getting some pop shots into the Black Orc Big Boss, or maybe even shooting up against Wazag wouldn't be so bad. We can see here the Thane has been fighting up against the Warlord's boys, and it looks like Effigy the Git going down on Thoric Ironbrow. But big boy arrows coming through as well. That's going to reduce the armor by 30 with the armor sundering, bringing it from 120 down to 90 there for the Master Engineer. Going into melee combat, this is a bold play, but I like it. We could certainly use these to chase off. That is a really good stuff there coming in from Mercy. We're going to be pushing those off quite nicely. In the back here, we can see the crew has been broken for the Goblobber. Balance of power is going to be very even. This is a really close game here between these two. Shots coming over the top. We have broken the Black Orc Big Boss. We are now going to be firing into the flank of the big boy. While going down. Oh, nice. Lovely foot of Gork coming down here on top of the Quarrelers. Just absolutely decimating and slamming them all over the place. Brilliant work there. A flash bomb here as well, because it does work in a 30-meter radius on these boys here. Could do brilliantly. It looks like here Gobbos are now going to start beating apart the front line. We are going to be shooting over the top with the Quarrelers. As we can see here, Thoric Ironbrow is going to be struggling. He is actually rather tankier there on his anvil. He actually gets plus 25% physical resistance. So, you know, it is always quite useful. Thunderous here are going to be shooting to the Black Orc Big Boss. Second one now is going to be pouring in up against the Chariot. So, lovely work there. Chariots are now going to charge. Chariots really kind of need to get in the back and trying to shut down these Quarrelers. If they can shut down the Quarrelers, then great. Looks like the Night Goblins are in as well. I don't know what happened to that Thane. Thane is on the side. He is going to come back here. Looks like here in the middle we are going to be pressuring on top of the Master Engineer, but gunfight is going in. Muckluck does have quite a few entities attacking one single entity, and actually more likely to see these all boys getting around the corner here, just sort of getting through, and then coming down the flanks here of the Thunderer units, and maybe, you know, putting a little bit of pressure there through. As you can see, look at that. They just push them over so goddamn nicely. They are such a big pain here for the Greenskins. Balance of power here is going to be favouring the Greenskins, but it is so back and forward. It is such a close game. We need to get this. Oh, it looks like he's going to be shooting the Orc Chariot, so that's a great shots there from him. He can really take down those models. In the back, we do get another flash bomb, reducing the melee defense here of the bad boys. And the thing with the flash bomb for the Dowie, it really gives you good map control. It allows you to bring in your elements and keep it very, very controlled indeed. In the middle here, we do actually get a Wrath and Ruin yet again around Thoric. It's actually going to destroy a lot of the Goblins here. Goblins are going to be broken. They are going to move away. Some of them shatter. We now want to get these two back into the middle. Want him. It looks like we are going to be struggling with Wurzag, and I think this is going to be. We have a very healthy Black Orc. Oh, he dies! Brilliant stuff. Actually killing the Lord there for Greenskins is actually going to make a lot of these waver. Negative 16 leadership thanks to your Lord dying, and that is huge. Black Orc Big Boss is going to come in, but he's getting shot, so we do have to be careful. Thunderers could turn and burn here up against the big boy. We see lots of shots coming into the flanks of the Orcs. Orcs are going to be wavering. Thanes are in, shattering left, right, and centre here. This is some brilliant defence coming in as well from MercyTheMad. Gyrocopters in the sky. They can be shooting here up against those Gobbos. Black Orcs could potentially come back, but we've got the boys here ready to go to screen out to make sure that they don't come back. Good position here. They are going to be shooting over the top. Thunderers have been broken, though. Thunderers are now going to be popping into the very heavily armoured Black Orc Big Boss. He has a silver shield, so he negates 55% of the incoming missiles if he's in the correct direction. So the 55% negation here, even with all that AP here from the Thunderers, is going to do damage, but nowhere near as much as you. But look at the damage coming out. Master Engineer is going to be shooting in as well. Thoric and the Thane kind of need to get back here and deal with him. You've got Slayers and the rest that can deal with the remainder of the teams. Quarrels here need to be shooting into the Rusty Arrows. Generally having some guys shoot. Thoric Ironbrow is super weak. He is super weak. He's going to be wavering. Looks like we are going to run away here with the Rusty Arrows. We are going to be charging downtown with the Black Orc Big Boss. Unfortunately here, I don't think we can win with the Greenskins. We do have a unit of the Goblins coming in. Gyrocopters are going to be chasing off the Black Orc Big Boss. Sorry, the Black Orcs. But they could do with coming over here and shooting just a little bit. Maybe get the Quarrels over here to have a little pop shot. Try and get some good damage. They also have silver shields, and they get a lot of incoming missiles. Very weak is going to be Thoric Ironbrow. 380 for him. He has broken. He does return. Could we get a slow here, or maybe a Rune of Speed to increase that melee attack? Maybe a Flash Bomb in as well. We are going to be shooting up against the Thane here with these nice Archer crews. So the Rusty Arrows, they're going to be down to 6 ammunition. It looks like here that was a Flash Bomb, I think. It's very hard to tell here. Rune of Slowness. Nice Rune of Slowness there. And that should allow us to get some good fire here in the middle. We are going to be wavering. We have run out of ammunition here for the Quarreler teams. It seems to be that the banners aren't working today. But Quarreler should be able to move in. They should be able to do some good work. So nice charge in there. Thoric needs to run. He doesn't want to fight here. Thoric is going to be breaking, and he is going to get escorted off the edge of the battlefield. Looks like we do actually lose the Thane. We have Quarrelers fighting here up against Goblins. As you can see here, because the Goblins were wider than the teams for the Quarrelers, they're actually going to get around the side and start shutting down the Thunderers. Quarrelers are shooting in, though. They are going to be doing some damage here up against the Rusty Arrowers. But we are back online here with the Goblobber. Goblobber should be able to shoot in and cause all the discouraged effects here in the middle. Master Engineer is going to be kiting, and he needs to maintain that kite. He cannot be afforded to be caught here, because if he breaks, we're looking in big trouble. Banter Power for the first time is going to be pulling here into the favour of the Dowie. It's a super close game here between these two. We can see on the floor the Goblins have broken here, 65 models. We can now start shooting with the Thunderers. Master Engineer is going to be going down. He's done some great work there. 51 kills for the Black Hawk Big Boss, and Thoric Ironbound there getting 112. Big shots coming on the floor here for the Black Hawk Big Boss. We are going to get some lovely arrows over the top here trying to shoot into him. He doesn't really want to fight against Thoric. We are going to be shooting with him. It looks like here the Rusty Arrows are going to come and try and shut down the Goblobber. So it looks like here a bit of a return from the Quarrelers. They're going to try and come over and try and see if they can fight in this direction. We're now going to be shooting them here. They have 0 shields, so they're going to get shot pretty hard on the approach. Yeah, I think having the chariots, etc. to go. Well played. GG's well played. What an absolute game here between these two legends. Yo, the Prophet. Hello, how are you? You're Carrios. Welcome, dude. Welcome. I hope you're having a great day. Gastro as well. Larry Mad. And everyone else. Mr. Down Under Blunder. So welcome, everybody. Welcome. What a great game here between these two as well. What a great game. Let's unmute here with Mercy. Hey, dude.
Hey, how you going, man?
GG's, well played, man.
Oof, that was a close one. I thought I'd lost that for sure. And those Blackhawks, I didn't think I'd be able to kill them, but they did actually manage to work them down slowly with the guns and stuff.
How did it feel?
Wow. Yeah, it was good. Like I love these close fights. I love I love it being like on the edge of your seat. Trying to pull out everything you can, trying to maximize every little thing you can.
Yeah, man.
It's That
was a super awesome game. That was really cool. What do you think about the blasting charges in the front line up against the Goblins?
Didn't actually watch them that much. I just matched them up, and I just matched them up and hoped that they did well, and then I later on noticed that they, had done okay, but I didn't actually watch them land or anything. I was
they decimated them very hard.
Oh, nice.
But yeah, really good. So you got sort of 450 here for the miners. You got 330, 240, 250, and 270. Yep, you did some good stuff. We got 740 there for the Slayers and 600. Quarrelers 1.4k. Which is exceptionally good. That's nearly tripled their value. We've got 401 and 700 on the other. 520 for the Iron Drakes. Thunder's in at 1,000 and 1.5k, so they doubled their value. Gyrocopters, how do you find the gyrocopters?
They were... Well, they only really had one job, which was to chase off that unit of Blackhawks for the whole game.
Yeah.
So they stopped those Blackhawks from coming back. I was disappointed. Like, I was wishing that they had have come back quicker, but I suppose I could have aimed them, couldn't I? I could have got them behind. I could have pointed the Blackhawks towards the edge of the map and actually led them off, but I didn't. Yeah, I just kind of stuck them on the Blackhawks and left them there or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was good. It's good.
Oh, yeah.
That is one of their advantages. You had the Thane and you had the Master Engineer. How did you feel about those?
The Thane, was, I just figured he's cheap and he's tough, and he probably kind of did his job. He he just held up a unit for a while, and then he kind of threatened another unit later on. He didn't really do too much, but I felt like it was just good having a little iron hardcore there to have a little road bump to use for something. I don't feel I used him too much, but
he got 400 value, so he came roughly. He got 86 skills. He got roughly around his price point. Master Engineer got 540. I thought the flash bombs, you used those quite a lot. That was really nice to see. If you don't
Yeah,
know,
that was my
go on.
plan to like use the flash bombs and the rune of slowness on Thorak like
Yep.
as much as I could to try to keep threats. Well, I originally and to like try to kill like to assassinate their guys, like keep them slowed so I can shoot them. But I ended up using them to like try to just run away from those
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Black Hawks. So it was
How did it
pretty
feel
fun from
between the
them.
change of playing Dark Elves and then now you're playing Dwarves? How's that change in the multiplayer scene for you? Have you noticed much
Um,
difference or not too much difference?
I guess the main difference I noticed is that there's no skirmish play or any hero. Like with Marathi, I'm like out there like flying around, trying to pick away at the edges, trying to focus damage onto a different area or whatever. Do a lot more active.
Hmm.
Whereas from the start with the dwarfs, it's like, right, this is our hill. We're gonna fight on this hill, and that's it.
Yeah,
That kind
yeah,
of
yeah,
thing. And I just wanted to keep everyone close so that the range could, I didn't want like what my left hand side to be too much longer than Quarreler range from my right hand side, basically, so that everything could kind of work together.
yeah. No, I think you did well. I think Thoric 733. He's obviously quite expensive. But yeah, we have a bunch of improvements to talk about. I thought you dealt with the orc boards quite nicely. I don't know. Do you know how Flashbomb works, or not particularly? If you used it much before?
It's a slow and it reduces their melee defense or their melee attack or
Yeah,
both. Whatever it is.
melee defense, and it's in a 30-meter radius. So anywhere in a 75-meter distance, you can slow anything in a 30-meter radius. So if you've got a group of units that are in a 30-meter radius in somewhere, you can slow all those groups of units in that 30-meter radius, which is quite nice. So it gives you like
Yeah,
really
there's only
nice.
like
Go on, sorry.
Yeah, there's only like yeah, you're right. Yeah, there's only one time I really used it on a group. I think
Hmm.
when Wurzag and a bunch of other stuff was together, but the rest I was kind of just
Yeah,
using on individual.
it was great. And yeah, 1.5k for Wurzag. He played well. 980 and 180 there for the Black Orc big bosses. Yeah, we got 200, 300, 400, 52, and 220 for the goblins. Oh, 900 for the Orc boys. Nice. The Warlords single-handedly pretty much killed the Thane. 780 for the 8-peat loonies. Black Orcs got shut down really nicely. They only got 400 and 100 value, so that's really good stuff from you. 1,150 there for the Rusty Arrows, with 950 for the Chariots and 800. Yeah, yeah. I think it was a great game.
I think so. I forgot to like check the enemy army or anything. So the Black Orcs were like nearly into my lines before I realized that he had any Black Orcs, and then I was like, "Oh shit, Black Orcs! Just everything, shoot them straight away!" Like Jesus, they were already in. I think they were already in melee. Basically, I kind of tried to like make it so that they didn't fully engage the miners. Like I wanted the miners to kind of hit them, but like not for them to be fully engaged, so they wouldn't like start shooting them up. But then I just got everything to shoot them as fast as I could.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, dude, I thought you played well. I think obviously you've seen some of the weaknesses there with them being slow. So normally with how people play the gyrocopters is they kind of sally them out a bit as well. So at the beginning of the game, they
Which?
the gyrocopters.
Okay.
So what I would normally do is I would sally them out a little bit and then try and get some early shots on them whilst they're trying to approach, like kind of the same idea as artillery. So I just try and get them I get them to go around and scout out units that maybe are stalked. So I use them as a bit of a sweeper unit as well as what you did as well, which was excellent. You got them to chase off individual units.
Yeah,
that
but they
were
didn't.
broken.
They only used half their ammo, so I guess that was a waste of.
Yeah, I mean that's fine as well. Like sometimes like their direct value that is set on the screen isn't always like keeping away those Black Orcs was really key because the Black Orcs would single-handedly have tore your army apart. Because the miners would have lost to those, the Slayers would have lost to them, and you only had two Thunderers to really kind of combat them as well. So and they would have just butchered your lords and heroes. So the fact that you dealt with them really quickly was great. And that's why, like, also if you bring in the negative to leadership for the Goblobber and you happen to break them early doors, you can then just chase them off even at full health, and then you can just start focusing on another unit.
Yeah, I felt like the Goblobber was good. Like it got, managed to kind of keep it going. Like quite a lot. Like, yeah, it was still active for most of the battle, which was pretty cool.
Yeah.
I don't know if I chose targets very super well with it, but
yeah, I think that just shooting it in the front line and giving those negatives. I was thinking maybe once or twice today we could go through maybe one or two replays. I'll just like do like a 2-minute assessment of your replays, so you can like see what you did, and I can see and kind of show you where some improvements could be made if I like saw any major ones. What do you think?
Yeah, no, whatever you're the coach.
All right.
Yeah, whatever you think best. You know?
Yeah. So if we go through Floric Ironbrow, so there was one improvement that I didn't want to tell you to make. But if you now go put him on an anvil for me, so he has a mount which is an anvil. And I'll show you what the anvil does for him. So if you notice, he gains an extra rune on his tool belt.
Rune of Doom.
Yes. So the rune of Doom is an amazing rune, and there's a couple of reasons as to why. It gives a map-wide melee attack increase of 24, and also imbues fear to all of your dwarfs. So
Oh,
yeah, so basically, and that you can use that unlimitedly. So you can use that just as many times as you like on the timer.
is that on a separate cooldown from the other?
Yes.
It's not doesn't
Yes.
make the instant rune.
So what you can do if you want to buff things by 48 melee attack, you use that, and then you use the rune of speed in a 40-meter radius to buff it by 48 melee attack.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, I took the rune of speed just in case I wanted to do some melee buffing, but yeah, I just felt like I needed the rune of slowness all the time. The rune of wrath and ruin, like I don't know, did that do anything? Like I did
so.
use it on one unit.
Yeah, you also used it on yourself, like when Thoric got really surrounded, which he generally
Yeah,
does. You
that's
can
true,
drop it
yeah.
on yourself, and it kind of like explodes everything in a radius.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
true. That probably mitigates damage a bit too if on infantry maybe.
Also, I thought the 3 runes you brought were all the 3 runes that I would bring. Yeah, I thought all the 3 runes were excellent.
Yeah, I think they're the best ones in campaign as well. I think and
Yeah.
obviously in campaign the Wrath and Ruin is super exploitable, so that's your number one. But the other two have got really good utility as well, and yeah, same here as well.
One thing I thought that what you didn't need to bring was maybe the rune of Hearth and Home. There's not too much that causes terror in the army for greenskins. But that's just like a minor optimization, right? So I might bring it against undead, or I might bring that against like more specific armies. So like vampire counts, I might bring it against. Lizardmen. They have quite a bit of terror in the army. But I also generally a lot of builds. So for example, because it gives immune to psychology, so I normally bring that. If I bring longbeards, they already have immune to psychology. So for the majority of my army, I tend not to bring immune to psychology if I don't feel like I need it.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
But no, it's just a small optimizational thing there from me. Because of course, if that's 150 gold, and then you drop a rune, so you only bring 2, you've got 250 gold, and you're over 3/4 of the way to another unit of miners, right? If that makes sense.
What did you? I got the feeling like you weren't digging my Thane choice that much. But I don't know. I was kind of thinking, it's kind of just cool to have a melee hero, and like with all those melee buffs you're talking about, it's good to have something to use the buffs on, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Kind of.
Thane is really great. The Thane in the actual multiplayer scene is not amazing, but he definitely has his places. So he's normally used as sort of a little bit like protection for Thoric Ironbrow, or for example, if you have a really strong character that you want to snipe, you can kind of use those two together. So I don't hate it.
Yeah.
I don't hate it at all.
Yeah, that was kind of what I planned to do, but then I had a bit of a hole in my line, and he was holding up one unit of infantry, so he just kind of had to stay there and keep holding him, because otherwise they would have got into my range.
He did a great job. He did a great job. I saw that Iron Drakes struggle a bit.
Yeah, they didn't get anything.
Line of sight is a problem. I'd always say 9 times out of 10, just take a unit of Thunderers. I would say. I think they're just like. I mean, I love Iron Drakes. I think they're really, really cool. I kind of wish they were better, but. But yeah, yeah. But yeah, I think you played very, very well. I think for the majority, I don't think I saw too many. What's going on here? Sorry. Need more gyros. Yeah. How do you feel it went? Were you happy with it all?
Yeah, it was good. With the gyro, I mean, it was everything. I don't know, it was pretty good. It worked out, With the gyrocopter, Do you reckon just go the normal? So in campaign, I don't use normal gyros. I use brimstone because I usually use because it's with the AP. I usually use it to try to snipe characters down and stuff like that. Yeah. Do you think that's worth the extra 100 to get that AP?
Yes, every time.
Yeah.
Every time.
Yeah, sweet.
I much more prefer brimstone guns because they also do fire damage. So if anything has regen, it also gets smashed. Also, they have anti-large shots. So if anything's anti-large, also they have more range, and they have higher accuracy.
Yeah, nice. It was just it was a bit frustrating having the other ones because they were chasing the Black Orcs, but I knew they didn't have AP, so they probably wouldn't do much damage with shooting, and it was just like eh.
But no, I think the army composition you brought was great. I think the front line was a bit small. Like miners, if someone went a really wide front line, I think 5 units miners might have been a bit small because their melee stats aren't great once the blasting charges have gone. But that's kind of like the only sort of negative I could say, I think, or point of improvement, I should say.
I mean, I could probably drop 1 unit of Coralers maybe and take 2 warriors extra, but I don't know. I mean, I kind of liked having all the Coralers and all my damage.
Yeah, you played well, and I think the way you played with that would do really well against in the tournament. I think that would do really well. This army would do really well. I really enjoyed the way you played that. I think you controlled the battlefield well. Yeah, I'd say sally out with the brimstone guns a little bit early doors. Get your Goblobber, shoot him, and try and see if you can use the Rune of Doom. And the other nice thing about the anvil is it gives Thoric 25% physical resistance. So
okay,
that's really good.
A bit tougher.
It makes him super tanky. Gives him more melee defense as well, and it gives him like nearly 1,000 extra health. So he just becomes super tanky. He also gets the Rune of Doom, which is free. It's kind of why we never see the Rune Lord, because the Rune Lord gets an anvil but doesn't get the Rune of Doom for the same price. And the Rune of Doom just gives you plus melee attack.
Oh, what do you think about the Rune of Thori on the engineer? I feel like it's pretty useless, the Rune of Thori, Fire Ring of Thori, sorry, with that long thin AoE that it does.
I love it against lightly armored units. Yes.
Okay.
I love it against goblins, zombies. Where you think there's just going to be lots of chaff, 3 of those can really rack up. Give it a try. See what you think.
All right.
So what I would do.
200.
Sorry. Go on, mate.
Oh yes. No, you're right. I was just going to say I've got 290 gold left now.
Right. Did you want 3 Quarrelers or did you want 3 Thunderers or how did you want to buff that all up?
Yeah, actually, that's a good call. I could just go 3 Thunderers instead of 3 Quarrelers, and then that'll have spent most of my cash. Is it 5 total ranged, or I can have like 5 Thunderers and 5 Quarrelers if I want, or whatever?
You can have a maximum of 12 ranged units. So currently you've got 1 with the Goblobber, 2 with the Gyrocopters. You've got then 5 for the Thunderers, 7 for the Quarrelers, and 8 for the Master Engineer. So you've got 8 in total. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're looking good. Yeah. I think that this is a good army against the Greenskins. I like it a lot. Your threats there were the Orc Boar Chariots. They are very powerful. Chariots are really great against AoE. With your
I didn't really.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I didn't really focus them early because I was worried about the Black Orcs. But then, I can't really remember how I ended up taking them out. Did I slow them and then? Shoot them.
You showed them.
I got Slayers onto them a little bit as well, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. You played very well. There was one more thing with your Master Engineer. He's really great at sniping characters. He's really great.
Yeah, I wasn't sniping characters enough with him. Yeah, I should have. Towards the end, I did, but then they started chasing him, so I couldn't really do anything. And,
put him on heroes, lords, chariots, and even if you've got it like heavily armored infantry like Black Orcs, because he'll snipe them, 1 model at a go. And for some factions that are living, sniping 1 model at a go is really important, because then of course when you use Earthblood or any sort of healing, you can't heal that model back. So their maximum healing cap gets reduced every time you kill a model. So that's really great. Yeah, I think you played awesome, dude. How did you find the Dowie? Did you enjoy it, or Would you like to get
Yeah, I
me one
love the
going?
dwarves.
Nice, man.
Yeah,
Let's
dwarves are
do
the
it.
shit.
So we now should have Fate Weaver in next.
Nice. So Favour is one of the guys from my community.
That's
Is
correct.
like
Yes. Yes. He's a.
so. Yeah, so as I said before we started the stream, before we started talking to Logic, yeah, a few people were keen to have a go to bash me in multiplayer. So yeah, Karos Feetweaver was the first volunteer to have a crack.
Right. So I sent him
But
over.
yeah, so
I sent him the details, so he should be ready to go.
oh, okay, awesome. Yeah, if anyone else wants to have a fight with me to help me get trained up for the weekend, you might still be able to get slotted in if you just want to contact Logic on my Discord. Or is there a better way to contact you, Logic? Or no?
If
That's
they
probably just
if they join the Discord, my admins will pick them up, and then we'll be able to just get them slotted straight in. Yeah.
worries. And check out Logic's channel. So Logic's streaming from his perspective. So during the battles, when we're not talking to each other, he's casting the matches. So if you want to see the blow by blow of what's going down and everything, then yeah, then you can check that out. All right, so okay, he's playing Undead. God, I haven't been doing too good against Undead lately.
So this matchup I love. I played this. It's one of my favorite matchups. I played it thousands of times. It is in the majority of the themes slightly Dowie favored. Oh, maybe he'll be going Empire.
Okay.
Let me see what he's doing. Just double check that it's all good. Was Balthasar Gelt, was he an FLC or was he DLC? I think he was FLC, right?
No, he's part of the main game.
Oh, he
Carl
is.
Franz and no, yeah, Carl Franz and Balthasar got with the original two lords.
Right, yeah, it was Volkmar that came in with the Grim in the Grave, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry guys, I'm not really talking to the chat much. I'm reading the chat as much as I can. Thanks so much for all your support. With lots of good jobs and grats there after the last battle. Appreciate that, guys. Yeah, keep giving me tips and stuff. I'm like listening to Logic and I'm like reading some of you guys' tips at the same time. So yeah, appreciate that.
Yeah, it's the same for me. I'm trying to give Mercy as much as I can, and I keep missing chat, so I apologise.
Yeah, that's unfortunately that's just probably the way it's going to be for the next couple of days. We got to get training. You know, that's the top priority.
100%. So it looks like he's ready, and he is going to be playing the Empire.
Okay. So last time I got smashed by Hanadin, he had like lots of knights, I guess.
So
We've
yeah,
got some
so
slayers to
the
deal with
way
that.
that Empire will play against Dark Elves will be different than the way Empire plays against Dowie for sure. It is one thing that I'll say. So one thing you might want to think about is what would Empire. So you love your Empire, right? So what would you bring as Empire to try and deal with the Dowie? What would you bring a lot of to deal with the Dowie?
I guess cavalry would be the number one thing, but also just to annoy them, you can have your longer range artillery and smash them with artillery, which is supposed to be their best thing. So I don't know. I guess I'd probably take like rocket batteries just to like annoy them with my better artillery than they've got, and also cavalry just to run over them as well.
Okay, and you'd probably bring a lot of armor piercing, wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah,
Yeah.
lots of armor. So they're gonna have lots of handgunners then, I guess. What's armor piercing cav have they got? They're only demis, yeah.
Yes, only demigryphs, yeah. Knights of the Blazing Sun can't be used, so they've only got Empire Knights, Reichsguard, and demigryphs.
Yeah.
Demigryphs are
Hopefully we can use-
phenomenally expensive, though.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I'll try and yeah. Okay, I don't know. Well, should I just go with the same thing? I don't know. I'm not really sure what I would
Okay,
change.
so we'll go through it. So for the majority of the what is the majority of their infantry with their state troop infantry? What can you tell me about their state troop infantry?
The halberds are only infantry, only armor, but they don't have any shields, so we should be able to shoot them down pretty good.
So
And-
would you necessarily need thunderers with mass AP to go against I'd say at least 80% of their infantry.
No, yeah, that's a good call. They were just I only want the thunderers to shoot down some of their cav, I guess.
Yeah, so a lot of the cav is going to be heavily armored, so we will want some level of thunderers to shoot those. We might also, for example, want quarrelers as well, and maybe some blasting charges to deal with the front line. It's going to be very lightly armored with only 30 armor for the majority, and some don't even have any shields. So they're very lightly armored, some with no shields. The only ones we might be concerned about are great swords, but even then, great swords aren't amazing. They are good, but they're not amazing. They
Yeah,
have
we've
no
got.
shields.
Oh well.
He's gone with this faction, so because he's playing the sub faction, he can only use Balthasar Gelt or the Empire Captain,
Yeah.
because the other two are off limits.
Yeah, and no flagellants. Not that they would have been very good
Yeah.
against us anyway. Probably.
No. So no flagellants. There'll be no silver bullets, no Stellan's Revenge, no huntsman. So kind of no stalk. They kind of got crossbowmen. They'll be having even no free company militia actually. They'll be having basically crossbowmen and handgunners. That's it. For the majority, maybe some archers. Maybe, I'm not too sure.
Should I go like maybe go 4 crawlers and only have 1 thunderers, or is that getting a bit? I feel like I won't have enough AP if I only have 1 thunderer. I need 2 thunderers. I feel like.
I think for the majority, because you've got mass armor, and a lot of their units have very light armor, and I think even at your lowest level of dwarf miners at 80 armor, you're going to trade pretty cost effectively, because even all of their spearmen and swordsmen have no armor piercing. Even if they go halberds, they do have armor piercing, but they pay a lot of their money for anti-large as well. They have no shields, so even if they do come, you can shoot them. And then put your infantry on their swordsmen. So I think for the most part, you can just go cheap and super wide. So you could actually bring just lots of guns, lots of crossbowmen, and then go like wide with miners and blasting charges, and maybe just go really wide with dwarf warriors.
I was thinking even maybe of dropping some of the blasting charges and just going normal miners, and just having like heaps of dudes. I don't know. So what am I going to drop though? You know, like I don't know.
I would say.
We could drop the gobbler and go for normal artillery. That'd give me 200 gold.
I would say.
Or do you think it's worth the 200?
I'd say the gyrocopters aren't worth it if they bring any level of handgunners, because they fire so straight and true. They're just going to get destroyed if they get caught.
Should I maybe still take some cheap gyros just to chase stuff off, or don't bother out? Or maybe just take an extra unit of slayers. Go 3 slayers so we can. They're expensive though.
They are very expensive. You could take 2 dwarf warriors for every slayer you bring. How much money have you got left?
Yeah, I got 1290. So maybe I'll take 1 more quarreler, because they can kind of double as infantry as well.
Yep.
And then I could get a warrior. And I could switch out one of my blasting charges for maybe like 2 not blasting charges. Getting wide-ish.
How much money have you got left?
65, and I got 19 units.
Okay. Okay, I think this looks great. Yeah, I actually do think it looks great. 65.
I mean, I'm not against doing the warrior thing. I'm just not sure what I should switch out.
I'm thinking. It's not you. It's me. I'm thinking about my best way to approach this to you without me telling you what to do. Let me think about this. Yeah, I think that's very good. I'm trying to think what you can do with 65 gold. I think 65 gold, maybe just chevron some units, yeah.
Yeah, nice. Maybe just go my handguns. They're probably my gunners are probably the most important.
Yeah, I generally think this is a good 8.5 out of 10 army. 100%. I think this is a very good army. I think it's very good. I think Fate Weaver will struggle to deal with this.
Yeah, all right.
So for you, the one thing you want to do is control the battlefield. So by controlling the battlefield, try and see if you can remove the mobility of the army. If he does go a caster, you've got your runes of slowness, you've got your flash bombs, so don't be afraid to use them and then just kind of gun down their units.
Yeah.
What else have we got here? So of course, one other explanation for we'll talk about it more after, but like cannons will be better against cavalry, and of course, grudge throwers will be better against infantry.
Yeah.
So it depends what you want your artillery to target. If you want to go more anti-infantry, or if you want to go, so it means if you bring a grudge thrower, it means your thunderers are going to be firing more at the cavalry, and that sort of thing. So, and then you've got Thoric Ironbrow. Once your infantry hits the front line, just crack on. Use that Rune of Doom. Use the Rune of Speeds when you're ready. Use the Runes in Wrath of Ruin. If you overcast it, it does armor piercing damage as well. But of
The
course,
Wrath of Ruin.
yes. If you overcast it, it does armor piercing damage. If you overcast the Rune of Slowness, it actually goes for longer and slows down your opponents more. So instead of it being 45% negative speed, it gives it 60% negative.
Then I've got a 20 chance of getting damage though.
Yes, there is a chance of you taking damage. Also, on your anvil, you have what's called the Locus of Power, which will cause any damage to anyone that does a spell within 100 meters of you. So they'll take minor miscast damage every time they do a spell near Thoric Ironbrow.
Nice.
Yeah, it's really good. So if you keep him close to the front line, if he does bring Balthasar, or if he does bring another spellcaster, they'll really struggle to do spells around you, because he'll just keep doing damage to himself.
I was thinking I might actually take the cannon just so to try out the different,
Yeah, sure.
thing.
Yeah. Cannons are my
that means,
favorite. Cannons are my favorite.
Yeah.
Because they're medium against infantry, and they're great against elite infantry, and they're really great against cavalry. Well, I feel like.
Think I
Go on, sorry.
yeah, so I need 35 gold.
Mm-hmm.
So I could either switch out a blasting charges for another regular miner, or I could switch out the Thane for Dwarf Warriors. Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm gonna.
I think in this matchup, swapping out the Thane for a unit of Dwarf Warriors would be more optimal. And as much as the Thane is great at holding up units, if someone just decides to push past him, he's not really going to act as the same roadblock as you're going to want with a unit of Dwarf Warriors. That would be my advice, but I think the Thane is too cool not to bring. So that's my opinion. I love the Thane, and I wish he was better, but he's sort of a what I call a suboptimal unit.
Okay. How come it's saying his Thane's 726 now? I thought he was cheaper than that.
Oh, he comes imbued with Foeseeker and Deadly Onslaught.
Oh, right.
Yeah. But having it at 500 is super valuable sometimes, yeah. But yeah, I think this is a 9 out of 10 army. 9 out of 10.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we should we're going to try to get more battles in this time because because it's hour and a half in. We've only had one battle so far.
So, cool. Let's shoot them. Let's get them going.
Yeah, no worries. And a few guys are asking in my chat how they can get into the fights. So just go into your stream and ask in chat. Would that be the best way to get in the queue if there's room?
Yeah.
No worries. Here's another link to Logic's stream. As Logic channel, go check out Logic. Also, guys, please, if you haven't already, please chuck Logic a subscribe and a like on his stream as well. It really helps. I think this is a really fun format, and the more likes and everything that the streams get, the more other people might see them and shit. So maybe it'll help out some other people if they want to learn multiplayer and stuff. So
yeah.
All right.
I'm ready when you're ready.
All right. So see you after.
Yeah, you too, man. You too. Take care. Yeah, and from me as well, guys. Do check out Mercy. It really does help. I know you guys from the majority watch multiplayer, but he does some great single player stuff. And also, if you go onto his channel now, you can see his point of view as well. If you want to see a little bit of that whilst you're watching here, it's kind of best if you have both open, because then you can see both and everything that's going on all around. You haven't put up the restricted empire list. I'm 99% sure I did. I could be wrong, but I'm 99% sure I did. Greenskins, Dwarfs, Skaven, High Elves. I didn't, you're correct. I didn't. Thank you very much for that. Did I send it to Mercy and not you guys? I'm pretty sure I probably did that. Yep, I sent it to Mercy and not you guys. Right, let's get that done. Right, Empire's now sent to you guys. I don't have lizard men, just so you guys know. I don't have lizard men. Right, let's jump in with this before we get too late. So we can see here we're going to have some Outriders, triple Outriders with the nice AP 130 range. We're also going to be having some Spearmen here, dotting around with some Swordsmen as well. So quite a few units of that. We are going to be having a Great Cannon, also 2 units of the Crossbowmen, and in the back we are going to have 2 of the Helmstorm rocket batteries. In the sky, we are going to be having Balthasar Gelt here as the Lord's Choice, with the Staff of Valans, the Arcane Conduit, Final Transmutation, and Metal Shifting. So it seemed here that Kraios, Fate Weaver, has had a little bit of coaching there from some of my guys. In front of him for Mercy, we are going to have some Dwarf Warriors, mixing in with the... sorry, I've just seen my thing. In the front line, we are going to be having a Dwarf Warriors mixing in with Miners with Blasting Charges. In the front, we've got loads of Miners with Blasting Charges, Dwarf Warriors, and a bucket load of Quarrelers. We are going to be... yeah, thank you very much, Muck. Thank you very much, buddy. We are going to be having Thunderers on the front there with the double Slayers. We've got 1 cannon, but this is going to kind of be the build here. In the front here, we got Outriders, and this is the general build. So we can see double Great Cannons and double Helmstorm rocket batteries. Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, thank you very much. Skip me for the next battle. Okay, no worries, dude. No worries at all. What we'll do now, guys, now I've done a bit of explanation here with Mercy, we'll just try and get some more games going so we get some more content flowing. This Havia thing is killing me. It's killing me. So, what's up? We are going to move him forward with the Dwarves. He is going to have to move forward here and try and fight up against the Helmstorm and the double Great Cannons. And the reason why we're kind of muting each other during is he can give you his point of view and I give you mine. But also on the day, I'm not going to be there. So he needs to react in the way that he needs to react so that we can certainly have a bit more realism to it. Now we are going to be moving here with the Outriders. If the cannons get here, and it looks like they can shoot, so he doesn't have to move forward. So the cannons are going to be shooting here up against the cavalry, and there we go. Look at that damage there in the front. Look at all those pistoliers. 35 models left. We took down 10 models from 1 cannon fire. Now this is a bit of a problem. You can see they're a little bit side on, so the cannon can actually go through all of the units there. So great shot there coming out of Mercy's cannons. So looks like the cannons are going to be dropping. Pistols are ready to go. We are getting the Quarrelers inbound. We're not using any of the artillery here from the Empire. Now, this is okay because he's only got the Outriders here. Quarrelers are now going to fight him. Quarrelers actually going to be shooting really hard into the Outriders. They've only got 30 armor. They're very, very, very glass cannon. But they do have a bunch. They have a bunch of AP output. Big shots here in the middle. All 3 of the Quarrelers are going to be firing here. But now we're going to start getting in the range here of the artillery pieces. Slayers are in the back. They can get ready to go. We can certainly screen out here where possible. He's going to be turning around the forces and just kind of dancing around in the back and causing some nice distractions. We do need to be very careful here. We are going to be moving forward with Balthasar Gelt. Now, in theory, although we're repositioning here with the Outriders, we are getting shot. So there's not really any kind of rule break here. But some of the Miners are pushing out at the front. They're going to drop here just a little bit. Quarrelers now going to shoot at the front and they're just going to delete these Outriders. If you break 3 times here in the multiplayer scene, if you break 3 times with, you see the little banner on the top of his head, you actually shatter on the 3rd time. So you don't return. So you've got to be careful with breaking there. Quarter shots coming out. Cannons here are going to be firing against Balthasar Gelt. Balthasar Gelt in the front actually took some miscast damage thanks to Thoric. He's now getting a bunch of Thunder of Fire, Quarrelers everywhere, cannons, and he has shattered and died here in the middle. Awesome work there coming in. Brilliant stuff. So Balthazar is out of the game. He's going to be done here for a bit. Really well played. In the back here, we can see 2 units of the Outriders wavering. A lot of the forces have gone down. Balance of power is going to be in the favour of the Dowie so far. We are going to be shooting here in the middle. We're now going to be taking out the Thundery units. Great targeting here coming out of Karios Fate Weaver. But he did lose his Caster. That's really unfortunate there for him. We are going to get some lovely artillery shots coming down the pipeline. We can see here that another thing I see quite often as well, you're going to get away with it because you're on horseback, and luckily here there is a bit of a hill, so we can see there's a bit of a height difference, but having one horseman behind another can really block line of sight, so you're not actually going to be getting maximal value here from your Outriders. They're going to be getting shot with Thunderous Slayers coming out as well. That's some great movement there from Mercy, just to really screen out these threats. But they're now going to be shooting over the top of the big boys, and they're going to be getting some great damage. Over the top here, some artillery really shooting in. This is where we need to go forward with the Dowie now. Leave some Slayers in behind, protect the cannon, and have the Thunderers just shooting in here up against the Outriders. Yeah, I think this is going to be much more comfortable for Mercy. There's a lot less micro involved. There's a lot more miniature micro that needs to be done here. So you can see in the front here, there's some gaps that are quite large. These are very easy to pop through because the Dowie are so slow to close that gap. So we are going to be throwing blasting charges into the front. Now, crossbowmen shooting into miners is great. They have no shields, and they have okay armor piercing, actually. Per model, you will be having 6 armor piercing per model, so it's actually not too bad. That will rack up over time. And, of course, the base weapon will do some good work, because it's only 80 armor. Blasting charges in the front. They're going to be ready to go. So it looks like more of the blasting charges are now coming out. They're going to be firing pretty heavy here into the front line of the swordsman. Unfortunately, as you can see, they're only going to be touching the outside. They need to come forward just a little bit more to get in the range of the rest, because they're not going to be throwing too many blasting charges just here. Miners coming forward. They should be able to fight up against the swordsman in the front line. It looks like here we are going to get the Shield of Faith, which is going to give plus 20% damage resistance to, I believe, a 40-meter radius. In the back here, looks like we have shattered the Outriders. I don't know where the second lot are, but we can see the cannon now. The cannon should now start to prioritize some of the great cannons from the Empire, or maybe even the Hellstorm rocket batteries. Quite a few units here are going to be overlapping each other. Thoric is in the front. I wouldn't mind seeing Thoric get a little bit more here into combat. He's a great melee combatant when he's on top of his rune. He's on top of his Anvil of Doom. Shots coming over the top, great armor-piercing bolts here going forward into the face of the Quarrelers. Quarrelers certainly need to start targeting the range here from the Empire. Over the side, we can see swordsmen have managed to get around the flank here. We do have some Dwarf Warriors in. Miners fighting in the front, so we have the Warrior Priest in the front fighting. Looks like here we are going to get a Rune of Wrath and Ruin. It's going to be a little bit slow, unfortunately. It nearly catches the Miners there. So shots coming over the top, 2 units of the Quarrels on top of each other, so they'll be getting 2 for 1 value when they shoot. We're going to hit pretty hard here, so we have Shatter with those Quarrelers. We have blasting charges in on the flanks, and they're going to be ruining the day here of these swordsmen. So some lovely work coming through there. Artillery are going to be shooting over the top, but we can see Dwarfs here are starting to come around the sides. In the middle, we are going to be having swordsmen fighting here up against Dwarf Warriors, and some Miners as well. So they're going to be punching in from the side. Thunderers are starting to come around the pocket. And we are now getting in here with the Miners with blasting charges. Now, we definitely need to take that fight with the crossbow, because we don't want them on the back here for the Hellstorm rocket battery. Fighting in melee will stop them here from shooting. And so we are going to be dropping here with the Helmstorm as we push in with the Miners. This is looking like a great day here for the big boys. The cannons are going to be firing at Thoric, though. Thoric does need to get forward, firing a Tory down the flank here of the crossbowmen. So some nice work there. Shots are pouring into the Warrior Priest. He's going to get pretty weak here. I think here, I'm not too sure we're shooting with the Master Engineer, but that was a nice firing of Tory down the flank. We did get the slow there, the normal slowness, and so we are going to be chasing here with Thoric Ironbrow down to 19 speed. We do have 30 there for Thoric himself, so we should be able to get some good chase on. He is going to be broken. A lot is going to be breaking here. We do have to be super careful. In the back, it looks like the cannon is on board. It is going to be shooting lovely shots coming into the slowed Warrior Priest. Here for Thoric, get him involved, You know, he doesn't need to drop back here. So the Rune of Doom is going to go down. There's going to be plus 24 melee attack. That's going to be, you can see all these lovely blue auras going down for all of the units. That's going to be those guys getting in, and in the middle there with that plus 24 melee attack and fear. We are going to be having Slayers chasing. They actually get 62 melee attack when they're charging in the back here up against these nice swordsmen. Archers still going to be shooting, sorry, crossbowmen are going to be shooting here, and this beautiful yellow. I love the yellow. You get that there from the sub-faction. Thoric has been shot all game, which is a little bit unfortunate, but he took ages for him to go down. Like, they had to get lots of value there to shoot him and kill him. Looks like the Master Engineer is in the back. We are going to be putting some nice pressure here on the cannons, and that should really be GG's well played. In the normal game here, Dwarfs is the worst matchup in the game for Empire in general. They really, really suffer with this matchup. Dwarfs have pretty much everything that the Empire have, but better, pretty much. Pantelenard, how are we, my friend? How are we? Mr. Dog as well, how are we? And Sealman, welcome. Can you still join? Yes, of course you can, my friend. Of course you can. I think I saw your message there. But it is going to be army losses. GG's well played here to both of these legends. Well played. Really awesome stuff there. Great work coming out of MercyTheMad. We didn't get too much for Thoric, but Thoric wasn't quite much. He wasn't quite involved in melee as much as I thought he would be. But yeah, 900 for the Master Engineer. Really nice stuff. So he comfortably paid for himself. Minus in the front did good work. 300, 200, 360, 570. We got 218 and 255 for the Dwarf Warriors. Slayers at 144 and 480. Looks like here, Quarrels at 240, 670, 670. And...
It's press chat button before the game ends. Okay. Oh well. Oh.
Hey, dude.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, good. GG's, well played, dude.
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, I still haven't
that?
mastered the chatting this to saying good game afterwards. I keep failing to do that.
Oh,
yeah.
It's all right, dude. Don't worry about it. I've got
Well, yes.
he's in my chat, so we could just say thanks to Fate Weaver.
Yeah, thanks, Fate Weaver. Thanks for getting in there. Fate Weaver was the first. As soon as I said, "Did anyone want to take part?" Fate Weaver was like number one. He was the bravest, so he was the first one to step up and volunteer. And so good on you for getting involved.
He bought a great army. So I'll say some lovely things about this. He bought a great army. We saw Balthazar Gelt come in with a reasonable amount of spells. He also brought a supporting character with a warrior priest that gives some nice buffs in the front. He had a nice wide front line, as you saw. Not too many range that he had to protect. Some artillery that really put some pressure on. Artillery did great. 1.8k for the Great Cannon, 1,480 for the Helmstall Rocket Battery, 500 and 990 for the second Great Cannon. But you played really well.
Yeah.
You played really well. Great target prioritization. Coming forward with the Quarrelers, shooting the lightly armored Outriders. Also your decimation on Balthazar. What was that? What was that? He got deleted.
Yeah, I had all the slows and
Yeah.
I just targeted him with everything, basically. I threw the kitchen sink at him and just got him with both slows and just shot the hell out of him.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like maybe that was, that was a bad mistake that he kind of made at the start, and then he was kind of like, that was it. Kind of, it was a bit almost like that was not like it was game over, but it was like that's kind of how I felt like when I ran Marathi into Hanad and just got drilled.
Exactly, that's exactly what you did, and we make these mistakes, but you learn from these mistakes, and then you haven't made that mistake since, if that makes sense. So
yeah,
awesome stuff.
And yeah, no worries. So did you was Fate Weaver the one that was doing the short bids thing, or was that
Yes.
somebody else?
Yes, it was him. Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. So did you end up playing some games with him prior to this or anything, or
Yeah, so he jumped in with one of my admins who helps with the short bid league. He jumped in, had a game, and then got so Zypher that you played yesterday. He jumped in with him beforehand. They played a game. He gave him some tips. And then he came and jumped here onto live stream, and I thought he bought a really nice army. It was really well balanced, and yeah, it was great. He had good levels of artillery, good cavalry, not too much range, good infantry that performed really well actually, considering what they were up against. But I would say this is probably one of the Empire's least favorite matchup, probably. But
yeah.
I think
that artillery was the worst thing probably. And once I realized that I could just bum rush him, then I thought, we're good now. But then I forgot about the cannons. Like I took out the I took out the rocket batteries, which were doing some really bad. I find cannons like are easy to kind of not notice because the animation, like you don't see the bullets as much as you do with the rocket batteries, and because they're not
Yeah.
AOE, they can be just like quietly sniping something, and you don't kind of notice
Yeah,
it
you
as
can
much.
be,
So,
man.
yeah,
Yeah, he was shooting Thoric for quite a while with
yeah.
both of his cannons. Yeah,
I know. I didn't even notice until it was like kind of too late. I didn't have anything to really screen him,
that
and
is what is
yeah.
so great about the Master Engineer because it's even smaller, and
Mm,
his bullets pack a punch. Right, they got 330 armor piercing damage value. That like I was playing against Rubber Duck on stream I think about a week ago, and I was just quietly assassinating his Slann on the side. And he's like, he said to me, "Oh my god!" I turned around and my Slann's on like a quarter health. And I was like, "Yep," I was
yeah.
picking him off all game. Um, but yeah, dude, I really one thing I would say: don't be afraid to get Thoric involved. Just throw him in
Yeah.
there. Just throw him in there. Get him involved. Because
Yeah.
he's an absolute beast. He's an
Yeah, and
absolute melee beast.
I took that skill that recharges his abilities when he's in melee, but then I never actually used him in melee till like
Hmm.
yeah, I
Hmm.
tried to at the end, but I don't think
It's
he really got in.
it's really good when you do. I thought also, and one thing I really must commend you on is when you did push, you recognised that you needed to push because you were losing the artillery draw, which I think that's something you can teach, but you did it instinctively.
Mm,
You did it without having to know, because like when I did that for my first game, I didn't push. I just sat back and then realised I'm losing, and it was too late by the time I pushed. But you pushed at the perfect time. You knew I
yeah.
can't outrange this, so I have to go forward, which is good, which is amazing. Your front line did really well. As you saw, your front line won from the majority. You got 575 damage value on one of your miners, so they paid for
Nice.
themselves and some, and they had over 3/4 health.
Nice.
Yeah, I think the armor was really great. Your Slayers did great. Your Quarrels did great. Your Thunderers were insane. 1,000 nearly on each. Your Cannon got 850. For the majority, most things paid for themselves. Also 900. I really like that firing of Tori down the flank of the lightly armored crossbowmen. I thought that was really great. That's perfectly what you use them for. Um,
Yeah, I didn't. I forgot about it until the end. So
yes.
I managed to get two in, but yeah, if I'd have remembered a bit earlier to get the three in,
What
that would
might
have
be
been.
good is actually maybe if we reduce some of the items so you don't have so much to think about, because then obviously if you bring them, pay for them, but don't use them, then obviously they're not worth it. But I'd rather you use them, see what they do, see what you like, see what you want to bring, and then we can kind of tailor it tomorrow a bit more, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Cool. Um, yeah, so that was your second game. How did you feel about that game?
Yeah, it was good. But I kind of feel like it was a bit, I kind of feel like maybe he just got a bit unlucky with that Balthazar Gelt thing at the start, and then it was kind of a bit one-sided after that. Like it was. I mean, it wasn't like I was completely out of danger, but like the artillery was still definitely very scary. And like you
Hmm.
said, if I'd have sat back, I would have got wrecked still. But
Yeah, even losing
but
Balthazar Gelt,
you know,
he could have won. He definitely could have won even losing Balthazar Gelt, but it made it tough for sure.
yeah, it just made and it gave me a huge boost in confidence. Like when you're confident as well, it's like like with so many things in life, if you're coming from that abundance mentality of like, yeah, I'm gonna win, and then how can I just smash them even harder? That you're so much more effective than if you're like, oh my god, I'm gonna lose. How do I
Hmm.
stop myself from losing?
Yeah.
You don't play as well when you already think you're gonna lose. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, dude, you should be confident because you're playing really, really well. You're making great in-game decisions. Your movement to get the quarrels forward. One thing you could have done is maybe got your engineer forward a flash bomb there. Could have caught some of the outriders, or you could have used a rune of
Oh
slowness
yeah.
there. Just an extra thought to catch one of them off guard.
Yeah.
But you dealt with them really well, and I saw that when they came back, the other unit that had broken twice, you were straight back on it. You were straight back shooting them, which was excellent to see. Your battlefield awareness was really great. Yeah, I think that, and also like the way that the cavalry was trying to charge in up against your thunderers, and you move the slayers through for a bit of protection. Also, don't be afraid to put your infantry on their widest setting. So like they're as wide as possible to create a big as blockade as possible, so that they can kind of screen out as many of the units as they possibly can.
Yeah.
Because that's when like they're also most effective. Because then if they've got a wider front line, also you've got more melee infantry engaging as well. Because if they've got lines in behind, like the second and third, or maybe even the fourth line, are not going to be fighting in combat. So the wider they are, the better they're going to fight. And if your opponent's infantry is shorter, you'll be able to wrap around them as well. So you'll also be attacking them from the flanks, which will give them negatives to leadership and all these kind of things as well.
Good.
But yeah, amazing. So thank you very much to Fake Weaver for playing.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Fate Weaver. Yeah, now I can see. Now I can talk. Good game, well played. There we go. And thanks so much for being the bravest one to volunteer first as well. So Karis is quite new to multiplayer as well, isn't he?
Yes. That was his technically his second ever competitive multiplayer game. He said he played a few before with some mates for just a bit of a laugh. Like I think you played 1 or 2 yourself, but he's never played like competitive before. So that was his second ever competitive game.
Yeah, see, my six games of experience gave me the edge, or seven games of experience gave me the edge on him.
100%.
No worries. Thanks so much, Karis. That's great. Who's the next?
Let's have a look. Let's get these guys in. Sorry, I got 1,000 messages. Okay.
Victor's saying new people can get bad habits with dwarves because they're so sturdy they don't flee all the time, so they make you complacent.
Who said that?
Victor in my chat.
Okay. Yeah, I think as well, if you just play dwarves, they can also be... They're quite campaigny in the way they play, I guess is the best way to put it, where they're quite defensive. So getting aggressive like you would need to with some factions can inhibit the skills you need to be aggressive. Because tomorrow we're going to go over some ways of defending quite well, and then we're going to go over a nice way of attacking as well. I'll give you two different ways of playing the game that should really help you in Friday's tournament, Saturday's tournament. Sorry.
Awesome, yeah, and we aren't going to be playing just dwarves. We're going to be playing 3 or 4 different factions in the tournament. So so we're not going to be limiting ourselves to one thing.
So now we have Stormrunner. He played yesterday. He was the high elf player. He said he would like to come back and give it another go.
Oh, he's going to take revenge on me. God damn it.
He is. He's come. I think we'll play the next one on one of the maps that's going to be in the tournament as well. So we'll play the next map.
Is that one not in the tournament?
It is not, but it's just a nice fun map to start. I thought we'd get into it and then we'll now learn one of the maps. That was my bad. Okay, so we have Doc Karaz. So we'll play on Doc Karaz. Okay, I thought Oakenhammer was, but I got that wrong. I just saw it. So we're on Doc Karaz. It's pretty similar. It's pretty flat. On the minimap, you can see on the side. On the minimap, it will kind of tell you on the right-hand side what it kind of looks like. So the whiter the color, the higher the ground, and the darker the color, the lower the ground. So on one side of the map, it's got a bit of a dip. But for the majority on the left-hand side, it's going to be pretty high ground. It should be pretty flat for you.
Yeah, I like flat. I want everything completely flat. That's ideal.
As many cannons as possible, right?
That's right.
Cool. We'll get Storm in. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. What's going on here? So we've got Stormrunner coming in, and then we've got another guy from your community. So we have Murph, the Great Seal of Itza. He'll be up next.
Awesome. Did you hear from Verings? He's one of my moderators. He said he wanted to have a crack, but he wasn't sure if he was going to finish work in time.
Okay, I haven't heard from him, but if he wants to play, yeah, of course.
All right, Verings, if you're listening out there, get on to Logic's Discord to Logic's chat and call out.
Just waiting for the big man to come in. All right, cool. So
did he?
Sorry, mate.
Did he tell you what he's going to play yet, or he hasn't decided yet?
I'm gonna get him to play Lizardmen.
Yeah, I was thinking, because you were saying Lizardmen is like one of the strongest races, so I guess we need to learn how to play that, deal with that. I feel like Lizardmen are going to be a problem because, I want my cannons to shoot the crap out of their things, but then I can't protect the cannons because they can just run through all my crap. And like, do big dinosaurs have high armor? Like, do I need?
Yeah.
Because obviously Slayers you want, but the Slayers don't have AP. So do you need to take Giant Slayers that cost even more? I
Let
don't
me
know.
double check the giant slayers are in. Yeah, cool. So he's coming in just 1 minute. He was in a quick battle, so he was warming up to play against you.
Oh no! Last time I got him cold. This time he's going to be all warmed up.
Let me see if we've got.
When did Giant Slayers come with? They came with.
I
Can't
think
remember now.
I think they came in a DLC. I think. I think they
Yeah,
came
or
with.
maybe they were free LC. I can't remember.
Let me check. Oh no, you can use giant slayers. Yeah, so giant slayers might not be a bad idea. As well. So let's go through some of the units to give you a update on some of the things. I didn't want to tell you too early doors. So for example, if you bring the Dragonback Slayers. If you didn't know, I main the Dowie, so I know the ins and outs of pretty much every single unit. It's like my favorite faction to use. So the Dragonback Slayers come with the power of the Dragonback, which is also a slow. So that can also be quite a nice ability, another like controlling slow on the battlefield. So anything they hit for 10 seconds, for every single melee attack, it kind of resets, but they get a 35% slow. And these Slayers also come with an added 20% physical resistance compared to normal Slayers. So they're just a little bit
seems
tankier.
pretty good value.
Yeah, better melee stats, and of course they have the slow. I really like them. I think they're very, very good.
I'm like, oh, here we
go. Yeah, I think for this matchup, I think you're right. I think AP is something you are going to need, though. Yeah, for sure.
Well, what about? I was just thinking, what about? Because I feel like the Giant Slayers are a bit. I don't know. They're just expensive as hell, and I'm worried about them. Like, because they got no armor. I'm worried about him like bringing like some kind of skink bullshit or something and just shooting the shit out of him.
What have you got in your? So I tell you what. Why don't we try the same thing we did yesterday? Why don't you just delete your army and we'll start from the beginning?
Yeah, well, actually, I might just keep Thoric.
I mean,
Thoric. I might keep Thoric and the Engineer in there because I definitely want to keep that.
I think.
But yeah, what I was thinking.
Yeah, go on, mate.
Sorry, yeah.
I was just gonna say those two are like they're like key for almost any matchup. I think those two combined are like staples. They're just kind of the two you're gonna bring.
Yeah.
I think without doubt.
You reckon bring the Hearth thing again? Bring the mount and.
Yeah.
Do you reckon
Rune of Hearth and Home? You could bring that for the ITP.
Yeah, so that'll make him immune to terror and stuff. I was thinking, what about if instead of taking the Giant Slayers, I just take extra Slayers and just take heaps of Thunderers. So, so the Slayers can pin stuff down and kind of whatever, and then the Thunderers can. Oh, you can't really pin them down though, can you? Like they're just going to run through everything.
You can slow them.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess we've got the Dragonback Slayers for the extra slow.
So you've got.
What else can we?
You've got 3 slows there. So you've got Flash Bomb, Rune of Slowness, and now you've got your Dragonback Slayers. So all 3 of those will do slowing effects on cavalry and big monsters.
Yeah.
Also, as much as like having anti-large is great, you've also got bucket loads of armor piercing with Thunderers. So Thunderers can just shoot the big dinosaurs. Because they don't have shields, they don't have any missile resistance, so they're just going to get pounded by gunfire. So I think...
Yeah, we just get like 4 of them just so we've got lots of bullets.
100%. And you've got things like skink cohorts, you've also got red-crested skinks, they're all very lightly armoured. Even Sorcerer 60 armor is okay, but mathematically, until you kind of start hitting 80 to 100 armor, it's not going to be super high. So I think Blasting Charge yet again are pretty good in this matchup. But tell me what you think. Tell me what you would like to try.
Would this be... Well, I was just going to think sort of what we were saying with the Slayers as well. So Slayers, I kind of want Slayer... Maybe I could take 2. We need at least 2 units of Slayers, just so I've got something that can react. But maybe instead of using Slayers to try to attack the dinosaurs, we just use Dwarf Warriors, because they're, pretty tough.
You could definitely bring Dwarf Warrior great weapons, so they have great AP as well.
Oh, okay. I was thinking more like just to be like, tar pits kind of thing.
Cool. Cool. Yeah. Or they've got great. They've got 40 melee defense for a unit that cost 450. They've got shields. They've got armor. Yeah, they're
Yeah, the
very very
dinos,
good. Hmm.
the dinos don't have huge melee attack a lot of the time. Like some of them, I don't know. It depends what it is, I guess. But yeah, but like the 40 melee defense might make them hold up a bit better
Yep.
instead of the 18 that the miners have got. The
100%.
armor probably won't do them much good, but yeah, I'm worried about like the skinks with those blowpipes and that stuff that are just gonna like kite me, and I won't be able to get into melee with them, and it's just gonna be,
So
Whereas if I've got
we
shielded warriors might be
Yeah,
better,
we could bring some shielded warriors. We could also maybe bring one quarreler, maybe two quarrelers if we want to shoot some skinks that are darted around, because the skinks will do nothing to the quarrelers because they got 80 armor and a bronze shield, and obviously they can be pretty effective in just shooting them back. So we could say if that was our gun line there, um, two quarrelers and four thunderers. We now just need probably maybe something to deal with their infantry.
Mm.
So what have they got? So they've got. I'll actually have to double check the list about what they can actually bring. Let's have a little look here. Oh, actually,
Should
I don't have
I
the list actually.
not? Do you think I should not bring my brimstone gun because they might have like heaps of those bowler flying skinks or whatever they are? Or oh well, I mean I can just shoot the crap out of them if they try and go for me, can't I? Sorry, he's thinking. He's doing something.
Sorry, dude. Sorry. Yeah. So what
You're
was
right.
your question?
Oh yeah, can I take my brimstone gun? Because I was a bit worried about
Mm-hmm.
all those
Mm-hmm.
flying skink crap that they've got. But then I thought if they try and mess with my brimstone gun, I can just fly back to my thunderers and
Exactly.
blast them out of the sky, pretty
Exactly.
much.
And
So
if they don't have any, you also get airfield control. So you've
yeah,
got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 units of range already. Just so you know.
yeah. Don't think we need any more range now, unless we want to take some miners with blast and charge. But I'm thinking just go warriors as my main infantry this time.
Mm-hmm.
So just like if I just spent all the rest of my money on warriors, I'd get 4 warriors, and I've got 200 left. Um, I don't know. Do I even want artillery? I guess I do,
You don't
kind
you
of.
don't necessarily have to. It just means you can have a bit what I like to call a bit more of a mobile box or a bit more of a mobile onion build. So you can kind of like be a little bit, you're not as slow as your cannon. You can kind of just move with the thunderers in the middle more so. So,
Yeah.
so you don't have to. I don't always bring cannons in this matchup. A cannon can always be
Well, he's
nice.
yeah, it is useful, isn't it? And it kind of gives them something to go for as well. Like that's what I feel like in a few of my matches. That's been kind of part of the battle has been like that. I've got that cannon or that artillery there. That's like kind of like their red rag to the bull for them, and then they come in, and then we just shoot the hell out of them, or like because I need them to come to me, so I kind of want something for them to attack in a way, if you know what I mean. I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
If that's like a
We
good
could bring
thing.
a cannon. You could drop a thunder and bring a cannon maybe.
Don't drop a warrior, you don't reckon?
Yeah, or we could drop a warrior. Yeah, yeah, if you want to.
Or
Um,
I'd have to change one of them into a something else. Into a no. So I've only got 4 infantry, six. I got 6 infantry and 6 ranged. But I feel like I don't know. I feel like I can just use the quarrelers as ranged as infantry, kind of. Oh no, I
mhm.
guess I don't really want to do that because it's wasting their costs. But
So
mm,
as well, from my point of view, and it's also something I wanted to talk about just for like your own game knowledge and everybody else that's watching. When it comes to balance of power with a master engineer, uh, don't forget to use restock because ammunition actually counts as balance of power. So when I say balance of power, each unit individually. So you see at the top of the screen where you have like the yellow is how much you're winning and the red is how much they're winning. Each
yeah,
unit contributes to that line. Ammunition actually counts towards balance of power. So the more ammunition you use for a unit, the less balance of power it has for itself. So restocking units of range like thunderers, etc., actually gives back balance of power or gives more value back to that unit.
yeah.
Um,
So if I try and really game that this time, like I'll try and get the cannon firing early. Like as soon as the cannon's down 25%, I'll like restock it straight away
can
and
be.
try and just
Hmm.
use up all my restocks for the whole. If
And also
try and use up all
fighting,
my restock.
but that's also like why fighting quarrelers in combat and then losing models without shooting will actually hurt balance of power quite a lot as well. because not only are they losing in infantry, they're also losing models, which is losing ammunition as well, which they pay quite a lot for. So that's just also something to think about. I think.
Oh yeah.
Oh. No, go.
Oh yeah, yeah. In last battle, also I noticed a thing. So when the Outriders came in, I started firing. I started targeting them with the cannon, and that seemed to be doing okay. Did a bit of damage to them. And then as they got closer, I started. Yeah, and as they got closer, I started targeting them with the Corralers. But because the Corralers were really wide, they kind of were just spending all their time wheeling and they weren't firing at all. And then as soon as I realized that, I just started dragging them out, facing roughly the direction that I needed them to cover. And then they seem to be doing a lot better. Like, yeah, is that just generally a thing in multiplayer? You don't really want to target their units with your range because they'll just move sideways and screw up your...
So there's a really cool thing. So there's two elements to this that I will teach you. There's what's called the blind spot, which is you have a cone of fire. What a lot of people will try and do is go into your blind spots, where they try and, if you're not 360, they'll try and get away from that cone of fire. So of course that means if they run really fastly around your cone of fire, or they get really quickly around and start firing, you're not going to be able to keep up with them. If you want to rotate faster, make your unit smaller into more of a box, and it will rotate faster.
But isn't it better to just like not rotate it at all? Like just point it, like just say they're going to my left, instead of like making my box smaller and letting my guys follow. Isn't it just better to reform them like 90 degrees to the left so they're already, they're going to run through the field of fire?
Yeah, I kind of rotate mine in expectation of where I think they're going to go. So I try and mimic because the Dowie are quite slow, you end up finding they're quite a reaction faction. You end up finding that you react to a lot of what your opponent does because you can't instigate the fight because you're too slow. So as the Dowie, you end up kind of predicting a lot of what your opponent's going to do. So having them early rotating, expecting them to go in certain places might not be a bad idea.
Okay, but if I wanted to like have them sort of auto fire while I'm microing something else, then a narrower formation that's actually targeting on them might be all right.
Yeah, and that might be all right as well. Yeah, for sure. I would say here we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 units of infantry, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 units of range. That's my only that's my only thing, is that we are quite ranged focused. So if he goes with an aggressive force, we could struggle. Would only be my point to bring up, I guess.
All right. I mean, we could always just go like heaps of miners because they're super cheap, I guess.
I think that looks better already. I think that looks good. Yeah, I think that looks good. And because the problem is with Dowie being slow, if they overwhelm you and they go wide, you're going to find that a lot of your range units are in combat because you can't protect them so easily because your mobility will be lower. But yeah, let's give it a go. Let's not talk too much more. I'll give you this. Let's get into it and let's see how it goes.
Great.
Sweet. Well, good luck. Have fun, dude. I'll see you on the sign.
Thanks, mate. All right, see ya. Hey, Rubber Duck. Rubber Duck wants me to go to main Ungram, okay? But,
All right, so let's hop into it, guys. Alright, so let's hop into this. Sorry I haven't talked to you guys in a little bit. At Logic, the Iron Drakes, or do I... The Iron Drakes, or I will report the High King. I'll report you to the High King of Southern Mountain. Yeah, thank you very much for the support, guys. Thank you very much for the subscriber support. It's really, really awesome. So thank you very much to all those that have subscribed. I really haven't said much to you all, so I do apologize. Guys, if you are enjoying the video, please feel free to smash that like button. It really, really helps. And feel free to subscribe. Obviously, the more you guys subscribe, the more collabs we can do here, and the more I can get involved in CA, and that would be amazing. So we have feral cold ones here in the front with some cold one riders, sorry. So 2 there in the front. We are going to have 2 of the Croxagors. Great, so they're going to be monstrous infantry. So they're pretty low model count, but they have great weapon strength, anti-infantry and armor piercing. We are going to see some cohorts mixing in here. Oh, we are going to get a skink chief. This little annoying boy here can certainly do some damage. 82 ammunition for sure. Saurus warriors in the front line with the shields, the skink priest of beasts, and the Saurus old blood here on a feral cold one. Horn of Kaikor, stand your ground, amulet of Itzel, and foe seeker for him. And looks like here for the caster, we are going to have the Curse of Anera, Amber Spear, Wilson's Wild Form, and we are going to get the Wild Heart. More Saurus warriors in the front line, mixing in with skink cohorts, and looks like more armor-piercing cavalry on the flanks. So it should be a very interesting army here. We are going to get 4 units of the community skinks on the outsides as well. They should be able to come in and do some good damage. Here for Mercy, we are going to be having a Gyrocopter Brimstone guns. Mixing in with some Dwarf Warriors in the front line, in with some mines as well. We do have a pretty short front line, and we can see these flanks here are pretty open. We can see these flanks here are relatively open. So it's good having a front line like so, but of course leaving your flanks open can be a bit of a problem. So for example, if these Slayers rotate to this side, or these miners do come back, you almost need to drop the miners here, because if these rotate here, then this pocket here is going to be open. So, you know, if you try and bait in 1 cavalry through here and the Slayers pick it up, then the second unit could just come around the back and then sort of, you know, pop in through into sort of what I call the honey jar in the middle. And the same could be said for this side, right? So if the same happens here, you'll find the Slayers go in, and then you'll actually find the entire backside here is open. So we do have to be careful. Target priority here for MercyTheMad is going to be here on top of the cold ones. Same here on the right, there are going to be some priorities. These aren't going to do too much against the heavily armored factions in the middle. Chorus with 80 armor, Thunderers with 80 armor, they'll do lots of work up against Slayers is the problem. These could be great here. They could be really, really great. What would I target here? The Skink Chief will do a bit of damage. We do actually have Amber Spear that could do some nice work. But targeting the Lord might not be too bad, or maybe even more importantly, going after the Croxagor would be quite nice. Yeah, you'll be perfectly fine. Yeah, you're fine, Mercy. You're fine. So we have enough in the middle here. We have 1, 2, 3 Thunderers, double Quarrelers as well in the middle. Wouldn't mind actually seeing the Quarrelers kind of out here on the flanks, as then they create a bit of a buffer zone between your more important Thunderers. They are very good, great armor piercing. You can see 1 unit of Slayers is actually going to be on the cannon, but in doing so, you're actually going to be leaving a lot of this right-hand side open. There's a massive gap here, which most Dwarf players get a little bit incorrect, especially on a lower level, because even gaps like this is still pretty huge. Because the Dwarfs just don't have the mobility to cover these pockets very quickly. So your pockets really can't be too open. So you do have to be careful. This here could certainly be a problem. I can see this being a problem. Perfect, we're fine. Let's do this. So we are going to see the Brimstone guns going forward, so he should be able to see quite a few things. Hopefully we can get forward here, maybe start shooting up against the Croxagors. Hey Dame, how you doing, buddy? Hey Nathan CA as well. Welcome guys, welcome. Maybe one of these days, Logic. Maybe. If you're talking about the CA thing, maybe that'd be really awesome. I would really enjoy that. Being part of the team and being with you guys would be really fun. But yeah, in the front, he's doing some great work, shooting against the Croxagors, so some great target prioritization here from Mercy. The way I've seen him come over the last couple of days, and excuse me, Dame, you seem to be scouting out your opponents. What are you doing here? How are you, by the way? I hope you're really well. Yeah, really great target prioritization on the front here for the Croxagors. I like this. They are anti-large, armor piercing, perfectly designed here to do some nice stuff. He's done some great damage in the front, and now it looks like he's going to be changing over here. And look at this, lovely rotation here on the right-hand side. Coming over to protect, you can see they're rotating, getting ready. And this is what I'd like to see the changes. Mercy's asking questions. He's doing some lovely work. Look at the drop back here. That's really great stuff from him. He's really coming along. He really is. Just need to be careful here with this middle pocket. Make sure that we don't get pushed too hard here. He's going to very quickly work out, though, the interaction here between the Saurus Warriors and the Miners is not going to be quite in the way that he's going to like. Looks like some of the Thunderers are going to turn. Maybe try and see if they can burn here up against the Croxigors. Unfortunately, the Saurus Warriors are going to very heavily butcher the Miners, and there's not too much we can do about that. We can see here Skink Cohorts fighting alongside Croxigors. The reason these do really well together is that when the Miners fight, not all of the AP is going to be on the Croxigors. A lot of the damage gets mitigated on the Skink Cohorts. I heard a Curse of an arrow go down, but I wasn't too sure where. So in the back here, looks like we are going to be losing one of the Thunderers. We're now in the back here with the Chameleon Skinks. They're going to be shooting here up against the Naked Dragonbacks. They do have physical resistance, they do have missile resistance, but they're facing the wrong direction. They're going to be getting shot pretty hard here. I don't think Mercy's seen. Cavalry is going to charge into the Dwarf Warriors. That great armor piercing there. Maybe get the Slayers over as well. Get some Thunderers shooting over the top. We can see here on the right we have Rampage with two. No, one unit's going to be wavering. We did actually break with both on the right, so that's great. We are going to be charging here. Nice work. Looks like Flash Bomb is going to go down on top here for the Cold One. Lovely shots there coming out of the Gyrocopters into the flank of the Cold Ones. Really great work. I don't think he's quite seen. He's getting poked in the back here by these such irritating Chameleon Skinks. Rune of Doom going down as well. Plus 24 melee attack. A little bit late there, but still better than never. I like to see that the mobility and the knowledge coming out here. We are going to be shooting in with the Chameleon Skinks in here up against the Slayers. We're now going to be shooting up against the Cannon Crews. They are going to be have much less armor here. Only 40 for those, so they can be ripped apart pretty quickly. In the middle here, it looks like we do actually have the Source of Blood, the Horn of Kygor going down, plus 8 leadership, 24 melee attack, can really help there with the charge in the middle. Where is Thoric, though, is the question. So Thoric is going to be in the middle here somewhere. Can't quite see him. There he is. Thoric's going to be fighting up against the Saurus. So lovely work there. Thunder is now pouring in the middle, smashing into the Saurus Old Blood. Great work there. If we can change here with the Thunderers as well, we could really pour in with some brilliant damage. Gyrocopters in the sky have used the majority of their ammunition. They have been real MVPs here. Banter power is super even. We are winning here on the right flank. We can see that Stormrunner here with a couple of units just going to be chasing after the Dwarf Warriors that are broken. He really wants to get in that pocket and start getting nice and aggressive. Thunder is here, looks like we could be seeing, oh no, this is going to be an Amber Spear straight down the line. I can see it. Oh my god, look at that damage. Amber Spear at its absolute best there. We have taken out Master Engineer, so some really nice work. Thunderers are now in combat up against the Source Old Blood, and this is a problem with a bit of a shorter front line, and I don't mean that just in height, I don't mean to insult my Dowie, but with a small amount of numbers, there's nothing here to kind of like protect these Thunderers now. Source Warriors, as well as all the Skink Chief and the rest, are now just kind of in every single pocket they're shooting here. Sadly, the Brimstone Guns are going to go down, and now the Dinosaurs are now starting to really pull apart the army. The cannon in the middle is going to be getting shot. 4 units going on top of those. It's going to take it out pretty quickly. Quoras are broken. Thoric Ironbrow in the middle. It's a little bit still, but if we can get him involved, I wouldn't mind seeing him coming over here to fight maybe up against the Source Old Blood. Cannon is actually shooting in close combat against the Source Old Blood. They are going to be wavering though. I think you might realise there's a couple units of cavalry coming in. Croxigors as well. Thunderers kind of need to turn and burn here and get some good damage on the Cold One Riders. I think there was a flash bomb here in the back. We have managed to flash bomb up against the Source Old Blood. Horn of Kygor, Foeseeker going down. If we can shoot, we can certainly start taking him down. He is going to be slower. Charge bones will not be affected. Over here on the right, we can see that Croxigors are getting chased off with Feral Cold Ones. We can see that the Slayers are chasing down the Skink Priest of Beasts. Wouldn't mind seeing the Slayers getting in the back here, because unfortunately we are going to be using these gorgeous Thunderers. Thoric Ironbrow is in though, and he is almightily healthy here. He can do some lovely work. Dragonbacks are in as well, so we are going to slow down to 43 speed here for the Cold One Riders. Skink Chief is going to be kiting in the front for the Miners, and now we can see that the Skink Cohorts and the Croxigors are going to be fighting up against those Thunderers. You see over here though, we do see some of the Skinks just shooting into the Thunderers. They will do damage over time, even though they don't have AP. If you throw enough pebbles, you will eventually put on the pounding. We can see here that the Brimstone guns should be able to come forward. They don't have any ammunition left, but they can certainly put some pressure here on the Skink Chief, or maybe under some of those nice big juicy targets as well. So I think we did actually lose the Lord. Yeah, the Lord fled, so he actually broke him off the edge of the map. So it's going to be -16. That will drop to -8 over time. But here, lovely pressure in. We can see the Dragonbacks taking down the Cold One Riders. They're going to be charging into the back now up against the Chorus. Great pressure on the back here up against some of those very key target range units. We can see Mercy is going to be running away with the cannon crew. Nice work from him. We're actually going to break there as well with the Cold One Riders. Cold-Blooded was used to give extra leadership, but is not going to hold. Bands of Power is super close here as well. So really nice work. Good shots here in the back pocket up against the Dwarf Warriors and Miners. Great kiting from the Chameleon Skinks. We're about to see how annoyed that Mercy gets here up against these really key infantry units. Thunderers are ready to go though. They should be able to get some nice pop shots there in the back. And what I really like here from the Dowie, we still have a nice core blob here together that is really nice and stuck. A few units have gone a little bit astray, but they should be able to return in a short amount of time. We do actually have 40% as well missile resistance for the Chameleon Skinks. That actually makes them really tanky up against some of the fire here in the backside. So their kite ability is just so strong. I wouldn't mind the big boy here coming up against the Coxigors. Get Thoric Ironbrow in. These boys are anti-infantry, so being that Thoric is one of the few large elements we have in the Dwarf army, it can be very difficult there for him. It looks like here we are going to be jumping in with the Brimstone guns, trying to see if we can chase off the Skink Priest. I really like that play there from MercyTheMad. He's just come on leaps and bounds here. It looks like we also have some units here of the Slayers. They'll be able to help charge off. In the middle here, we do have Dwarf Warriors really pushing up and pressuring here up against the Coxigor. We are shooting with the Skink Chief. He's really deleting some of the units. He's up to 40 kills so far, doing some lovely work. 4 units still of the Chameleon Skinks. I don't know if they've got enough ammunition here to really take out the force. They're going to do well, though. They are going to do very well. Looks like we do... Oh, a unit has been completely wiped out here. I imagine that was the Thunderers, but we're now going to be popping in with the Skink Chief. 14 ammunition left for him. Not sure what kind of value we've got for him so far. 480. We're now going to pop in with some of the Thunderers, shooting with the Quarrels as well. Shooting up in single entities is not always great, because they do struggle with accuracy. Thoric is in though. Thoric is going to be fighting. We are going to rampage with the Croxigors. Dragonbacks in. Runa speed as well. Plus 24 melee attack. Giving them 72 melee attack. And also here 52 speed. You've never seen Dowie so fast in your life. But great kite here. So we are going to be shooting up against Thoric Ironbrow. But here with 25% of that physical resistance. With also 15% of the missile resistance. Giving them 40% missile resistance. Making them pretty much impregnable here up against the Chameleon Skinks, with 120 armor as well, negating a lot of the base weapon missile strength there from the Chameleon Skinks. Makes it so difficult. Thunderers do shatter under the pressure here of the Chameleon Skinks. Big shots here in the middle as well from the Dragonback Slayers. So lovely shots and work here in the front. We are going to be shooting over the top, and a lovely chase here. You've never seen such a chase here. The Skink Chief. A Rune of Doom as well going to be applied. That plus melee attack is going to be very handy. If he can pop that just as many times as possible, that's always going to be great. Dwarf Warriors are going to be getting shot. A lot of them going down. Bands of Power massively in the favour here now for the Dowie. Oh, nice spell there. So we are going to see the Rune of Wrath and Ruin do some great deletion here in the back up against the lightly armoured Skinks. And it looks like here the Skink Chief is going to be on 1 ammunition left. Thoric is going to be taking it like an absolute champion here. And that is going to be the end there for the Skink Chief. Cold-Blooded is going to give him plus 16 leadership. And also here, fighting in melee combat, great stuff there from the Chameleon Skinks, trying to shut down the Thunderer units. Of course, then you can get maximal kite here from the Skinks. These Skinks are now going to become visible. They do all have stalk, so they're quite difficult to find until you get very close. 14 ammunition left is going to be quite strong. They're going to be fighting in combat. There's just no way they're going to take down Thoric, I don't think. Skink Chief might be able to pop through, maybe try and shut down some of the units that have less melee strength, such as the Quarrelers and Thunderers. We are going to see Dwarf Warriors getting broken off the edge of the map. Bands of Power is going to be hugely on the shoulders of Thoric Ironbrow. We do actually have some Source Warriors coming back. We have over here Jericho Brimstone Guns chasing off some units. That's great to see there from Mercy. He's playing so well. He's gone really far in just a day and a half. We can see here brilliant Rune of Slowness coming down as well to really pin in the Skink Chief and stop him from causing all that damage map-wide there. We are going to be very smartly shooting here the Chameleon Skinks into the remainder of the Slayers. 20 models left. We pin them in here using these the other Skinks that have run out of ammunition. We can pin them in and really start shooting here up against these big bad boy Slayers. 15 models left. Thoric Ironbrow. It's going to be pretty much the last remaining source here left to fight. And as we're doing more damage, we are going to be wavering that. It's going to be army losses. GG's and well played here for 3 wins in a row for Mercy the Mad. Very, very great gameplay. Yes, Hank, you probably missed me say that. Unfortunately, the lizards weren't sent across. They're unfortunate that I wasn't sent them by Ducky. That's the only one we don't have. I'm observing. I like to learn. No, of course, Dame. You're always welcome here. Of course, you're always welcome. Always welcome. Can only watch at the moment. A bit busy this evening, but possibly will be available tomorrow. Oh, nice, Nathan. Yeah, it'd be really nice to get you on stream, dude. It'd be really nice. So, yeah, really well played yet again to Mercy. Hey, dude.
Hey, man. How you going?
Well played again. GG's. How was that?
That was awesome. I think there were 2 battles that I've had against. Is it Stormrunner?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, the 2 battles I've had against Stormrunner have been the best ones so far. Like, both times have just been so like, just tooth and nail, just battling with everything you've got. Just throwing where you pull off your helmet and throw it at them and stuff, and pull out your sidearm and stuff. Yeah, all that.
You threw your whole body into that, and that was excellent to cast. Brilliant stuff. So I have one question. How do you feel about chameleon skinks?
Yeah, I don't like them.
Yeah, nobody does. They're such sneaky little guys, right?
I knew I thought, oh, he's going to have some like invisible shit behind me, but I didn't know what, yeah, and then, I don't know. And then he put it at the right time, kind of, because I was ready at the start. I was like, yeah, some stuff's going to come behind me, but then it sort of didn't, and then I kind of forgot about it, and then when they did pop up, it sort of surprised me a little bit. But,
yeah, they were just shooting up against your cannon crews, and they were shooting up against your pretty naked slayers, although they still did very well, your slayers. They did very well.
I just love my Slayers. I love Slayers in multiplayer. They're so good, and they're so shit cool in single player.
Yeah, they're so cool here. They have such great application, which you as you said, you don't see from single player.
Yeah, and that like unbreakable as well. Like, so even if you've only got 5 of them left, they still go around and they still do work. Just those last 5 dudes will just chop 100%. Stuff up and chase things off and
100%. Yeah, it's really awesome. I didn't see any firing of Tories. But that's okay. How did you feel
firing a what? Sorry?
The Master Engineer's his ability, the fire ring.
Yeah, I did try and use it one time, and I had some problems with misclicking. It was like changing to a select window instead of targeting and stuff.
Oh,
and
okay.
So then I had to redo it again. So like I wasted a bunch of seconds on that. But I did only get 1. There was a line. I think it was like some Saurus Warriors or something. I just tried to get it. I just tried to fire at something just to get it working.
It's good. I mean, how are you feeling with the army in general? How did you feel that went?
Not super great, not great. I felt like I was kind of losing the whole time, but then just managed to. I don't know. Maybe you can explain really what happened, but I felt like basically I was kind of losing the whole time. But then just because Thorek's health was so high, and then we kind of just managed to grind down a few units and run a few units off the field, and then maybe, then the balanced power just went my way basically because I had so much health left on Thorek?
Yeah.
Is that pretty much what happened?
Sort of. He also had nothing at the end to kill Thorek. Like 4 units of the Chameleon Skinks and the Skink Chief they were never going to kill him.
They don't have enough armor piercing.
You played really well, dude. Like the cannon got 1,100 damage value, nearly 1.2k. So excellent work there. It got a damage and a half of its base value. You played extremely well with the gyrocopters. I think the gyrocopters are really, really good in your hands. I think you got forward, you got aggressive, early doors. You were shooting into the Croxigors. You got some great value there. Croxigors got no value. One of them got 94 value, and the other one got 500. And they cost 1,000 each, so they did nothing on the battlefield because you negated that threat early door, which was really good. Yeah, I think that. I think with the dwarfs, you always feel like you're kind of behind a little bit because you kind of are, because your opponent is attacking you from all angles, right? And for you, like, and eventually sometimes it is the way. Eventually they will get into the honey jar. They will get in up against your Thunderers. They will get in up against your key range units. There's kind of sometimes you can't prevent that because essentially that's what they're trying to do, right? I guess for you, the longer you can hold them getting off in the honey jar, the better, really.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought you played well. Your Chorus did well, 550 and 400. Thunderers 600, 300, 800. But there was some great pressure there from your opponent. Slayers did really well, 1,000 each. The other one got 1,100. Dwarf Warriors 600, which is great. That's more than their value as well. Miners did pretty well on the front. Thoric, he got more involved this time. He did really well.
I listened to you there. I was trying to get him into like beat up some people.
Also,
he was.
Rune of Dooms were used multiple times, which is really nice. I would say use the Rune of Doom as much as you possibly can. Always use it if you can.
Yeah, I wonder how much that really helped because I had like just everyone was in me, like because I was kind of overrun for most of that, you know, towards the end, and you know, so everyone was practically in melee, you know, so maybe that helped quite a lot, yeah.
Yeah, it really does. What I try to do is use it on the. So when you're just about to engage, it takes 5 seconds for it to activate. I normally try and pop it in just before we engage in melee, so they get that melee attack just as they hit on the very first main part of the battle when it starts. Because then I get it back as soon as possible, and I just use it again immediately when I get it. And I'll just try and use it as many times as possible to buff up my entire force. Because the nice advantage as well, because it also gives you fear, which gives, if they don't have fear, it gives them -8 leadership as well, which really helps you, like, not only beat them down faster, but break them faster. Yeah, and I think that...
and I missed that opportunity, I didn't get the initial one at the start. I forgot about it, but yeah.
That's fine. I mean, you've got so much going on in your head, right? And I don't blame you at all. I mean, the amount you did was excellent. Like, you microed the gyros really well. The cannons had great targets. You shut down the cavalry. The 850 for the Cold One Riders. One got 300, the other one got 600, so you shut those down really well. The Feral Cold Ones at 450 each. They got 200 and 200. I think defensively you held quite nicely. What might be good on the next one, if you want to keep your front line nice and wide, it might be worth putting your Quarrelers on the outside of your Thunderers. So that means if they charge and break down on your flanks, then your Quarrelers can take the charge. Because then obviously your Thunder is a little bit more precious. But yeah, I thought you played that really, really well.
Nice.
You use flash bombs, you use slows, you use Rune of Speed. I also saw you used all of your runes. You used Rune of Doom. You were doing everything you needed to be doing. I would have to go in and look a little bit more detail to find some more things to go over, but for sure you looked strong. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I think me and Stormrunner are developing a bit of a rivalry now. Like it's been very close battles there.
That's what we try to do in multiplayer as well. So like you two, we try and find others in the community that are like very good standard, that are of similar ability level. We try and play them against each other for like a bit of a show, as it were. So yeah, it's like, you know, in the future it might be like you two come play against each other for a bit of a laugh, or it doesn't actually have to be, but like that would be like a good idea that we would do here on multiplayer.
Yeah, it sounds great, and I mean, I don't know. Oh yeah, we'll talk about that. I can talk about that later. But yeah. But no, definitely. I definitely enjoy these close. The close ones are the best. Like it's just it's like it's good. It's more exciting. They're all pretty exciting for me. I'm kind of overexcited about this whole thing. But yeah, the really tight ones like that are definitely high adrenaline. I might have a Tim Tam to reward myself.
Nice,
I'm
man.
supposed to be on a diet, but yeah, I was explaining to my wife, because my wife, like, she got rid of all of the. I don't usually eat sweets actually that much. It's more my wife. She's like into the chocolate and stuff, but she's like got rid of all the chocolate and everything because she's like, right, we've got to eat healthy and stuff like that. But then this week it's just a big week for me because I'm back at work. I'm like got to do overtime every day. I was training every day, like 5 hours a day for multiplayer. I'm like hardly getting sleep. Like it's like, babe, we're not worrying about the diet. It's just fucking sugar, caffeine every day. Sugar, caffeine every day. That's what it's all about. Forget that. Next week we'll worry about healthy and longevity. This week we just gotta go hard. Well, she's on board now.
I appreciate your dedication.
Mrs. Mercy is very supportive. She's like, all right, I don't agree, but I will support you. I will go and buy you chocolate biscuits,
I mean,
and that
if
will
you
get you
if you ever
through.
want any help, actually, my area of study is actually I'm a sports nutritionist and a physiotherapist.
Mm. Oh, awesome! You can
That
help me with my boxing, and with my multiplayer. We can do both of
100%.
those.
Ah,
Awesome.
do you know what? I kind of miss it a bit. I kind of miss a bit of boxing actually. I did a very small amount when I was like in my early teens, and I really loved it. But I just never got through it. My mum used to hate me doing it.
Yeah, yeah,
She
it's
pulled me
really
out of
bad.
it.
Do you find like that you appreciate like when you watch UFC or you watch boxing a lot
Oh,
more because you
I
kind of
love
know
it.
what it feels like and stuff?
Yeah. Oh, dude, when I used to come home and like my face was like all bruised and red and there was blood everywhere, my mum would just panic every time she saw me.
You
Um,
feel good somehow, though, right?
oh, I felt
You feel
amazing with it. Like I kind of like never felt more alive, if you know what I mean.
yeah. It's a bit like that with this as well. It's just like combat mano and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, 100%. It's great.
Fun. But you don't get the CTD and stuff, so it's even better. You don't get the brain damage.
Well, yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, I've seen some fights where some dudes are leaving and they're just, oh my God, yeah, it looks like they've been hit by hell on earth, you know? And I'm like, Christ, I couldn't do that every day.
Yeah, I had a bit of a one period. Mostly, I've been not. We don't spar like really bad, like heavily all the time and stuff. But there was one period where a mate of mine was going to go. He was going to have this amateur fight, and so he was sparring really hard all the time, and so we were, kind of sparring, and also because of that, it just made the whole gym kind of just go up a notch, and it was just
Hmm.
like all hard rounds, and I was getting like, I'm pretty sure I got concussed a few times during that few weeks, and it was starting to be a bit,
Amazing.
but yeah, apart from that, I've never really got hurt or anything, so it's
Well,
been
that's
been
good. That's
lucky.
good. Yeah. Yeah, obviously it's a high risk, high reward when it comes to those kind of sports. All
Yeah,
right.
but it's good fun. I mean, yeah. Anyway,
We
let's
have a channel
focus.
favorite coming in.
Oh,
He's coming into play. He is from ODM, but
God damn it! How did that Haddon's guy smashed me already? All right, no, it's good. I need to learn humility. That's all right. It's good.
um, he's called Pantelenard, and he said if he ever wins my main tournament, he'll call himself Fanta Lemonade. So, and he'll call it himself permanently. So that's why he's a fan favorite.
What does the R next to the ODM mean? Does that mean
Means
he's even
recruit.
worse than the rest?
It means he's
Oh, okay.
yeah. So he's kind of like proven himself to be in ODM. Yeah.
Oh, okay, right. But he's not going to be as bad as Hanniden's possibly.
Yes, yes, he won't be as bad as Hanniden's. But he's going to
Okay.
bring. He's great. He's actually. So the great thing about ODM and why they're an amazing clan is they take a bunch of students on, and they teach people how to play the game to a much higher level. And these people don't necessarily have to join ODM, but they teach them skills way and above the average player. And they take each of the top players in their community. In ODM, just bring on students, and Pantalanard is a student of a Bretonian main. So I kind of wanted to get him on today so you could experience Bretonia.
Okay. Wow. All right. Well, this is going to be horrifying, but it's good.
Well, luckily for you, I think this is quite dwarf favored. Obviously, that's not like to put you off if we don't happen to win, but it's one of those matchups that I think we can do quite well in. So tell me a little bit about Bretonia. What do you know about them, and what's their strengths and what's their weaknesses?
Mainly is in terms of multiplayer, I only really know when I followed Legend of Total Wars like multiplayer run, and he had this really cheesy Bretonia build that was just heaps of basic
Yep.
archers and like basic halberds. Basically, it was like a super cheap, massive army. So I guess they have really cheap archers. I know that. I know they got like 27 different types of cavalry. So they got a type of cavalry for every situation.
So
I don't know anything.
tell me about the cavalry. What's a common trait within the cavalry for Bretonia?
Uh, uh, just,
That's all right.
charge bonus, I guess.
So,
No.
Bretonia are known as the elite cav faction in the game. They are known as having some of the best cavalry. Although it is very heavily armored, great melee stats, good charge bonus. They are just the cavalry faction in the game. So you're going to
Yeah.
predominantly expect a high cavalry force from Bretonia in most matchups.
Yeah.
Also, where you might not see Peasant Bowman in for the majority of single player, you'll definitely see a lot of them here in multiplayer. And the reason for that is that they are very, very cost effective. If Thunderers aren't the most cost effective in the game, they certainly are. They are very, very good. They're very cheap, and you can spam them really wide with Poison. And Poison is great because it reduces quite a few stats. Which is really
They can poison
awesome.
themselves though, right? If they're trying to fire into a melee.
No,
and
that changed a couple of patches ago. So they will do damage to their own units, but they can't poison their own units, which is what made Poison really strong.
Shit.
Poison did get reduced in the last patch from being, I think it was like 25% slow down to 15%, but it reduces your armor piercing output, your base weapon damage output, and it reduces your speed. So that's for missile and melee attacks. So there's quite a bit of reduction you can see. So they have lots of cavalry, so we will need some elements to deal with cavalry. So what do you know about their infantry? Tell me about their infantry.
They're crap.
Are they all crap though?
They've got those greatsword dudes that I think can do decent damage, but they don't have very good stats, and I don't think they have super good morale either. And they've got those religious nutter dudes with the shields. I don't know, are they unbreakable or they just have high morale? Maybe
really high morale, yeah. So
I think they've got shields.
Right. So foot squires and which are the anti-infantry armor piercing models, they have like moderate armor, like 70, and they have pretty low leadership for a model of their count. They have like 70 leadership, so it's not great. They cost 700 apiece, but battle pilgrims have a lot of leadership. They also come in with frenzy. So they're pretty tough, but they're lightly armored at 30 armor.
Yeah, and they're not AP, so they're not going to be doing any damage to us.
So pretty much the only thing with armor, and it's pretty moderate, is going to be the foot squires. Foot squires have 70 armor, so blasting charges do really well up against Bretonia. They're really good at deleting chaff. They also have something that's really powerful, which you wouldn't believe is powerful, but it's peasant mobs. They cost 100 gold, and they kind of operate the same as zombies, but they're like zombies on steroids. They kind of will pick apart any really expensive unit, and for 100 gold, they'll just remove their perfect vigor down to exhausted in no matters of time. Because, it's 120 sweaty peasant mobs running at you with pitchforks. It's going to be pretty hard to take all of them down, So they're really good at just pinning you in with chaff and just getting around the flanks with those extremely expensive knights and then just shooting you with a bunch of archers. So they're very good at going wide and super, super wide is what they're good at. They also have some amazing legendary lords. Faye is very often picked. We also have King Leoncoeur and Rapans. What's that, sorry?
So how is this matchup in my favor? I feel like it just sounds terrible. It sounds like everything's bad.
So a lot of the cavalry doesn't have armor piercing. A lot of the infantry doesn't have armor piercing. Their range doesn't have armor piercing, and you have a lot of abilities here to snipe out cavalry with cannons and lords, and you have mass options to great weapons and thunderers. So you have everything you need to take down them. They really struggle to take down you. So there's multiple ways that you can play this.
Okay, well, I haven't actually used any great weapon dwarfs yet. I tend to go with defensive. I literally never take longbeards with two-handed. Even though I love this little picture that they've got on the unit card of the longbeards with great weapons. They look cool, I reckon. Yeah. But and I always want to take them just because of that. But I never do because I feel like they're defensive ones. But anyway,
what we could do is what is a good way with our infantry that we could use infantry that is still cheap but really effective at taking out a lot of infantry in one go. What infantry allows us to do that, and then what infantry can we bring that has maybe some great weapons that can thump up against some really heavily armored cavalry? What could we do there? And also, what other models do really well against large combatants?
So against the peasant mobs, I feel like the miners with blasting charges might be the go.
I would 100% recommend those.
So if we get rid of, we're going to keep our two slayers. I think they're like staples.
Yeah. You love
We're going to keep. Yeah, I'm probably going to keep at least two quarrelers, at least two thunderers, and at least one cannon. I'll still keep the cannon as well. So yeah, if we put in like at least 3 miners with blasting charges,
so
I guess
just so you know, the ROR, the Urkra miners, they actually have 3 blasting charges per model, and they also have increased stats. So the stats are also going to be better. So that's another option we can throw in from time to time if we want to. So they're basically going to be miners with blasting charges with more blasting charges and better melee stats. So that is also something we have in our quiver that we can use when and if we want.
Yeah, maybe actually.
I normally bring them if you've got leftover gold. So if you've got like 175 left over, I normally just put a miner with blasting charges up to an ochre miner. That's normally what I would do.
I was gonna say, actually, would it be a bad idea just taking crap tons of miners with blasting charges, and then we've got, or just with even without blasting charges, and then just using like the Rune of Doom? Is it the Rune?
Yes.
Is that what it's called?
So I didn't want to tell you this, but obviously going wider is better with Thoric with the Rune of Doom, because the wider you go, the more utilization you get out of the Rune of Doom.
Yeah, and then I was thinking, and then if we take miners that have got they've got AP weapons, even though they've got shitty melee attack, and if we take like dwarf warriors with great weapons that have got AP but shitty melee attack, and then, yeah, is that where you were going with that?
Yeah, it can be. So the way I'm not going to tell you what I would totally bring. I would bring something along these lines. I would bring some level of miners and blasting charges. I'd bring some slayers, some thunderers, definitely Thoric, and then some level of great weapons. Now, an extra unit you can bring, if you particularly want to, is Iron Breakers. Iron Breakers are basically miners with souped up stats. Now, the biggest problem you have with Norgrimling Iron Breakers is they have no melee attack. If you take the ROR Iron Breakers, they have 79 melee defense. I cannot think of they beat about 80% of lords in the game with their melee defense. They are the tankiest and the biggest pain in the game. They have blasting charges. They hold really well. Their weakness is melee attack, but of course you've got Rune of Doom, you've got Rune of Speed that you can buff them up with. So they're actually a really strong element in the game that if you wanted to bring something, yeah, I would even say bring one and see how it goes. I think here it could do really nicely. And then,
they're one of my favorite units in the game, so it'd be cool to like get them, get them some in the sunshine a bit.
And if you bring those, maybe bring some dwarf warriors with great weapons. Then maybe just bring some of those, and you look like you've got a very strong army here, I think.
Are the Quarrelers going to be a bit less? I don't know. I feel like Quarrelers are always good, just because you can put that damage wherever you need it to go. It'll arc over.
If they also can bring skirmish cavalry. They do have like you would never use them in single player, but you do have mounted yeoman archers. The Wardens of Montfort have actually poison as well, so they can poison slayers and all these kind of things. And it'd be also nice to push back the peasant bowmen. The reason for that being, and actually what might be really nice here, is actually if you did drop the cannon and you brought up the ROR grudge thrower, peasant mobs have very low leadership. They have 26 leadership. 36 leadership, and we do negative 26 just on the artillery alone. So pretty much one artillery shot should be enough to break the peasant bowmen. So you could actually just throw them over the top and break them.
Okay, that sounds cool. Should I? So I'm 81 over.
Okay, so
let's check flexibility. So we're keeping Rune of Hearth and Home. No, we don't need Rune of Hearth and Home. They're not going to be causing terror, are they?
Yeah, I don't think we do need that. No.
All right, cool. That puts us good then. Maybe give a chevron to the Thunderers, and then that's.
So I would say with chevrons, I didn't tell you this earlier, but chevrons give you 1 leadership, 1 melee attack, and 1 melee defense for every first chevron. They also give you an extra missile strength, so generally chevrons are better utilized on infantry rather than range. They can be good for range, and they also give you better reload times, but I generally prefer to have them on my infantry front line. I generally prefer to have them there, but that's my experience. How much gold have you got left?
40. So I can put like 1 chevron on something, or 2 chevrons on a unit of miners, or 1 chevron on the dwarf warriors.
I think 2 on the miners sounds great. Yeah.
All right.
I think this looks like a great army. I think that you are going to be pretty. You are going to be pretty short on what we've got here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 units, 8 units of infantry. That's good. We've got 5, 6 units of range. That's actually not bad, and you've got Thoric. So you've got 9 and 6. So yeah, I think that's good. I think that's really good. Let's see how it goes, shall we?
All right.
It was like Pantananard has said, 4Z lady. So let's do it. All right, dude. Well, good luck, have fun, and I'll see you on the other side.
All right. No worries. See ya.
Sorry, guys. I know I've been negating you yet again. I do apologize. Surely informing your student is the idea. What have I missed here? Sorry, Dame. I missed it. You were saying some things. I'm curious to see other perspective here. Sacred Cross goes with the DLCs with the boxing gloves. Ah, okay. Okay. Yeah, Mercy's a puppy. Gotta watch out. He doesn't pay himself. Breaking news. Logic likes S&M. Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Hammond. Zypher will be coming back in a bit. He told me he was eating dinner, so that we better get him back a little bit later on. Just go mental three flame cannons. Surely inform your student is the idea. So for me and the way that I want to run this tournament and kind of the way that I think me and Ducky came down is I don't want to tell Mercy what to bring and what to play. I want him to also make mistakes so that he can learn from those mistakes and realize why they're mistakes. Because then at that moment he knows why not to bring certain things for himself instead of me just telling him. So like I like this here on the side. We can see he's got his quarrelers on the side. So we've got 2 quarrelers, 2 thunderers, and the Nord Grimblings in the middle. We got miners and blasting charges in the front with some great weapons as well. Lots of miners and blasting charges, and the slayers in the back with the Goblobber. So this should be a very interesting army from Pantelanard, or as we call him in the industry, we call him Pantastack, which means 20 stack in French. It actually doesn't, but don't worry. He has foot squires, battle pilgrims, foot squires, battle pilgrims, and foot squires. So anti-infantry and great stats. Peasant mobs, peasant mobs, peasant mobs. What is this, Panther? What is this? We have battle pilgrims. We have peasant mob pox arrows in the back, a bunch of arrows and regular arrows to spray over the top. 2 of the questing knights. Now questing knights are extremely good. Anti-infantry armor piercing. They also do really well up against other cavalry. Super strong to see those today. But super wide. We call this the Panther stack because it is a 20 stack of units. And it's called the Panther stack because Pantelanard brings it quite often. That was the not talking advantage going, why with the Rune of Doom? Yeah, he kind of came to that, idea himself. So once he kind of got there with that idea and he understand the utilization of Rune of Doom, he now knows that in the back of his head. So although I didn't enforce it in this game, we'll try and do it in the next game. But you can see in the front here, the Garage Thrower, he's actually already deleted one of the peasant mods before it hits the front line. Now, he's going to be needing to get to rotate. So we see we've got the army sort of facing in this direction. He's going to want the army kind of coming in this direction now, where the front is kind of facing in this direction, because the army is coming on the right-hand side. And this is perfect. Perfect, 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 perfect. He's already doing it. And that was a perfect rotation there, where all of the units rotate at the same time. He doesn't want to move his infantry too far forward. His range too far forward. They're going to be really close with his infantry. So his infantry now is going to want to slightly go forward. Grab a bit of a gap here, not too much. Have the slayers come in a little bit around the corner. These also are going to blockade a little bit of defense here. So lovely work. So we are going to be coming forward here. Pantelanard as well. He's going to be moving at a fast speed. As we can see, we are going to be shooting really nicely. Goblobber are now coming at the front. We're going to be smashing straight into the Battle Pilgrims, doing some lovely discouraged abilities here in the front. We're going to be shooting at the front. Yeah, there we go. We're now really going to be trying to hit up against the Peasant Bowmen. Now, Questing Knights are coming around the back, so he is going to have to kind of screen out here. So we want to kind of get forward and create a bit of a blockade here. Now, 1 unit of the Slayers in the back is not quite going to be enough. But we do have some extra utilization in the middle here from the Nord Grimbling Iron Breakers. Flying Iron Brow should be getting ready here to get his Rune of Doom going. We are going to be shooting here with the Panther stack. We are going to be blowing with Peasant Mobs in the front. Blasting Charge is going to be smashing into the Battle Pilgrims. Should be some lovely work there. Yes, look at the damage. Look at the damage here in the middle. Great stuff there coming out of the big man. Charges in the back on the flanks here up against the quarrelers. They're now going to be getting deleted. And that's what I mean here about the Slayers. The Slayers are a little bit slow to come around here on the side. Rune of Doom going down. Brilliant stuff. Nice and early doors. That's what we want to see. Shots coming in here with the Thunderers as well as we fire straight up against the Questing Knight. Slayers coming over. They're not going to reach. They're going to get away. It looks like we are going to get a Rune of Slow going down as well. I think, yeah, Rune of Slowness going down. We are going to be charging on the side here. We are going to move in with Rapans de Lyonese. The lady here as well. She's going to be on the side with the Sword of Lyonese, the Holy Warden, and also the Fleur de Lis banner with the +9 melee attack and melee defense. Please excuse my French. It is optimal, I know. In the back here, we do see the Damsel of Heavens. We didn't go over her, but she will be having the Comment of Cassandra and Curse the Midnight Wind with the Power Stone. So the Comment of Cassandra might be coming downtown here. Ooh, that's some nice damage there going down on the Slayers. Oh, even, sorry, I beg your pardon, on the Nor Grimlings. Nor Grimlings are in the middle here. They haven't utilized any of their blasting charges. Slayers in the back, they're ready to screen out here for the Goblobber. Goblobber is shooting forward. We can see a nice break there in the back from some of the archers. A few of these pockets over here, we are going to be moving forward with the great weapons and also the miners. Thunderers are in combat here up against the foot squires. What I want to see these get forward. And I want to see these kind of drop back behind the quarrelers. That's what I want to see. Comment of... Oh, Rune of Wrath and Ruin here in the pocket. That is perfect stuff. Perfect there. We're catching two of the Battle Pilgrims and also here the Foot Squires. He's fighting in combat alongside the Slayers. It's not great for them to be fighting here, but at the same time, they're still going to be doing it. No Grimlings here up against Rapans. Hopefully, we can get another Rune of Doom in. We are going to be breaking the front line. Great pressure here coming in from the Miners and also the Battle Pilgrims. Shots coming in the front. This is brilliant. This is excellent stuff coming from Mercy. Targeting, and look at that. One shot is going to be wavering the Peasant Bowman. That's what makes this Gob Thrower so nice. So we can see Quarreler shooting over the top. And yeah, it's going to be some lovely work here in the middle. So look, you can see wavering both units here. Well, this one might even break on 0 leadership. It is just going to stabilize, but they're not happy about it. In the back, we see the Questing Knights rear charging up against the Quarrelers. We can see Miners coming in with the AP. Should be a Rune of Doom going down. Yes, we see another Rune of Doom. Brilliant work here. In the middle, we do see Thoric Ironbrow. Maybe we can get a Rune of Speed here in the middle as well to really buff the bad boys here as they fight up against Rapans. Thunderers are fighting up against Foot Squires. Quarrelers as well are in. This is some great work coming in from Pantelenard. He's going to be shooting with his range here up against the Naked Miners as they fight here up against Foot Squires. We can see here in the front, not too much of the force is going to be fighting here. A lot is going to be in the back where it's not engaged. So get them a little bit wider here to fight in would be better. Nice work coming in here as well. Going to be a little bit tight in the middle, a little bit wider. We can certainly push off the Peasant Bowmen. Some nice stuff coming in. There is a unit in the middle. We do have the Master Engineer. Maybe we could see a firing of Tory down the side. That would be great. We have broken some of the Quarrelers. We do have Dragonbacks in as well as the Dwarf Warriors. Here in the front, we do see Curse of the Midnight Wind, negative melee attack, and also here negative armor for the Nor Grimlings. They're going to fight. They're still on 36 leadership with 900 health and 32 models. Thoric is in the middle. We can see the Rune of Wrath and Ruin here for sure. Definitely for sure. Damsel of Heavens, she's going to be pretty weak, so getting some shots onto her wouldn't be too bad. Questing Knights in the back. Bands of Power is dead even here. This is a really close game. Quarrelers shooting here up against Foot Squires. Thunder is coming back into the pocket. Another Rune of Wrath and Ruin here in the middle, deleting Peasant Mobs and Foot Squires. Running away is going to be Rapans. Very healthy Historic Ironbrow. We are going to see a firing Atori come straight through there, and it's like it is going to catch the other side. So Thoric is still going to be fighting here up against Foot Squires. They're really going to struggle to do any damage up against him. Rapans is pretty weak. Oh, lovely Flash Bomb catching the Questing Knights and also Rapans. The Master Engineer now will be fighting in combat. Thunderers should be ready to go. Looks like they are going to be shooting here into the Questing Knights. They should be able to delete quite a few units here quite nicely. Quarrelers are in as well. They're going to be getting ready to aim, and returning is going to be the Goblobber crew. Now we're going to be shooting into the Dragonbacks. Dragonbacks are going to do some nice work up against the Quarrelers. Sorry, up against the Questing Knights here. Foot Squires are nice and close by. The boys are returning here. And moving forward is Thoric Ironbrow. This is a really close game. This could go either way. I'd like to see the Thunderers now getting in and shooting up against Rapans. Rapans is going to be difficult. We need a screen here to block for the Master Engineer. He's getting pounded a little bit. In the back, we do actually have some of the Nor Grimlings, and we have some of the Thunderers ready to get forward. So So it looks like here we can see that Rapans is going to be chasing around here a little bit. The Master Engineer is now available, so he should be able to shoot Rapans. Hopefully we can get him on board to do so. It looks like here we are going to be shooting in. It looks like Thoric Ironbrow is coming in for the fight. And it looks like maybe a Rune of Slowness here. A Rune of Slowness goes down. She's going to use her ability. And now we're going to be fighting up against the big man on the side. Thoric is in. Thoric should do some lovely work. But as you can see here in the middle, they have returned. So although it does stop them from firing here with the Bolt Thrower Cruise, it's not indefinite. Blasting charges with the miners here. We also have Thunder is ready to go. They should be able to pour into Rapans. They also need to see the immediate threat coming here, which is going to be the caster. We also have some more foot squires. And now the main contention of threat is going to be this core. We are shooting around against some of the miners that did adventure out a little bit here. They adventured a little bit too far away from the blob. It looks like we did break the Master Engineer down to 216 health. He is going to be at 7 leadership now, but now getting chased off by the questing knights. Nor Grimlings are ready to go. They are going to be in chase, but of course they've only got 26 speed. They are going to be the slowest model here in the Dowie army. We broke here up against the Battle Pilgrims. Arrow's going to be shooting into the Dragonback Slayers. Peasant mobs are back in. Crawlers are ready to start shooting. So what's this? There's going to be Curse of Midnight Wind. There's going to be negative melee attack and negative armor. They have no armor, but the negative melee attack is really good because now we're going to try and snipe with Rapans. Rapans is going to be fighting. Hopefully we should have a Rune of Doom. I've been counting in my head. We should have a Rune of Doom here ready to go. I think that might be a Rune of Doom going down. I'm not too sure. Rapans is going to be wavering. She's certainly not happy. Nor Grimlings do actually break the foot squires. Blasting charges, they have used some. They are actually going to shatter. Great work there. We now want to get back into the middle. We do get some Goblubber crew back. They should be able to come back in, but it looks like they have broken yet again. -1 leadership. Slayers are going to chase and fight up against the Peasant Bowmen, and now we come back in with Thoric. If we get a Rune of Wrath and Ruin here up against these, we should break them pretty quickly. Miners coming back in as well, so we should get the miners in here. Chorus looks like they are fighting. They do actually break and shatter the Peasant mobs, and then Thoric is going to be coming forward. More arrows here in the back. They're going to be using more of that ammunition for the Peasant Bowmen. Being that their stats are so goddamn terrible, all of their value comes in from the range. They're going to be firing up against Thoric, and oh, there we go, Rune of Doom coming down, plus 24 melee attack yet again. Triple in a game is really, really nice. This is great stuff here coming in from the big man. So, here in the back, it looks like we do get a return of the Master Engineer. Let's get a look over here. Is he immediately seen? I don't know if he is. Looks like he instantly breaks yet again. He's just too low in leadership, I think. He's also going to be exhausted. So being tired also has an effect on leadership. Yeah, Thoric Ironbrow is exhausted. He is getting shot. Rapans is in the middle here, fighting still yet again up against Nor Grimlings. Nor Grimlings are doing an absolute... Oh, Rune of Slowness goes down. Lovely. I don't know if we're going to be able to catch, but the Crawlers might be able to shoot here. This is really, really great. Blasting charges in as well from the Nor Grimlings. No way! So she's going to get absolutely decimated. This could be balance of power if we're not careful. We now need to turn and fight here with the Crawlers and shoot. That is going to be arming us as GG's and well played. Well played, Mercy. Well played. Hey, Wicked. How you doing, buddy? I hope you're doing really well, my guy. I hope you're doing really, really well. Hank, I asked Pantelinard to go a bit easier today. I wanted to come on and play Bretonia, but being Pantelinard is such an amazing guy, I wanted to get him on today. So yeah. Given the business, Mercy, yeah, he's done really well there, really well. Hey, dude.
Hey, man, how you going?
Yeah, good. How did you find that?
That was stressful. It was hard work.
It was. Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, of course. I'm loving every minute of it. What happened to my my Ironbreakers? They just got deleted like right at the start. Like, well, not fully, but you know, they got like half wrecked.
He dropped a comment of Cassandora on their face. Yeah.
Is that's not quite slow casting normally, isn't it? So if I hadn't noticed, I could have just run away from it.
For most spells, you can, but that's okay. Like, you have so much to micro. I think like watching out for spells and stuff is something will come when like your micro becomes more second nature, and you'll be able to you'll do that sort of thing automatically. Yeah, dude, you played very, very well. Can I just tell you, by the way, that was the best game I've seen you with Thoric so far. Don't even look. Have a guess how much value you got with him.
Thoric himself?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, like 1,000.
2,100 damage value with Thoric.
Nice.
Nice, yeah.
He was smashing stuff.
15,000 damage dealt. Your Rune of Wrath and Ruins were excellent. You did really, really well there. He was bunched up using his Battle Pilgrims, his Foot Squires. I thought your slows were really nice. I'm going to teach you something in a second that's going to be really helpful for you in the Dowie, but I'll show you something in a minute. But the Miner's got some great blasting charges in there. 570 for the Dwarf great weapons. Thunderers 500, 1,000 for the second. Quarrelers 660, 200. Did you notice as well? I don't know if you saw the Goblobber breaking the archers.
Yeah, I wasn't too sure what I was. Yeah, like so I started off breaking the infantry because the peasants because they came into range first, and I remember what you're saying about them, and it just so I'd have less stuff to overwhelm me. But then I kind of realized that it wasn't going to kill them all, and they were just going to kind of come back. And so as soon as they came into range, I think I switched onto battle pilgrims or foot squires. And then in the later game, once everything was kind of engaged, then I was just trying to take out archers. Yeah.
Which is, I think because what it does is because it kind of breaks up and kind of breaks those units. Not only does it stop them from shooting for a short while, but also I don't know if you know, but if you break something 3 times, it shatters.
Yeah, I did know that.
Yeah.
But I mean, you don't really have time to like follow that, like especially if it's like peasant mobs or something. You can't really track how many.
I was just more thinking like if you break them, it kind of like breaks up his force a little bit. He has to come back and do a little bit of extra micro and.
Yeah, I definitely thought that would be good because they would like instead of being this front line absorbing my quarrelers and stuff, they were just going to be trailing off somewhere and
but yeah,
I still I just want to say quickly thanks a lot Pantil and Aid, and great game. As like definitely one of the closest ones so far, and and I still haven't figured out how to say good game after the battle. I don't know when am I supposed to do that.
So when it says like when the game's over, it says victory. Quickly jump up to the top left where you normally find your speech thing. Open it up and then just press GG.
Oh, so that thing's. I always look up there and there's nothing there. There's no button or anything. Maybe I'm going looking there too late.
So once it will kick you out of the game very quickly afterwards. After the game's finished, it will say like victory or defeat, and it'll kick you out very quickly. So you have to be like pretty quick with it. But or you can just say it once you've gone out of the exit screen.
Like so after we finish this, looking at the damage.
Yeah, you can just say it there, and that's perfectly fine. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So normally in a best of 3 we'd hang around for a bit, so I'd normally just say GG after every game because we're still going to play another game, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, you've played really well, dude. Like 1,900 for Rapans as well. We got 760 on the Damsel with that comment of Cassandora. And yeah. So go on.
I tried to run the damsel off a couple of times, but then I got distracted. I don't think I ended up getting her off. What happened to the damsel? Did you see? Like, did she end up getting run off or?
No, she came back a couple of times. He kind of moved her off as well and like kept her in the there's like the dip on the left hand side.
Yeah.
Yeah, he kind of kept her in the dip so that you kind of couldn't shoot him and stuff like that. Because she got very, very, very weak. But yeah, you played well. You got even though that the Nor Grimlings, so you had the Nor Grimlings fighting up against Rapans. You had them bunched around her. Obviously, I'm going to show you something that's going to help you in a second. But obviously, the Slayers did well. They got 900. The other one struggled a little bit, but of course they got shot by the peasant archers. But that's kind of like their job is to shoot the Slayers. That's why sometimes it can be quite hard to take a lot of Slayers in this matchup. Even if they are great against cavalry, they do have no armor and they get shot pretty hard. So sometimes actually just going maybe just the dragon backs and maybe bringing 2 extra dwarf warriors can be for the same price can be more cost efficient.
Yeah, I got confused because the Nogrumlings were a regiment of renown and they both have the same single axe symbol as the Dragonback Slayers. I actually got mixed up I think twice. I thought the Nogrumlings were Slayers and I was chasing cavalry with them, and that was great. But I don't know. I mean, maybe I don't know. Yeah, maybe it made it a bit harder for him to micro because he had some like really slow Ironbreakers chasing him. But
I mean, they stayed and fought all the way up until like 500 health. Like they fought right until the very end, which is the really nice element about them. They trapped Rapans in for a huge amount of time. But yeah, no, they were great. How did you feel about that game?
Yeah, it was good. It was good. It was fun. Yeah, lots of yeah. There's just some little bits and pieces that I wish that I had done better. Basically, but yeah, overall, like it was pretty cool. Yeah, I don't know. I wish I had at the end near the end I had some infantry coming around the sides to start to try to get into their archers, but I mean it did actually disrupt their right side of their archers a little, like my right side, of their archers a little bit, but yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I kind of wish that was more effective. Like I don't know, wish I had more units there or something. But then the artillery started to take out the left side, so I kind of think that maybe those two things together was sort of alright at shutting down a bit of the back line towards the end, or really killing them. Really, I guess basically. He got into my honey jar, as you say. Yeah, with those battle pilgrims, and he had like a unit of handgunners. I mean, thunderers, and a unit of quarrelers, both tied up with the same unit, and I couldn't get him out. And like he was like I tried to send the quarrelers back in to pin them while I pulled out the thunderers, but he somehow still kept on the thunderers even though I was trying to. I was like,
I actually have a bunch more positives for you. So well done, 3 runes of doom in that game. I also saw.
Oh yeah, I was smashing that every time I could. Yeah,
dude, really good, and like you'll get used to that timing. So on the stream, I was going, I would now expect another rune of doom, and pretty much every time I said that I expect a rune of doom, you pretty much did it. Like because obviously they're like a minute in between each, and then those runes keep cycling them as well. You were doing really well. I saw some rune of speeds. I saw lots of roads of Wrath of Ruin. I saw flash bombs. Yeah, there was lots of great stuff, and of course, if you go a little bit shorter on the front line, a little bit more elite, you're going to have less roadblocks, which I think you found at the end. You struggled because you couldn't protect your master engineer so well.
Yeah,
but that comes with a bit of practice as well. And sometimes don't be afraid to use the, because obviously it's unlimited as well for the flash bombs. So don't be afraid to use them in advance. For example, if you see something happening, you're like, I'm not going to be able to get a unit there quickly. Don't be afraid to flash bomb something early, so it slows it down, so it gives you time to react to a situation. You don't always have to use it as like a last resort, but it's also nice to have as a last resort as well. So you can kind of just use it whenever you have. There are some times where I use them and I go, oh, I need it now a third time, and I don't have one. But sometimes that's the way it goes. But you played really well, dude. I might show you a quick strategy with miners and blasting charges, if that's okay.
Okay. How do we do that?
Cool. So what I'll do, if you go onto your Discord page, you don't have to come off YouTube. I will share my screen. So if I share my screen 1, so you should be able to now see on your Discord, you should be able to share my screen 1, and it should show you. Can you see my game, or can you not see my game?
Yeah. Yep.
All right. Awesome. So I'm going to leave quickly, and then we're going to remake the lobby. So when we go into the battle, we'll go on to a custom battle. I'm going to bring some front line. So I'm going to bring, it doesn't really matter for the Lord, I'm just going to bring good old Belagar, because he's not going to see any love today. We're going to go 3 units of dwarfs, and then we're going to go 3 units of miners. And we're going to fight here up against, so a good example, let's say we take the greenskins. They're going to have just a single cheap Lord, and then they're going to have, actually let's go something really expensive. Oh no, I don't want, yeah. And then we'll go with 3 goblins. So, yeah, Prague is fine. Let's go. So there is something else that you can do as well with these forces if you go wider. Something that I'm going to try and show you here. That can be really great as well, because there's there are some elements you can do with the Dowie that a lot of people just maybe don't think about so much. So for example, with miners you can do a little bit like this. So I've got my dwarf warrior front line. What you can do is you can stick miners in behind like so, and I'll show you why. So what we'll do here is we'll move towards the enemy.
Yes, yes.
We'll allow the enemy to come on. So now as they come forward, I can now use these guys as a bit of a blockade. So we can throw some blasting charges in here. I don't think the computer is going to do what I want it to, but
Wow, that does some good damage, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does some great
It's like
damage.
40, 45% maybe gone straight away.
But what you can see here is they don't get all the blasting charges off in one go. You can see there's quite a lot left here. But now they're attacking with the Dwarf in the front. I can still throw my blasting charges over the top. And there's still, and you can see this unit's already broken. Look how much damage that did there. And now I can now let's say I've got artillery back here. I can now drop them back, and my Dwarf are now fighting in the front. I can now also rotate these. Also, the blasting charges don't do well up against armor. So just fight them up against goblins is a lot better. So now that he's fighting there with Grimgor, he's gonna do the mashing. I can now just throw blasting charges against this line that's held. I can now drop these back and fill them back in with kind of a bit of a box. So blasting charges go over the top, and then once the last one has been used, which should be now, I can now drop these back into my box, and you obviously got him fighting there. So now I've kind of still got my box. I've done all the blasting charges at the front. You know, I might have some extra slayers and units in the back. So here my miners haven't been destroyed. As you can see, my front line's pretty healthy. Yeah, so you can certainly use blasting charges in that way. And you can use them to kind of disrupt infantry like that. Oh my god. Anyway, that's the way you can do that. How do you feel about that strategy?
Yeah, it seems pretty good. But I mean, isn't that going to make it hard to, like, you know, like your line will be very narrow then, though, right? So how do you, like, they're going to be just coming around their sides?
If I show you, like, a force I might bring, if I go with a full force,
Another thing I was thinking with that, like, yeah, like I'm kind of thinking how this is going to affect my campaign play afterwards and stuff like that. And it's like, you know, you don't really want to take minor blasting charges in campaign because they don't have enough ammunition. You know, like if you have quarrelers, you can pretty much just, a lot of quarrelers, you can just keep firing until you use like every bit of ammunition and kill like thousands and thousands of enemies. And, you know, but the minors of blasting charges, yeah, they can just like take out that like one unit pretty much like gone, and then you still got this kind of subpar infantry unit left over afterwards as well. So yeah, I don't know, it's kind of interesting. I'm wondering if I could actually use that in campaign a bit more as well.
I certainly this is how I use them in campaign. So when I play campaign, I play a little bit more multiplayer campaign rather than just strictly campaign where I try to use so if I just give them a random army, let's not give you Wurzag, let's give you Grimgor. You can you know, you can have all the big stuff. There we go. Oh, please don't give them ogre units. Actually, don't do that. Just give them a bunch of goblin units.
Yep. So they're super wide. So they're going to go. Yeah, that's what we wanted to see basically.
Yep. So if we go spiders, and then we just kind of play. So we got a super wide force here. It's got some mobility. It's got some RORs. It's got some black orcs. And I've got a bunch of items here, so you can see I've actually gone very low on the range, but I've got no artillery. I've got a master engineer, and I can kind of utilize this how I want. Oops, sorry, I'm used to playing on debug camera as well. I don't know what camera you play on, but that's...
whatever, I don't know, whatever the normal one is. But yeah, I was gonna say with that is yeah, should I do that debug thing? I saw Anticity's video about how to do it.
Yes, we can certainly we can go over it. Yeah. I didn't want to I wanted you to get used to like playing multiplayer before I said, oh, you know, change your camera and whatever. But yeah, as we can see here, we got all my boys in the front.
Excuse me, sorry.
That's not a problem.
The clans unite.
Yeah, so this is kind of like a thing you would use if you were going super wide, but it's not something you could really use if you were, you know, stretched for infantry kind of thing.
Yeah, I think that it all depends on the matchup, right? So for example, you can see that. So this is also the way I see you build quite a lot. So I see like a really nice wide front line, but here on your sides, your flanks are quite wide open. There's kind of like nothing to meet any sort of incoming cavalry. So what you can do now is I can put a unit on the side, like so, if I wanted to. Put this unit on the side. And then what I can do in the front is I can allow just these three to kind of soak up the majority of incoming infantry with blasting charges over the top. So I've got like a bit of a layer. So they had to get through like multiple layers to get through onto my Thunderers and my key units.
Casting the runes.
Yeah.
War of vengeance.
I really want to go wider, but I can't. But yes, all right. So we'll play that. So I'm going to go forward just to obey the attacking rules, make sure I meet my opponent. So we're just going to see.
Is like having.
Go on.
Oh, just the 4 units of warriors in the back line. Is that like? I don't know. That seems a bit expensive. You know, is that like? Yeah, I don't know. Like.
Just in case there's any units of cavalry coming from behind, I can switch these in and out and move them around. I've got them in the back just in case of anything. I've got all sides covered for my main pocket line.
Yeah.
You can certainly put these in the front if you want. I just did a very quick kind of makeup. So the computer's going to make me come to it because it's got the range superiority apparently. Well, it doesn't really, does it?
Well, I suppose I usually put my 2 slayers in the back, so I guess I sort of have a back to the same thing.
Definitely put slayers in the back. Yeah, for sure. I saw on a couple of times where if you had like, let's say these 2 of the slayers, like here and here, you had pockets at this angle kind of like left open, which is where kind of the cavalry came through like this, which is where they got onto your quarrelers. Yeah. So for me, I'm kind of like, because I have such low mobility, so if we do like a tester from like these longbeards, let's say these dwarf warriors weren't here. If I now want to come cover up this spot here, to go from my longbeards to covering there, let's just see how long it takes. Because they're quite slow, it's going to take a minute. So it's going to take me 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds. It's taking a really long time for me to like cover up this space to stop them. So being that they're already in position, and what I see from a lot of new players is they leave like pretty large gaps open. Because even here, this is like still relatively wide. You can definitely squeeze cavalry through there because you can reorganize units. So if I'm pushing with my dwarf warriors, for example, let's say I want to fit them in this gap in the middle here. Just so they don't engage in any melee, what I can do is click forward, but then also make them smaller, so they'll still move forward, and then they'll come into their small little force, so they can still push through like small holes and kind of get into my opponent as well, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I'd actually like to do a bit of that, like, you know, because I do a lot of like him trying to get through my lines, but I don't really do much like me getting through his lines, kind of thing.
Sadly, dwarfs are quite a
maybe we should leave that for another faction.
Dark Elves is something that we will return to on Friday, where we'll do some way more aggressive tactics, where I'm going to teach you how to do a flank overload and stuff like that.
Yeah. So notice you got your longbeards at the back. So I guess that's just a generally good thing, isn't it? To like, you want to save your high value stuff to that later game.
Otherwise they're going to get shot. They're going to be a bit of a problem.
Yeah.
Also in general, I take everything off skirmish mode. Generally,
I've got it off by default.
Yeah. I'm sure you would understand. So you can see here the Knight Golden Archer shooting the front. That's fine by me. The computer will soon realise that it's not winning. And then with the Master Engineer, I'm just going to pop shots into Grimgor. So now the computer knows it's losing. I'm going to create a bit of space between my front line and the remainder of my forces. So I'm kind of just going to move gently forward like so. I'm just going to move like gently forward and then just allow the blasting charges. If I click on with the blasting charges, blasting charges will move quicker than if I didn't click on them.
What do you mean? Like they'll throw them quicker?
Yes. They'll throw them quicker. So if I actually give them the action, they'll throw them quicker than if
So normally they'll like come into range, then the AI will be like, okay, they're in range, prepare to fire, and then they'll fire. Whereas if you just click attack, they'll just attack.
Exactly. Now the miners have been used here with all the ammunition. I can now start pushing. The miners in the front line to start help him.
Attack the earth for the ancestors.
So now that now that I've really won in the front line, I can start pushing forward with my flanks. I now realise they've got no cavalry, and I've still got 4 units in behind. My Thunderers are still going. Thoric should really be more in the middle, but you know, I can just kind of help where I like. Let's get Thoric in. Thunderers now. I'm just going to target on top of Grimgor. Can start giving ammunition to my guys. We see we're losing in this pocket, so I'm going to start getting my longbeards in. Let's get these back in here actually, and then we can just start moving forward and start putting some pressure on the back. Obviously, I'm playing really relaxed right now. I'm not really thinking about it too much. I'm not taking it too seriously, but just a rough idea of just kind of how it's playing. He's not putting any pressure on my back line, so I can just start getting my boys forward.
Go!
Guys are still going to be shooting, so I can drop them back a little bit. Monster Engineer is still going to be shooting here. Black Hawks are in the middle, so I'm going to start targeting the Black Hawks with my Thunderers. They're holding the line pretty nicely. Also here, you can see I've made a bit of a mistake in this area. I pushed out my Dwarf Warriors too far. If they get too far away from my units, you can see these are broken. I now can't save these units because I'm too slow. So yeah, this is generally how I would play. I've got another flash bomb coming, so I kind of just keep cycling through all of my stuff. Flash bomb is ready to go here. Restock here. And then I've got a Rune of Slowness if I want to use it, so I can just kind of pop it on Grimgor, just kind of keep him nice and still. Still shooting the Black Hawks. Gonna try and see if we can get these guys back in here to fight up against the Black Hawks. Black Hawks are wavering. Yeah, go on, mate.
So are you saying that I should literally do that with some matchups? Like do the three Dwarf Warrior front line for maybe 4 or 5 second line lasting charges?
Can do, yeah. Yeah, 100%. And then, you know, it's giving me a lot of utilization, and you can see they haven't touched any of my range here in the middle. They've been protected quite nicely. I just wanted to actually get on. Oh, it's blasting charges, that's okay. But for the majority, apart from one unit, I've used all of my blasting charges. Also,
so yeah, it's interesting. So the blasting charges are great at clearing out crap, basically.
Yes.
So you want to get rid of them. You want to get them done early, and then you've still got a bunch of just miners left afterwards to chase things down and mob things and interrupt things.
The nice thing about that double line is even if they beat one unit in the front line, they're not straight into your honey jar. They've still got another unit of miners in the back there to push through. So it gives you multiple lines of defense and, more importantly, time so that you can reposition your units. You saw there I kind of only had to reposition one unit of Thunderers at one moment, just because I thought, I want a little bit more space there between myself and Grimgor. And the blasting charges got maximum values of 700, 280, 500, 360. A lot of these they did get in combat in the end, but a lot of these were fighting. The Longbeards, some of them just didn't do anything. Because I didn't really need them to, and the Thunderers just it was quite even job across the board.
Do you think when because I'm pretty keen to try out that just the micro of that early micro with getting the Thunder. So maybe just if I'm fighting greenskins, I should do it.
Anything that has lots and lots of good cheap chaff that you don't mind going wide against. So greenskins could be really great against. Could really good against undead, Bretonia. You could have had your Longbeards in the back with great weapons, so you can use those to fight up against cavalry that try to get in the back. So you're going to thump them really back hard, or you can use your Slayers as well to counter them, and all those kind of things.
Oh yeah, I had great weapon warriors in that last battle, didn't I?
Yes, you did. Yeah.
I don't even remember what happened to them, or whether I used them, or what happened.
Because what I saw for a lot of your battles is I saw a lot of blasting charges used, but not all of them. And that can be a good way to use a lot of blasting charges and stay really defensive, really hold your front line. You can see the build was quite wide. I had no real kind of threat there. Of course, this is against the computer. It's not against a player, but you can see how that might be quite difficult to break down. And the reason I had warriors and mines in the front line is because they're weaker than Longbeards. So Longbeards just being a single line in the back, they're going to hold a lot longer. I don't need as many units back there because they're more elite. And then you can kind of just move around, some with great weapons, some without great weapons, and you can kind of do it in that way.
I got to take a short break now. I just got to go to the toilet and get a drink and stuff.
No problem.
Did you want to talk to about I'll
invite you in. I'll get the other dude in as well, and then I'll talk to the guys about some more multiplayer.
Yeah, awesome. All right, I'll leave you guys with Logic for a few minutes, and I shall be back.
Sweet, dude.
Thanks.
So yeah, I hope everybody's enjoying the multiplayer stuff so far. If anybody would like to know some more strategy, so that there is a little bit of an onion build. It's not quite the true onion build that I would like to I would like to show that there are other ways of doing that as well. But what that allows there is multiple lines of defense with blasting charges over the front to really help with cheap chaff. So that therefore you're not kind of really just having your units fighting up against cheap chaff for days on days, because cheap chaff will just remove vigor and just kind of really deplete your more elite units. So having blasting charges can just really decimate that front line with light armor, and Dowie allowed to be really defensive in that point. And I didn't have cannons, but I still controlled the battle. I only needed 4 units of range. I didn't need much. I didn't have to look after much. And yeah, it was pretty comfortable. At least 3-4 units didn't fight. I would play very differently in a multiplayer match in my unit selection, but there it was just meant to be a relaxed showing of kind of how you might set up for a certain force in multiplayer. Panther 2 weak, let Mercy play against Falcon. I mean, you never know. You never know. Mercy is defeating everybody at the moment. He's getting absolutely crazy right now. Let me see what's being said in Mercy stream. Hey Nicholas, how you doing, buddy? Another neat trick, putting them on guard mode and disabling fire at will. That they don't shoot the first unit, which is most likely meant to eat the charges, and you can aim them at whatever you want to. Yeah, that's a great shout, Zypher. We'll come onto the unit. What I try and do is try and give an idea first, and then what I try to do after that is then build on some theory and knowledge afterwards. Yeah, for sure. Right, so I need to get in No Gain, No Gain. So they're in a lobby together, but I'm not there with them, so they'll need to come join me back. Also as well, guys, if you haven't checked out Mercy's content, please go check him out. He's a really, really cool dude, does some great single player stuff. And now he's coming into the multiplayer. He's been an absolute champion about it, and he's honestly he's hit the ground running here. So give him some support for the multiplayer, and we're definitely going to be seeing him here in the future in a multitude of different ways. So just make sure that you give him some love, and that hopefully you guys can enjoy this journey with us. Yeah, and he is honestly doing super well, and I'm really excited to see what he can do here in the tournament, for sure. Let's have a little look here. So if we go with I can't see No Gain, No Gain. Let me send him a direct message. No Gain, No Gain. So what have your guys' thoughts been? Hi, Mr. Logic. Hey, Zypher, how you doing, buddy? What have you guys thought about multiplayer so far from the side here of MercyTheMad? What have you guys thought so far? Have you guys been enjoying it? What would you like to see more of? And from my side, have you guys enjoyed it as well? What have you thought of Mercy's progress?
Yo.
All right.
Yeah, it's really I was just sort of thinking about like applications for campaign play after this, and like how wondering how I can sort of try to improve my game. And I feel like with the campaign, you get a bit lazy sometimes, like you got your build, you can just kind of kill the AI and stuff, and sometimes you take more casualties than you need to, or you sort of also you're working with like your replenishment, because like a common thing that you want to do is like spread your damage so that no one unit takes too much damage. Like in multiplayer, you're happy to trade. Like I'm happy to trade a unit of miners for a unit of expensive archers or whatever. But in campaign, you're not happy to trade anything for anything, because you want to every unit to survive and hopefully take less than 30% damage so that you can replenish everything. So it's just different like mindset. But I feel like playing to break. Like playing more to break the enemy, for the balance of power and to break the enemy, could actually be good for more efficiency and stuff like that sometimes, rather than just Anyway, I don't know. I don't. I'm just like.
You're touching on some great points. For example, when it comes to campaign, efficiency is very, very different. Efficiency, there are some just auto-resolving. Sometimes, you can nuke certain units, or if you play and you throw certain units up against others, you can absolutely delete them, and that's not optimal. Whilst in these stages, sometimes I might just throw a unit of miners at some Black Orcs because I need them to hold back for a while whilst I get some more important units over to deal with them. Sometimes you just have to do that because the micro is different. There's different strategies, different mindsets here between the two, which it's good that you've recognised that.
Probably I won't talk any more about it because I don't really have any conclusions. But yeah, I think I'm just going to be looking at that, and then maybe we'll have some good conclusions more after, in a couple of weeks or whatever.
Cool. If you join me up, it looks like No Gain is ready. He's going to play High Elves against you.
I thought I was already in. Am I not in?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So because I left, I'm no longer in control of that lobby. If that makes sense.
Oh, do I have to join again?
Yeah. No Gain is in. So just whenever you're ready, mate, we can join up.
Just the MercyTheMad one?
Yeah. There should be another one in there. Perfect, you're in. Yeah, nice. So yes, now I should have. I do actually. Let's put on a different one. You guys seen that all day. There we go. So let's have a look at his arm.
This one's one of the ones we're going to be using though, right? In the campaign, in the tournament.
Yes, it is. So you would have played against, I think, every faction now. You would have played against every faction now. High Elves is the last one left. Yeah, I think we played everyone. What is it? Empire, Greenskins, Vampire Counts, and Dowie. Britannia we just played against today. We haven't played against Skaven yet. We need to play against Skaven at some point. Skaven are looking really weak because they've lost a lot of their units to DLC, and they're actually really bare without their DLC units.
Oh yeah, because they got none of their weapons teams already. It's
by far Dowie's hardest matchup with all those weapon teams. It's so tough to get into their back line and break it down. It's almost impossible.
Okay. Do you think we basically just don't even need to worry about playing against Skaven really, or practicing Skaven, because they're just going to be pretty much useless?
Yeah, we could probably avoid them a little bit. It's always good for you to have some experience against them and see what they're like. They're going to be super wide, a little bit like Britannia. So of course, blasting charges, that kind of thing is going to be very useful there. Now, High Elves, tell me a little bit about them. We played them once before, so tell me what you remember from them.
So they're not going to have this chaff type thing. So we're not going to be doing our miners with blasting charges on their chaff thing. So yeah, they're expensive. They got lots of elite units.
Do they have lots of access to armor piercing?
Yes. Oh well, actually, no. They don't have any Sisters of Avalon, do they?
No, but they do have White Lions of Chase, Sword Masters of Hoeth. These kind of units, yep.
Yeah, so we definitely want to have some anti-armor to shoot them.
So what would be good to shoot those kind of units?
Yeah, so we take let's say lots of Thunderers, 3 Thunderers maybe at least.
Yeah, that seems good to me. I would say firing a Tory, just to let you know, is really good up against lightly armored infantry. So I'd say anything that has probably 40 armor or less. So I think firing a Tory might not be optimal in this matchup. From your Master Engineer.
Yeah. I mean, he's probably still going to have heaps of archers and
that's true,
spearmen,
actually.
isn't he?
That's true, actually. That is true. So I guess you could keep it, yeah. Okay, yeah, that's a great strategy.
What's the range? It's only 100 meter range, so I'm not going to be able to use it on archers much, but I thought maybe to clear out. How much does it cost?
150.
150, yeah. I mean, it's not...
I'll tell you what, keep it and we'll see if we can use it. It might be great in the later stages.
I feel like even if I only get 1 cast off, it'll take out a third of a unit of spearmen or something and be worth its price,
100%,
probably.
100%. So would you see spearmen in this matchup?
Right. No, we won't see spearmen. Why would they have spearmen? That'd be a waste of time. Well, maybe, because they might want some shields, right? What else have they got with shields? Like, they've only got spearmen.
Tell me about Rangers and White Lions and why they might be better than spearmen.
Right. They've got the 30% missile resistance, and they've got armor.
Yes. I don't actually think they can use Rangers in this. I think Rangers are from... the DLC actually, but still, White Lions, this is one of the few matchups that I think White Lions are really good in. Always expect some level of White Lions in this matchup.
Right.
Yes. White Lions have great AP, great missile resistance, 90 armor, pretty decent leadership, and great stats. They are very strong.
They don't have great melee attack though, do they? They got like okay melee attack.
36 off my head, I think. 36.
6, yeah.
So
That's still
your
okay.
48 melee defense on Longbeards will hold that up for a considerable amount of time for sure. So what we need to do, so they also have access to chariots, they have access to good levels of cavalry, they have artillery, they have lots and lots of access to magic. So tell me about some of their legendary lords and tell me about some of their lords that they have.
So without DLC, they've only got Teclis and Tyrion, right? Oh no, and Elithanar.
Yes, and Elithanar.
For DLC.
And one more.
Uh,
He has a massive dragon.
Imric and Imric, right?
Yeah. Cool. So, which ones might be difficult to play against from those?
Don't really know.
So Elithanar is a bit of an artillery piece. He has lots of range. He has like 300 range, and he's a great like sniper. He can be good at shooting against artillery pieces. He can be good against shooting against heroes and lords. So he could be a bit of a pain to deal with. Actually, he can be a big pain. Imric comes with his dragon horn. He's an exceptional melee combatant, same as Tyrion. And Teclis, of course, is a magician, so he's gonna be very strong as well. He has like regrowth, net of Amantok. He's gonna have a bunch of great tools that he can use against the Dowie. So we got lots of things there. So we're gonna need some. They basically have great legendary lords, so we're gonna need something that could deal with them. So Thoric is a good counter. He can certainly thump against them pretty hard, and we can shoot them with the Master Engineer, right? So we've got two good tools there to deal with their legendary lords.
We can take Felix, right? Or is he counted as he's free LC, right?
He's FLC. We could do. Felix is he is quite expensive, but we could certainly take Felix. He will heal up both your characters.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's just a thought.
No, it's a great thought. It's a great thought. I don't see a problem with that. He cost 800 base cost, so his minimum cost is 800 if you take nothing on him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he still comes with his nice healing ability. So that comes with the Blood Oath, which means that he can heal units of characters around him, and healing for the dwarves is very, very good.
Yeah.
So if he fights alongside Thoric, he can certainly heal up Thoric whilst he fights. And
does he heal himself or no? Self-unit. Yeah, he heals himself as well, right?
I think he does. He can heal himself and two others in his 40-meter radius.
30, yeah.
Yeah, so I've seen, like, for example, Felix, Thoric Ironbrow, and Athenius before. Those guys go together, and they sort of, like, fight in, like, a group of three as, like, a Dowie Doom of Death, and they do pretty well. You know, you can use, for example, Rune of Speed or on the Trio Blob, and you could just thump through units. So we could certainly use him. So
I don't think I can ever give up the flash bomb under any circumstances in any build.
It is very, very good. It is very good. I think Felix would be good. I just think maybe not in this matchup.
That's cool.
But I think he definitely would be good against Skaven. He would be good against what else would he be good against? I think he could actually be good against Greenskins. Actually, yeah, I think he'd be good against.
What
Greenskins.
are you thinking? Like something that's got crappy infantry where he could actually heal himself in combat?
Yeah, or other factions that bring, say, multiple heroes. You know, where you can have a bit of hero support there. Where, you know, he might bring Grimgor, or he might bring some Black Orc big bosses that you have to kind of take down, as it were.
I've been noticing some of the other guys have been bringing a lot of heroes. Like a lot of them have been bringing 2 heroes.
For some of them, it is worth it, for sure. So tell me, if we've got White Lions, we've got good archers. So they've got cheap archers. They've also got Lothran Seaguard that have shields. How are we going to deal with these things, and how are we going to deal with chariots?
Well, I guess we need our Dragonback Slayers in there with our triple slows. Triple slows happening.
I think that's a very good call. Those three. I think it's a very good call for almost every build.
Yeah, I kind of think again. Oh, do you reckon I should? I don't know. I kind of think again. Maybe don't use the slayers against the chariots necessarily. No, we need something. You need something faster. I do like having the two slayers because then you got at
Yep.
least two units that can react, and they do stay around the whole game. So it's like even if there's only 10 of them left, they can kind of pin things or get in the way of something. And
Yeah, 100%. I am not against that. Oh yeah. By the way, don't be afraid to be wrong. I would rather you go with your gut and go, this is what I think is going to work. Do it, and if it doesn't work, you now know why it doesn't work, and if it does work, then we know, awesome, this is why it worked.
yeah,
So they're going to come with some heavily armored infantry that packs a punch. So we're going to want something that's going to punch back pretty hard, that is also going to put off their units that punch pretty hard. So what might be a great counter against, say, the white lines of Trace?
well, Thunderers, I guess, is good.
Thunderers will do great, yeah. So are we looking to win with the
Um,
infantry, or are we looking to win with the Thunderers, is the question.
Um,
That's entirely up
like,
to you. It's entirely up to you what you want to
I
do.
mean, if we could do like a melee build, I'd be up for that. Let's melee build it. What can we do for that? Just all like longbeards with great weapons or something,
You could go even 5 longbeards with great weapons if you wanted to.
and just get rid of. Well, maybe keep two thunderers still.
Yeah, keep 2 Thunderers.
So we got some,
Go maybe 5 longbeards with great weapons.
and then we'll put them in the back though, right? And maybe we have the front line of dwarf warriors or something. Would that be?
Yeah, we could go with front line of Dwarf Warriors. Dwarf Warriors might actually make a good back line. Or actually, no, they could make a good front line as well, actually. But they're
'Cause
gonna,
they're gonna have a lot of archers, aren't they? Probably. Oh, maybe
yeah,
not.
so what would be a good counter to archers? What in your roster is really good against archer fire?
Grudgeshaw, I guess maybe.
Grudge would be good. Maybe Quarrelers. Quarrelers,
Yeah.
pretty heavily armored, bronze shield, and they also have crossbows themselves. I think they're very good.
Well, could we even maybe switch out the warriors for quarrelers and just? I mean, quarrelers got shields. Like the warriors are mainly just there to absorb arrows. They're not really there to fight the white lions.
How much money have you got left?
Well, if I replace the dwarf warriors with quarrelers, that's it. Done.
Oh, right, I see. Okay, I would say 2 Quarrelers and 2 Thunderers would be great. And then probably invest into something else that could maybe protect maybe a cheaper unit that could protect your flank a little bit. Because you've got a good front line of Longbeards. You've got a good pocket of like Thunderers and Quarrelers. Back line is covered by your Slayers. Maybe 1 or 2 infantry units that could maybe cover your flanks. Yeah, I think that would be perfect. I think that would be a really good army.
Okay, this would be cool. I'm looking forward to using some super slow dwarf infantry. That'd be cool.
How much money have you got left?
200, 215.
215. So it depends if you wanted to. You could bring a cannon if you wanted to. So you could maybe trade a Thunderer for a cannon if you wanted to. I'm not saying you shouldn't. You could otherwise bring the Goblobber. You can maybe just bring a normal Grudge Thrower if you wanted to. Just if you want to have superiority with range. Now they also, what artillery pieces do they have?
They've only got the elf crossbow.
The Eagle Claw Bolt Throwers, yeah.
Indeed.
They're very good at sniping out other artillery with their single bolt shots. They're very, very good at it. I would say they're the closest in the game to sniping out as well as cannons. So, for example, the one thing about this matchup is if they go for crossbows, and you have to go to them, they can generally outtrade, say, 1 or 2 cannons. So it's the whole mindset of, am I going 3 cannons expecting 2 crossbows, or am I going 2 cannons expecting 2, 2 expecting 1, 4 expecting 3? You know, it's a bit of a mind game there. Like, what are we expecting here in this matchup?
Yeah. So what about if we take no artillery and we just run at them?
Exactly. So that is another way we can do it. So we can go, do you know what? Screw it. We're not going to play in these mind games. We're just going to bring a front line and we're going to come at you. And I don't hate that. The thing will be is you'll have to keep your box nice and tight. And then, of course, we'll have to fight our way through that front line and try and get into the back. Yeah, so we could do that. So with your extra 200, or what you could do, it's up to you. You could drop the firing of Torre and then pick up a unit of miners as a bit of a spare infantry if you wanted to. or we could,
Alright, yeah, that sounds good.
or we could upgrade our Longbeards and then bring the ROR. We could then bring the Grumbling Guard if you wanted to. Which are
What do they give us?
They give you added vigor in the front line and extra melee stats. So they give you, if you put the best stats from Longbeards and the best stats from Longbeard Great Weapons together, that basically is your Grumbling Guard. So you get 48 melee defense with the Longbeards, but you get 34 weapon strength with armor piercing with your Great Weapons. You get both of those combos for the Grumbling Guard. That could also be something nice that could help you front line, but it's up to you. If you think that, I think maybe adding an extra unit minus could be nice. Yeah, I think this could work nicely.
All right, well, it'd be good to try something different, totally different, anyway.
Yeah. Are we ready?
Yeah, I just got to spend my. There we go. All right,
Perfect.
I've got a chevron.
Perfect. All right, are you happy with this? Oh,
Yep.
I've just realised. Would you want? Are you still happy with your 3 spells? Are they the ones you're going to keep? You're happy with those, or do you want to change any of them around, or are you all good?
Yeah, I don't really think I'm going to end up using anything else.
Yeah.
I don't really like any of those spells. Yeah, I don't really like any of the runes. Do you ever use any of them? Can you sell it to me?
Let me think. So I was only asking if you wanted to. I never used the Rune of Open Steel. I don't particularly think it's worth it. Rune of Negation can be really nice on Slayers sometimes. I'll maybe talk about it to you in another time, but they can be used quite nicely because that's damage resistance. Rune of Breaking can be quite good if you've got, for example, Slayers that you want to get a bit of extra AP based off of damage, and they also do armor sundering, so it means you just remove some of their armor. So it could be quite nice to maybe pop on top of the Dragonback Slayers if they were chopping down a heavily armored chariot. You could use that there to buff those, but you can only use that on one unit. I think the Rune of Speed is better in my personal opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
I think Rune of Slowness and Rune of Speed are the best runes you can bring. Yeah. I just wondered if you want to try anything else, but if you're happy, let's do it.
Yep. All right, let's do it.
Sweet, dude. I'll see you on the other side then.
Okay, catch you later.
All right, I think we're ready. Logic, what is the next faction for Mercy? Lizard or Brett are fun. I've also got to do something that Mercy wants to do. So we went through all of the factions, and we whittled it down to 4 factions. So I said, give me your 2 favorites. Your favorite one to use and your favorite one thematically. His favorite one thematically was Empire, and his favorite one to use, like his best one to use. Oh, I've got it on the wrong map, but that's okay. His favorite one to use, like for the best, was Dark Elves, and then the third one was Dowie. So for me, Dowie's my best. He's doing really well with Dowie. It's really friendly here for him. So we can certainly. We came down to those 3, which was Dark Elves, Empire, and Dowie. So we have those 3 if we want them. I was hoping to maybe teach him greenskins. I'm much better with greenskins than I am anything else after Dowie. Dark Elves I play quite a bit as well. But we can try Empire. I'm not brilliant with Empire, I'll be honest, but we certainly can use it. So 2 Eagle Claw Bolt Throws here for no K, no gain. Just like here we have 4 of the archers as well in the front. Let me just see if I can message him. We'll just leave it actually. We'll just see what happens. In the back here, we are going to have 5 units of White Lines of Trace. So kind of predicted that. I didn't expect him to go that many archers, but he's got quite a bit. Lawmaster of Hearth is really nice. Earthblood, Harmonic Convergence, and the Lawmaster's Cloak giving magic resistance. That's a bit of a strange one. Maybe it's just going to help protect against Thoric. Don't know quite the understanding behind that. But Swordmasters of Hearth in the back, 2 units for the anti-infantry. Very nice. The Bolt Throwers will do some work in the beginning, but Lithanar as well is the choice. Okay, so Lithanar's a nice choice. He's an artillery piece, 300 range, good armor piercing. The Moonbow as well as slippery. So, good choices. Yeah, good choices. Looks like he's going to square up in the middle. He's going to be ready to go. We can see here the Longbeards in the back. We see the Slayers on the flanks, and then we can see some Dwarf Warriors in the front ready to go. We have double Thunderers, double Quarrelers. This is a nice build. It's going to be interesting to see what he does with that. Master Engineer is ready to go. I want to see him getting some pop shots into LFNR. Or I've just realised... Oh, yeah. No, never mind. Lore Master of Health. I was about to say, I've just realised there is no magic, but then I realised the Lore Master is. So we've got Sotek in today. I'm going to call this guy Sotek. Sotek's going to be in and around. He's going to be doing his thing. Yeah. Hey, Pantelanard! How are we doing, buddy? Thank you very much for the game earlier, my friend. I really appreciate that. That was a super fun game. So it looks like we are going to be rotating, trying to push through. We do have a couple of trees here in the middle that could potentially get in the way of some of the fire here from the cannons. But yeah, what's your thoughts so far, Pantelanard? If you enjoyed this, what do you think about the... Hey, Elvis, how you doing, buddy? I know, right, Matt? You Skaven, disgusting stuff. But what's your guys' thoughts been so far? Have you been enjoying this process? I know it's a bit slow, but of course I'm just trying to teach. Thorek there is getting whacked quite a bit. He might have to juke back and forward. He might have to, come this direction, then come back a little bit, and then go in this direction as he's kind of like coming forward. Just a little bit of jukey here in the front line. Both throws are missing just a little bit, but some nice juking. He's going to take a couple to the face, but it means the rest of the army isn't getting shot. So white lines are now having to come forward. We can see here that they're all for eyes. I wouldn't mind seeing the Slayers actually come around the outside and put a little bit of pressure here on these bad boys. Get these Slayers in around the back as well. So if we're going to get a little bit aggressive, get in there. And then looks like we're going to be putting some pressure on the archers in the front. Archers are going to have to be careful. No cavalry as well, which is really bold. But as we can see here, we are going to see the boys coming forward. Thunderers are in position, ready to smash into that front line. You can see the miners are going down. We kind of want to see the Rune of Doom here at this point coming in from MercyTheMad. If the Rune of Doom can come downtown pretty quickly, that could be great. Not too sure. Looks like the Thunderers are going to be shooting down the flanks here. They're going to be coming after this unit. The Rune of Doom goes down. That's excellent work there coming in from Mercy. Really good. Wouldn't mind seeing him getting in the front and getting involved a little bit. He is very damaged, though, is the problem. Keeping him in and around the streets is nice. It gives a lot of negation there. We have Corals in the back. We also have the Master Engineer. Get him into the pocket. Thunder is going to be shooting in the front here up against the white lines. Flash bomb going down as well. Thunder is going to be getting some pop shots. Slayers, look at that. Slayers in the middle. Great stuff. Slayers now going to be pushing into the back and start shutting down some of these archers. We're going to be shooting over the top up against the Thunderers. Quarrers are in. Could we shoot the Quarrers into the back here on the archers, though, is the question. Thorek is going to be nice and close to us. We have two units of Longbeards on top of each other here. Oh, nice. We saw the Rune in the back there destroying the archers. That's going to really break up their lines and stop them from shooting. Quarrels are going to be fighting in the front. They are going to engage the white lines. White lines will chew through pretty quickly. Swordmasters of Hoeth have dumpstered here up against the Longbeard Great Weapon. So now we need to start firing with the Thunderers. Quarrels are going to be dropping. Longbeards are going to be beating here up against the White Lions. It looks like here over the top, we do have the Slayers in the back and they are shutting down the archers. Looks like they have pushed through here, unfortunately. We are going to get a heal on top of the White Lines. Overcasted for a bit of extra added oomph. And we are losing for the front line here with a lot of Longbeards. These two over in the pocket is a little bit unfortunate on the right-hand side. You can go for flank overload, but you've lost the middle pocket where we've got Thunderers losing, Quarrels getting pressured, and some more in the back. Master Engineer's kind of been in the middle, not doing so much. I wouldn't mind seeing him getting here a little bit more in the middle and putting some pressure here on Elefnar. Elefnar's going to be shooting into Thorek. We do have Slayers in the back shutting down the archers, so some great work there. And now if we can get the Slayers in the back here on top of the bolt throwers, that would also be optimal. Longbeards are going to break. They might return here in the back pocket. We're not too sure. Longbeards are going to be chasing off at this point. Forget about them. Start coming into the middle and putting some more pressure. Banter power is going to be in the higher favour. They've kind of dealt with the majority of the force here. And, yeah, it's unfortunate. Swordmasters are very, very strong. But Slayers are in the back. They're now going to be shutting down the Eagle Claw. That's great stuff. Thorek is getting decimated in this pocket. He is getting moved. Looks like it is going to be another Earthblood here, I think. Nope, it's going to be the Rune of Speed as we get the Longbeards fighting up against the Lawmaster. Thorek is wavering. He is getting shot here. It's looking pretty hard for him at this moment. In the front here, we can see Dwarf Warriors, great weapons as well, fighting in the middle. That is going to be army losses. GG's and well played here to Mr. No Cane, No Gain. Great high elf build indeed. So we are going to have the Slayers down the bottom, and they're just going to be cleaning out all the archers. So they should be able to clean out pretty nicely there, and then they've broken quite a lot. They got in the back and did the damage, but of course the High Elves were able to hold off enough and do all the work. Yeah, it's great experience for Mercy to experience why the High Elves are one of the things I'm going to be telling him to ban. Hey, Dr. Jellyfish, how are we? Yes. Hi, Dr. Jellyfish. This is, if you don't know what this is, I enjoyed it a lot against Mercy. Great game. I loved his repositioning and the beginning of the battle and historic. Yeah, it was really great. He played really, really well. And for you, Dr. Jellyfish, this is a matchup where this is a brand new player here in the community that I'm coaching to play in this weekend's tournament. He's never played before yesterday, and 8 of us content creators are getting together to get 8 brand new players to play each other on Saturday. So yes.
Ouch.
Hey, dude, how you doing?
Yeah, that didn't work at all. That was terrible.
Yes. So there was part of this that I kind of I knew this was going to be a bit of a painful experience. This is probably the second worst matchup in the full game for Dowie. This is probably the worst matchup in this tournament, I think. This is a really, really hard one for the Dowie.
That's not good.
So tell me about your
So
thoughts.
this will be my band then, High Elf band. You want to play in Dowie?
So this is why I wanted to get this experience for you, so you can see how an unfavored matchup feels like.
It was horrible. The fucking straight away the bolt throwers were shooting Thorak. I mean, I could have dodged a little bit, but I was still aware that I was going to be even dodging as best as I could. I would still be taking like 50% of the damage, and so I tried to get him into those trees, which did actually work. They stopped shooting him as much once you get over there, but then as soon as they got a target on him again, it was like blah again, and the White Lions just chewed through my whole front line. My range was useless. I couldn't shoot anything because as soon as the White Lions got into melee with my Longbeards, I didn't have any targets anymore, and it was just like everything didn't work. Basically, it was just like it was fucked.
So this is a matchup we'll go through very, very quickly. We'll do what we did before. I'm just going to go through it on a little bit of a faster speed, and we'll talk about the matchup a little bit. But yes, as you saw there, the White Lions they just don't die. It's very, very tough. There is actually a way to deal with this force, but without a lot of practice, which is why this is one of the ones you're going to be banning, or I would advise you to ban. Without a lot of practice, this kind of matchup is going to be very, very difficult for you to learn in such a short period of time. White Lions and Sword Masters, you saw the Sword Masters just didn't get touched. 1.5k on one, and they got 880 on the other. We got 600, 300, 700, 950, and 600 on the White Lions. Archers in at 500, 670, and 400 with 480 for the last. And the bolt throwers at 850 and 700 and 950 for Elithanar with 350 for the Lord Master of Hoeth. So even their caster has anti-infantry and armor piercing. So this was pretty much almost an entire armor piercing build apart from 4 units of archers.
What was Elithanar shooting, do you know?
Thoric.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thoric still got 500. I really liked your Rune of Doom abilities. You got them in. Nice and early doors. You did really great there. Your guy still got values. As you can see, 880 for the Longbeards, double Chevron. The rest kind of struggled a little bit. 615 for the Slayers, 1,000 for the Dragonbacks, 330, 140 for the Quarrelers. We got 350 and 200 for the Thunderers, but you saw when they punched through the middle, and you saw that your range was you just kind of had to drop with your range, and you're like, I have nothing to protect this.
Yeah, pretty much the middle. Yeah, it was no good. Like I was hoping to use the Thunderers to shoot the White Lions, but they didn't have enough time to shoot them before they were in melee, and then once they're in melee, I couldn't really shoot them, and it was just like blah. I guess the only thing that did kind of work was going around the flanks with the Slayers and getting into the archers. I killed 2 units of archers and one of their equal bolt throwers, but you know that was it. The rest of my army just collapsed basically. Rough.
Right, so I'm going to drop out again, and we're going to very quickly go through that replay. So if I go on to here and I share my screen again for you, so everyone at home can see, and then you can see on the Discord. Battles replays, and then we're gonna watch that replay. Tell me when you can see the replay.
Sorry, just trying to find.
No problem.
Maybe.
Are you able to jump onto my live stream or able to see it in Discord?
I've got Discord up, but I'm not. I don't know if I'm maybe not clicking the right thing or something.
It should just be in our chat where the phone call is.
That's me sharing your screen.
Let me see if I stop streaming that and I'll try it again. Share my screen. Screen 1, go live.
Watch stream? Oh, here we go.
Yes. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Cool.
So if we play, so if you can see the setup, tell me about the setup that you see here for no K, no gain. What do you see in his front line?
Archers?
Yeah. So he's gone with his archer front line. Why do you think he might have led with an archer front line?
Because he didn't care if they died.
So they've got 180 meters of range, which means they outrange all of your quarrelers and all of your thunderers. So his plan was to shoot your front line as it comes in. His plan was to do as much damage on the approach as he could before you hit the front line. And then what he did, you'll see his front line kind of comes forwards like so, and then just kind of sits in front of his archers. So basically, you can't shoot his white lines, and he's only got to worry about his archers at this point. Bolt throwers are shooting, so we'll go through and we'll get a nice good juicy skip here. So you can see Thoric's getting shot, but you did some nice juking. You did some really nice juking. So what I really like here is you kind of angled yourself to meet up the force quite nicely. So we have Slayers here. What I was hoping, and you did do it, was to get the Slayers around the outside, which you did, because this is going to come forward. So as you'll see, so you can see the front lines coming forward. You're pushing here. You're getting your Thunderers into good angles. I believe there was also a little bit of terrain. Was there a little bit of terrain? There was a little bit. There wasn't too much, I don't think. No, your Thunderers would have been fine there. Cool. One thing about Thunderers as well, they can also struggle to, of course, shoot over. But you've got a nice angle, actually. You've got a nice angle. But yeah, you're charging quite nicely with the Slayers here. You're charging into the front. His archers have dropped and now are coming forward with his white lines. He didn't get too much damage off you, but I think his hope was to shoot the Dragonback Slayers, etc. And he's done some lovely work on Thoric. Thoric gets into the trees, and you do some nice work there to kind of like protect him, and hope like a lot of the shots kind of hit the trees. But your priorities here, your threats are, well, I tell you what, you tell me what are your threats here on the battlefield. So we can see the battlefield now. You've got Ruin of Doom, it's looking lovely. What's your threats here on the battlefield?
Yeah, so I was floundering around here. It was like the white lions. I was trying to shoot them so that I didn't have to 1v1 them with my longbeards. But then I kind of like couldn't get any shots because they're all now covered up by my longbeards. And I did see the swordmasters, but I don't know if I targeted them properly or what. But
okay.
the sword. But yeah, I was panicking kind of because I had the swordmasters, but then I also got these bolt throwers still constantly shooting into Thorak at the same time. And
so you got the two of the eagle claws and two of the swordmasters of Hoeth. They're kind of your four priorities, along with Eliphanar. Because Eliphanar will just do chip damage all day against Thorik. He will do really well there. So here with your Thunderers, the target would predominantly be the swordmasters if you can. I saw that here you tried to shoot into. You can see that red line. You tried to shoot into the white lines.
Yeah, but then I eventually realized that wasn't really going to work.
And you can see here he's got healing, so he's going to be healing there with the Earthblood. So 627 worth of healing whilst fighting up against your Longbeards.
Okay, so that's
he had a bit of sneaky healing with his Lawmaster and some harmonic convergence, so he could buff up the front line, and he can also do pretty well himself in combat. So it's a really nice pick there from the Lawmaster. So you're kind of engaging the front line. You've got miners here fighting up against white lines. What would have been better is to kind of get your miners through the middle and then have your longbeards fight this fight. Because then the miners can get in and around the back and start shutting down this range, or, kind of put some more pressure on the back line.
Yeah, that was a bit of a mess as well. That part, that middle, like I didn't really
Yeah.
target everyone properly. Like some of them at Longbeards I think didn't charge, and like and like I almost had my Thunderers and my Quarrelers like charging in until I had to quickly like grab them all and try to organize them.
It's really tough being the aggressor, especially when you are a slow faction like this, right? Where you can't always pick your engagements. So one thing I noticed in the trees, you've got 2 units of nice Longbeards here. Really stacked on top of each other. If you'd had a point, which it is tough. It is tough while you're trying to micro, but if you'd had 5 of those fighting here in the front line in the middle pocket, it would have really held up this pocket a little bit longer for your Thunderers and the rest to get some... oh, look at that. That was a moonbow shot going straight down the flank there of your very unfortunate Thunderers. Yeah, and what I was hoping for your Slayers is for them not to fight up against White Lions, because it's not particularly too great for them. If they'd been able to get around the side and then kind of get onto these archers, that would have been great, and then you could have moved your Longbeards in to fight and kind of keep these busy.
Yeah, I realized that. I did eventually do that, I think, but
Yeah.
I switched it over, sort of thing. But yeah, it was sort of too late. Yeah.
But you did really well here. I love this play. You can see just a few units got caught, so they came back, but you were able to push them in the back in the end. So a couple of comments from my guys were like, "Oh yeah, Mercy's got a few too many Slayers." I'm like, "That's fine, guys. That's fine. Like 1 unit Slayers is fine, but of course they're very susceptible to getting shot here just by these archers. These archers just do ground and pound here on the Slayers." So for me, Slayers aren't that cost efficient in this matchup, even though they are great. They're not always perfect, but it's a really tough thing to answer. But same here for the Dwarf Warriors. Having a heavily armored unit with no AP fighting up against a heavily armored unit with AP is never going to kind of like, as like a cost efficiency point of view, is never going to be great for them. So it's just another one of, if they were able to pull out and put some more pressure through, and then your Longbeards were able to get on and do a bit of a fight, then that also would have been, just a slight more bit of like optimization, as it were. So what we did really well here from the side of No Cane, No Gain, I loved this, by the way, in the back here. I loved this. This was really great. With your Rune of Rathabrut, and you just really blew up his archers.
Cockmonkey's like old F4 and fight it again. Now that we've got that knowledge.
But yeah, it's the miners and the Dwarf Warriors, if they were able to like kind of get around the outside and put some pressure on the back, whilst your Longbeards did the fight in the middle, that would have been a little bit better, I think. And then just get your Quarrelers to put some pressure on their archers as well, or maybe even shooting over the top on the Eagle Claw. But as you can see here, this is where the battle fell apart. You've now broken here, and here. And that middle pocket section sort of here was kind of like, that's where it fell apart. They had Sword Masters and 2 of the White Lions that are pretty healthy. See, these ones had Harmonic Convergence to like buff up the middle. So they kind of just sadly deleted your Dwarf Warriors. But and that's when you just saw your Thunderers kind of running away and Quarrelers and just not shooting. And your Master Engineer was kind of just, he's a little bit by the trees. He just be hanging out. But yeah, hopefully that helped explain things a little bit more as to like maybe why that battle didn't go quite as well as you planned. Did this help or not so much?
So what should I have done? Probably is more simpler way of putting it. What would you have done?
I would have tried to reorganize my units on approach to organize the Slayers and the Dwarf Warriors and Miners to go more around the outside, whilst the middle pocket is held by the Longbeards, where they can fight up against Sword Masters and White Lions. And then I would have tried to reposition my Quarrelers to shoot onto their archers, and just put some pressure on the back line so they can't keep shooting my Slayers. With Thoric, I would have just kept juking and trying to get him into the front line to fight. I definitely would have got him to fight up against the Sword Masters where I can. Buff up the front line.
Really? Because I was sort of afraid of the Sword Masters because of their armor piercing and stuff. I thought they would just surround him, and because he's large, there were like 10 of them.
They pay a lot for anti-infantry.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think and also Thoric has good like physical resistance. He was going to get shot by the bolt throwers, but I think it's a tough one. So the other thing as well is like we didn't go with any artillery, so of course you had to go to him. But if it was the other way around, then you would have had a bit more of a defensive structure. But yeah, I thought it'd be like a good match to kind of like show you how fighting an elite corps of infantry can be different, because not everything's super wide, and sometimes elite infantry could just absolutely punch through the dowie, and then kind of when that line falls, it's not so easy to protect your slow, like backline middle corps range.
It's definitely.
But you played well, like considering a matchup you had no idea about, you played well, like you still put on a good performance, so I wouldn't worry about that at all. And like being that you're being aggressive, that's more things to factor into your micro as well. So, you know, not only you're not having to defend and react, you're actually having to be the engager. You are forcing these engagements on your opponent and trying to put him under pressure with a slow force.
Yeah. Should we try and get one more in?
Sorry?
Should we try and get one more in before?
Yeah, perfect. I was thinking we could try against Skaven next.
That's good.
Perfect. Cool. So if I get you back in, and then we'll also invite. We should.
Maloan, yeah, training's going well. I've had a couple of victories, but I've also been learning humility.
I think you've won more than you've lost today. I think.
I think I've won two, maybe 1-2, lost 2. Or something. I'm not sure. That felt. Oh, maybe I've won.
You've won 5, lost.
It felt bad when I lost that, so I feel like I hadn't lost in a while, so I'd forgotten what it felt like, and I was like, "Yeah, it feels bad, man. It feels bad."
Yeah, it does. It does. It's not always great when you lose, and that's why sometimes it's hard to say GG sometimes. But no, you played well, dude. You played really well, and I think you've won 5, lost 1 today. By the way,
is it Pathetic Enterprise that I just played? Oh no, he's just
no Kane, no gain is who you played.
No Kane, no gain. Yeah, no worries. Thanks a lot, no Kane, no gain. Sorry, I didn't say good game at the time. I'm not a sore loser. I just don't know how to work the computer. But yeah, thanks for the game, man. Very good battle.
All right, so let me just double check the map we're on. We are on.
A faction I can't play. Oh no, he's not happy about playing Skaven with no DLC units.
That's nice. Perfect. So, Mercy, if you jump back in with me, because I had to leave, and then we'll get Cyrus back in.
Doc Karaz or Oakenhammer?
It should be on Karaz, the map.
There's 0 out of 2 in Doc Karaz, but there's 1 out of 2 in Oakenhammer.
Yeah, if you join the 0 out of 2 one.
The which one? Oh, the 0 out of 2.
Yeah. There we go. You're in. Nice. So we're going to be playing against Skaven. So why don't you try and build a build for Skaven and let me know what you're thinking. What does Skaven do well? What does Skaven do not so well? Let me know your thoughts.
They've got lots of chaff. Maybe this is a good time to try our miners with blasting charges thing.
I would think so, definitely.
Yeah. We're definitely going to go for our fire in a Ring of Thori this time. We'll get to do some good work with that, I'm sure. We probably don't need our Rune of that. Master, yeah, we'll keep that. Yeah, I know. I mean, mostly low armor, very low morale. They have Plague Claw catapults, says Nick. Oh shit, yeah, I hate Plague Claw catapults. What are Plague Claw catapults armor piercing? I feel like they just do terrifying damage to everything.
Plague Claw catapults. Yes, they are armor piercing, yes.
Yes. Do they outrange my cannons? Cannons are 440 range.
400 range, I think. Yes, they have 400 range.
Yeah. So would it be worthwhile maybe going like double cannon and trying to snipe their artillery?
It definitely could be, yeah. Yeah.
I feel like we're going to need a lot of front line to try to keep them off us, because they're going to have a lot of crap.
Yeah, so you could definitely go like the Dwarf Warrior front line with some miners in behind. And then maybe think about doing double cannon, making sure they come to you. Because like the other game, he took 2 bolt throws. You could maybe force him to come to you. And you'll still have things you can shoot, I'm sure.
I suppose that's the thing though. Once the double cannons have killed his artillery, then we aren't going to have much to shoot after that, I guess. Yeah.
Just shoot
I mean,
infantry.
we're supposed to shoot his lord, I guess.
Yeah, they'll also have like rat ogres and things like that, don't they? So you can certainly shoot those things.
Yeah, true. Okay. We probably don't need thunderers as much, I guess. They don't have as much heavy armor. Like most of the stuff's not that armored, right? Should we move some more corralers?
We could take a couple of corridors. They do have some units that do have stalk, but we could definitely go more heavily infantry if you wanted to, for sure.
Oh, they don't have any flyers, so we can get our brimstone gun back in there, yeah?
Yes, I was so happy you were going to say that. So normally they would not be good in this game because they normally come with Warlock Giselles, but they don't have them. I need to tell my opponent. You need to tell your opponent that they're DLC only, please.
3/4 of the Skaven roster is DLC. Yeah, the Skaven have got a lot of DLC, that's for sure.
They are super dependent on their DLC. Yes, I know this is going to be hard for you, Cyrus. I know, but it's. Oh, they should be.
So Pathetic Enterprise has got to fight with like both hands tied behind his back, basically. He's just gonna be headbutting only in this fight.
Oh, so some of these definitely are DLC. Some of these definitely came with a DLC, I know 100%, but they've not been crossed out on the sheet, so I guess they can be used.
Oh, okay, from the thing from Creative Assembly.
Yeah. CA
What
Ducks
sort of
sent
thing? What sort of units are you talking about?
it. You know I can't tell you that.
Aren't I allowed to look at the sheet?
You could look at the sheet. Yeah. I can't tell you what units he's brought though.
No, I'm saying which units are the ones that you were saying that you thought were DLC, but that aren't according to CA.
Death Runners and like Assassins. Because I thought they came with Deathmaster Snicket.
Shadow and Blade.
Yeah.
Maybe they were free LC that came alongside. Yeah, because they quite often have like one free LC hero sometimes as well. Like the High Elf hero is a free LC hero, even though it came out at the same time as the High Elf.
I'll say he can keep them for now, because if they're on the list, then they're on the list. I'll talk to Ducky afterwards. It's a bit strange, but yeah, Skaven are kind of screwed without these elements. To be quite honest, for the majority, they're the faction that relies on their DLC a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see what we got so far. So how much money have we got left?
2,900. I'm kind of thinking, do I want the double cannons? Maybe because I got the gyrocopter, I only need one cannon. Maybe. I don't know.
It's up to you. It's really, really up to you. Because of course you do have the brimstone gun. So it really depends if you. I mean, you could just go single cannon if you want. It just depends if you think you're going to win the artillery fight with the cannon and the brimstone gun.
Yeah, I don't know. I want the double cannon. Yeah, I really don't want to be taking plate core catapult shots the whole battle. Like that's not an option. Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I'll also.
Well, let's take more cannons. We'll take 5 cannons. We'll just like make sure that we.
Also, here's a good tip for you. You know, when you press space, you can see how far your units can shoot, or like what angle they're facing. Make sure that the edge of your cannon is to the line of their deployment zone, because therefore you can use the maximal amount of range of your cannons. That's what I would recommend.
Yes, right. I get what you're saying. So don't set up within the range because then you're not. Yeah, they
Yeah,
get it. Yeah,
because
If
then
you're expecting them to-
obviously then there's longer for them to get from where they are to you, and you're going to be shooting them the whole time for the maximal amount of time. So,
Yeah.
what are you going to target with your cannons if they don't have any cavalry? For example, rat ogres. What are you going to target? What would you say the next priority should be?
Probably like their lord, I guess.
Okay, what if their lord is really small?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess whatever the biggest thing is that they've got, or the most heavily armored thing, or the most expensive thing.
There we go.
Maybe
Most
the
expensive
smallest on
thing,
the
or
registries.
some range, or something like that. Yeah, that's what I would recommend. Just target the next most expensive thing and just try and destroy it. That's what I would recommend.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. Do you want? It's like it's better to just get both the cannons like taking out one target at a time, sort of together, rather than spreading it
So
around.
here's another interesting fact for you. If you are going to shoot your cannons into artillery, make sure they're shooting different artillery pieces if there are multiple. The reason being, when artillery fire, they always fire at the middle piece first. So what happened if
Yeah.
you fire two of the same cannons at the same artillery? All 6 shots will hit the middle artillery, or they'll aim for the middle artillery, which means you'll be wasting shots there. So make sure you spread your shots out when you're fighting against artillery. Otherwise, in general, if you hit something with artillery, 9 times out of 10 you're going to knock it over. So having multiple fire on the same infantry is not going to be optimal. So I would say have them targeted on different units. I would say do a lot of
Yeah.
damage to one infantry, bring it down to 3/4, maybe half health, and then move on to the next target. Try and really whittle down that army, get that damage in, get that negative to leadership across the army as a wide faction, for sure.
Yeah.
So what we could do, you could bring in maybe. I think you just go cheap and wide with a couple of elite units, maybe like 2 units of longbeards, maybe a couple of extra blasting charges, maybe some more dwarf warriors. Because if you think about their infantry in general, do you think clan rats can beat dwarf warriors?
No.
I probably wouldn't think so. So I don't think we're going to need much more elite than dwarf warriors. I don't think so. Most of their infantry is pretty light armored. The only thing you would maybe have to worry about is storm vermin. So sword and shield don't have AP, but the halberds do. But the halberds also pay for anti-large, so they can also struggle. So yeah, I think that I think maybe, and it's entirely up to you. What do you think you'd like to do next on the build?
Should we give Felix a try, maybe?
Certainly.
Try the hero thing. But
I
I don't want
actually-
to take the thing.
I actually like Thanes in this matchup. So
Just
you could
get rid of the engineer, you reckon? Or just take the Thane and the engineer?
what you could do is you could take the Thane and, for example, Felix is really glass cannon though. He's compared to the Dowie, he's really glass cannon. But you could take a Thane alongside if you wanted to. It's entirely up to you if you want to try some things. I'd say you've got the really great beginning of a build here for sure. You could take a naked Thane and use him to protect the Master Engineer this game if you want. Give him a bit of support.
That sounds pretty good.
What else would you like to take? Then maybe go a bit more cheap infantry, maybe.
Kind of like to take 2 more quarrelers, just so it had lots of quarrelers.
Cool. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Of course, you've got 2 cannons as well, and some gyrocopter brimstone guns. How much does that leave you with? And yeah, do you know what? I think that looks amazing in that build.
Yeah.
That looks even more amazing.
I guess we could just go normal miners. Full 20 stack.
Yeah, we have a very, very strong army here. So, or if you wanted to, did you want to try out the Ukra miners for a game? See what they're like?
Yeah, so just get rid of them and take them instead.
So you could add those in. How much money do you have left over?
240.
240. What we could do is
I drop one of the correlers for another blasting charges and another normal mana.
perfect. Yeah, we give that a go. I think that looks good. I think that actually looks amazing. I think this is going to be really, really strong. Yeah.
All right, let's do it.
Amazing. All right, so I'm ready when you are. And I think, yep, he's ready as well. So let's do this.
Right. Let's just see what we can put. Yeah.
Are you saying GG's already? That's bold, Mercy.
I mean,
I'm
GL. Yeah,
only joking, dude. I'm only joking. All right, let's do this, man. Good luck. Have fun.
I still need to practice my my courtesy.
All right, see you on the other side, dude.
No, isn't. See you later.
All right, yeah. I think that... yeah, I kind of want Mercy to bring a couple of... Hey, how we going? Go full fire build. God. What are you saying? What are you saying, Hammond? What are you trying to do here? Why change lobbies? Hank, I had to leave. I had to leave to go over the video with Mercy, and then I had to come back. Oh, yep, ready, yep. Yeah. Yo, thank you very much, Mark. Yeah, you'll see my Discord down there with him. I don't know if this is going to be the last game. I think this might be the last game. I think we played quite a bit today. We've been through quite a lot of discussions. Yeah, Dr. Jellyfish. Yeah, I think so too. I think either banning High Elves or banning Dark Elves could be really strong. Alrighty, so here for the Skaven today. We are going to be having the Death Globadiers, Poison Wind Globes, as well as some more Globadiers. So the bad boys with the AP and the magic damage. Of course, now we have lots of magic resistance. Death Runners in the front here, Anti-Infantry, Armor Piercing, and Weeping Blades here. So that's going to be negative 50% armor, so very strong. We are going to be having the Clan Rats and the Skaven Spears dotted around the pockets. And we're also here going to be having, I believe there it is going to be the Clan of Vulcan Tail Slashers. Flaming Swords here, so they are going to do that fire damage. They also can have fire resistance of 70%, but they can get slammed pretty hard here in the front. These bad boys, pretty decent stats here for Clan Rats for sure. In the middle, we are going to be having Lord Skrulk. So Lord Skrulk is going to be the Lord choice here. He's going to be having the Liber Barbonicus, as well as the Rod of Corruption. Stand Your Ground, the Vermintide, Pestilence Breath, and the Aura of Pestilence. In the middle here, we are going to have the Double Assassin. Double Assassins here are really, really great. They are going to be having the Rival High Talisman, Slippery, as well as the Assassin's Trophy and Concealment Bombs. We are going to be having Concealment Bombs, Assassin's Trophy, Rival High Talisman, and Slippery yet again. So great sniping potential there indeed. Let's have a look here. For the Dow, we are going to have double cannons here in the back. We're also going to be having Thoric Ironbrow, a Naked Thane, and also here the Master Engineer. Master Engineer will be having the Flash Bomb, Firing Artillery, and also the Restock. Gyrocopters in the sky. We're also going to be having a bunch of miners here in the front, with it looks like here's some Dwarf Warriors as well. Quarrier's going to be ready to go, going to be ready to shoot, with some Dwarf Warriors here on the flanks, and in the back we are going to have some miners. This looks particularly strong. It should be interesting to see. If we have a little look, you can see that they're going to be on the outside of the deployment zone, so they're going to be ready to shoot. These boys will have Stalk here with the Death Runner, so if they hit hard on the flank, it could be very, very tough. Mercy's not going to be expecting this. This is certainly going to come around, and unless Osiris does make a mistake, if he does a nice wide angle and plays it patient, he should be able to get into the back here and really start causing some havoc here into this pocket. Perfect. So, of course, here, what Mercy's going to see is he's going to see this element of the army. He's not going to see this. So this is where the predominant of his focus is going to be. Now, he wouldn't expect to see Death Runners here, because when you do play a lot of sort of single player all the time, there are these forces that you just kind of wouldn't expect to normally see, because they're not always that great. Pretty excited for this battle. Gyro Spam would be nasty against this Skaven build. Indeed, it would be very nasty. But I want Mercy to learn that with the Gyrocopters. He's going to realise there's nothing here to combat his Gyrocopters. So number-wise, it's going to be 1,000 against 1,400. So it's going to be a lot more here for the enemy. But we have blasting charges and just bucket loads of infantry here in the front line. And you can see we've got 2 thick layers here that's going to be protecting up against the quarrelers in the middle. Triple quarrelers, and the double cannons are going to really be grounding and pounding here in the front line. Cannons going to be shooting into the Skaven slaves, and they're going to be deleting a lot of that infantry. It's going to be wide, it's going to be cheap, and it's certainly going to be painful. So the boys, they're going to be moving in, trying to see if we get some aggression here, maybe towards the back, maybe shooting up against the death globes. Ooh, I think that might have been a cannon shot there up against Skrull. He took a cannon to the face. He's also not going to be able to see here these hidden units. Now, sadly, because the gyrocopters are over this side, he's not going to scout these out, which is a bit of a shame there. He's not going to see them. Cannons are going to be firing into the front. They are going to be shooting here into the middle, deleting some of the infantry here, going after some of the range. We are going to hit in the back up against the poison wind globes. So we're going to be shooting here up against the heavily armored poison wind globes. They actually have 100 armor, so getting shot here with the beautiful brimstone guns is going to be some very nice work indeed. Assassins are moving forward. They're a little bit eager right here. They don't want to get spotted. Master Engineer is close by. Cannon shooting downtown. They're going to be hitting here into the back. Cheap. These poison wind mortars are cheap. They're 500 cost, so you're not going to be seeing too much return in value. But 25 kills already here and 20 from the second unit doing some nice work. This is a problem. We can see this hasn't been spotted yet. It is going to come around and it is going to cause some havoc. For the defense, we have 1 unit here of the Wolf Warriors. We have a couple of units here, but certainly in here could get abused. It's also in from behind as well. We do have a Thane here in the back corner. He's ready to rumble, but I don't know how he's going to do here up against these Death Runners. Gyrocopters, looks like Lord Skrull did come over, so we can now just reposition them away from Skrull and get him over to this side. Just stay away from Skrulky Boy. We will also need to be checking for his spells. So when you start at the beginning of the match, you want to go to Lord Skrull. Liber Bonicus is very good for direct spells, so is the Rod of Corruption. Other than that, not really too much there to damage. We are going to be shooting in front. We have seen the assassins. So he's going to be trying to bait out some of the blasting charges. He's not going to be doing too well so far. Master Engineer is going to be shooting him. And yeah, doing some pretty nice work. They're going to get some lovely damage there. The boys are coming in, but they are taking their time for sure. These boys are going to be ready. So what's going to happen, I think, is this is going to become visible. Mines will come out and meet. These will come in. These will come out and meet. And then there's going to be a bit of a ginormous hole here. That's pretty much going to allow him to push in and get straight onto the goodies. Miners are ready. The boys are moving in. Looks like we are going to get the poison wind globes in. We are going to be shooting in over the top. Miners blasting charges are moving forward. And there we go. Oh, decimation in the front. The Skaven Slave Spears have 0 armor. So they're going to be getting decimated. We can see here, Urkla Miners kind of go. Looks like the Rune of Wrath and Ruin is going to explode in this pocket. Lovely stuff. Lord Skrull over on the right. And here in the middle, we are going to be wavering here with the Assassins. On the left-hand side, we can see the back, as I said. The Miners are going to come in as well as the Thanes. Thanes are going to be seeing here very, very quickly. A Thane can't be coming over here. Yep, looks like they are going to be popping through. We can see here a little bit slow. You see they moved into the middle pocket. And now these boys are really coming in and around the back. Rod of Corruption in the middle is going to do some good damage here. Quarrelers are going to be shooting. It looks like it's going to be a Pestilence Breath down the flank of the Miners. Urkla in the front got deleted here, unfortunately. No blasting charges going off for them. We can see at the top we do have the gyrocopters ready to go. Rune of Doom coming down. We're now going to get a fire ring of Tory down the line. Unfortunately, the Clan Volunteer Slashes have fire resistance. And so we have broken the Assassin here in the back, but we are moving in with the Death Runners. They're going to move in straight onto the cannons. They have now been spotted, and the Skaven are just going to be collapsing everywhere. Here in the middle, we have broken with some of the Miners. In the front here, Miners and Quarrelers have been pushed onto. In the front, we are shooting here with Poison Wind Globes. We are dropping the bombs here with the gyrocopters. They are going on the top. We do see the Liber Babonicus here. In the back, we can see the Assassin getting. We can see some of the Death Runners are pushing off. And as we can see, the Dwarf Warriors are shooting here on the side. In the middle, we have the Thane. He's going to be... it looks like here they are going to be fighting in the front. Thorak Ironbrow is going to be going hand-to-hand up against the Assassin. We are actually going to charge into combat with the Master Engineer as well, trying to see if we can kill the Assassin. We are pushing quite a few of the units off. Unfortunately, here the Urkrans, they do return. We could get some blasting charges here back in the front. Assassin's Trophy here is going to pop onto the front of Thoric Eyebrow. It's going to reduce his stats a fair amount, and you can see that we are going to be collapsing on quite a few units. Skaven are going to be going pretty strong. We can see in the middle there, Clan Rats with shields fighting up against the Thane. Poison Wind Globes as well are going to be moving in. The front line is going to charge the Wolf Warriors, and looks like Thoric Eyebrow on the front here. Just going to be handing strong here up against the Clan Rats. I think getting pressured from all sides is going to really max out the micro, and unfortunately, in the middle here, we can see that we can hear the clang. The Rune of Doom is going down. But I think, unfortunately, like, for example, having the Thane is not going to be enough to stop. But firing a Tori in the middle, it's going to do some damage for sure. That's going to rip through the Clan Rats. That's some nice damage. You can see there the Rune of Doom for the Master Engineer. He's going to be fighting in combat. Of course, we do have the Death Runners. Slippery, and it looks like here we have gyrocopters in the sky. Yeah, it's also kind of the reason I didn't want Death Runners to come into the game, is I knew they were going to be very strong here, and there's not a lot you can do to combat them, and it looks like Cyrus has come 100% guns blazing, so, you know, up against a new player, this is expected. This wouldn't be how it would happen in the tournament, but, yeah, it's, you know. We are going to be fighting in the middle here. Thoric's still on full stats. He's only 40 melee attack. Skrulk is now going to be fighting. If we can turn a burn, it looks like here the assassin is going to break. Slippery is not going to help him there. We can now try and fight here up against Lord Skrulk. Skrulk is a big hit going downtown there from the Thane. Gyrocopters hopefully can shoot here up against the Poison Wind Globes. Master Engineer has been broken, but we could see him return. And now we really want to put some pressure over in this direction. Dwarf Warriors returning. They do get kind of broken just a little bit there. We do actually shatter Lord Skrulk, so we now want to move and try and see if we can deal with these Poison Wind Globes. It's a nice charge there from Thoric into the front line. Going to do some lovely work in there. Maybe get a Rune of Wrath and Ruin around him here. Could do some nice work. So he's going to go down to 60 armor as the Weeping Blades reduces the armor there by 50%. And yeah, I think that is pretty much GG's. We do have some returning Death Runners. We are going to be shooting here. Master Engineer's ready to go. Firing a Tori down the flank here. Oh, that's unfortunate. Just a near miss there. But yeah, he did it as soon as I said it. We did get the flash bomb going down, so that's actually going to slow them over there and prevent them from coming into this blob. We are going to fight here up against the Death Runners. We are going to be wavering here. We do get the clang, but unfortunately that is going to be army losses. GG's and well played. Yeah, I'm also trying to teach Mercy not to go just full... I've been instructed not to give Mercy just really overpowered builds where, for example, if he just went 5 gyrocopters, there's nothing his opponent can do. If I do that, it's just going to be like... It's not going to be great. Like, if he just played against somebody that's brand new, that he just brings 5 gyrocopters because I tell him to. Yeah. But Valiant defeat, really close battle. Let me just send a quick message. Hey, dude.
Hey, man, how's it going?
Yeah, good. How was that?
It was good. That was a really interesting battle. Yeah, you were trying to kind of warn me like about the cannons. I didn't have anything to shoot at with the cannons, so they were pretty much wasted.
But that's okay. So like you've now seen both sides of having cannons. When you don't have them, what can happen, and when you have them, what can happen sometimes. The cannons still got good kills. 680 damage value and 500 on the other, so it's not terrible. It's not terrible. I didn't want to tell you, but the artillery pieces from the Skaven are really, really big, so they're actually quite easy to shoot down. So in most of these matchups, Skaven are probably not going to bring too much artillery against you, but they do have it for sure, so it is something to keep into the back of your mind when you're playing against them.
Okay.
Yeah, because with some of these matchups, I kind of wanted to allow you to kind of get a feel for what can and what can't be, and I feel like the more you play this, the more confusing it gets for a short while, because there's more you start thinking about, if that makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's so many different options to everything and like different combinations. But I suppose once you play for a while, like you'll kind of just start. It'll be more like there's like two different basic main Skaven builds. It's going to be one of the others with one of the other with a few variations. You know, it becomes less. Once you kind of know what's good, I guess, then it becomes less confusing because there's less options in terms of what's good, I guess. You know, to a degree.
But yeah,
at the moment for me, it's just like, I don't know, I could be facing anything. I got no idea, you know. Whereas once you've like you said, like, you know, now I know that they're probably less likely to bring artillery, so I don't necessarily definitely don't have to take double cannons, you know. It's the Skaven probably.
But no, I mean, I still like the army.
Yeah,
it did some good stuff. There was like one or two mistakes, but of course, also, how did you feel about the Death Runner, the stalked push? How did you feel about that?
Yeah, I kind of blame myself a little bit for that because, like, I kind of knew that my back was too weak. I should have had another unit, at least one more unit there. I put the Thane there, just kind of thinking he would kind of do as a unit, but it didn't really. You know, I probably needed like 2 more units at least in the back line.
Yeah.
And I kind of knew that, but I just...
The Thane did well. The Thane did really well. He got 812 damage, and he was a good counter to thump up against the assassins.
Yeah, I was glad I had him in the end for that fight in the middle, like for the end game fight kind of thing. But
but he
didn't really.
He wasn't able to stop that backline push, though, was he? You know what I mean?
No, that's right. Yeah.
So
I really need like 2 units of infantry at least more.
It's that whole mix up of how much infantry should I bring, how much range should I bring. Am I able to protect everything? I generally think if you dropped 1 cannon. Also, I thought your gyrocopter was doing quite well. These are just like these are not like not turning you off or something, but these are some points for you to improve. Like for example, with Lord Skrull, he had like Liber Barbonicus and some abilities like that can like delete gyrocopters. So just as an improvement for you, do you check the armies when you start? I don't know if you do that. I don't know if I've told you to do that.
No, I didn't really. I mean, I tried to. I mean, I checked and I saw, oh, he's got no artillery. Damn. And then I tried to look for targets, and I kind of thought, I kind of just looked like, oh my god, everything is just cheap shit. There's like nothing. There's nothing to even shoot at. And so yeah, then I started shooting at his like poison weed globadiers and stuff because I figured that's where most of the damage was.
They're very strong.
But yeah, they're hard to kill with cannons. Unfortunately, I didn't really manage to really take any of them out.
So I think for the dwarf in this build, a mobile box is really good. A box that has a good mobility. I actually generally think sometimes even just bringing it to the Skaven is not a bad idea. So a little bit more, so like sort of the build you got, but more the approach you took with the High Elves, where you kind of went forward and you tried to. So for example, if you brought 2 cannons in your last match and you did manage to beat the equal core bolt throwers, you then could have just shot their sword masters and stuff like that. You could have just like shot that down those elite units. Whereas here you only had like Skaven slaves and all those really cheap, dirty trash units. But yeah, the Death Runners was pretty hard to stop for sure. But you played well. You played well. I think that I saw you react when you saw, like, when they came around the flank, you reacted there, and it was so unfortunate. I saw your gyrocopters on one side. I was like, if they were on the left-hand side, you would have seen all of it, because they came from the left. I was like, you would have seen them, and that's why sometimes as well with the gyrocopters, it's really good to kind of like, not even just go straight into the front line, but kind of scout around a little bit. Because they can like.
I should have, and I was fully expecting him to have some stalk units behind me. I don't know. I just didn't think to actually try and locate him. And also, as soon as I saw him, like as soon as he saw my gyrocopter come up and start trying to harass his poison wind globadiers or whatever they were in the back line, he's Skrull just beeline straight for me. And so at that point, like I knew that he was gonna wreck my gyrocopters. I just didn't really know how. And then as soon as he got there, he cast that spell that took off like 40% of health or something straight away.
Which is, obviously with the multiplayer, as I said, we make those mistakes, and then we like if you just kept them away from Skrull, there was nothing they could do. Like a lot of the guys were telling me in my chat, like just mass gyrocopters would have ruined this build, and in theory they would have just ruined this build. Like 3 or 4 units of gyrocopters would have done really well in this game, because normally what they bring is like they normally bring Warlock Giselles, which kind of like snipe them out of the sky, or they bring rattling guns, which just slow them down and just do mass AP. But of course they don't have those options here, so. It was an interesting game. It was enjoyable to cast. I I was like, no, they're coming in from the left. I wanted to warn you, but I couldn't.
Yeah.
But yeah, no.
Yeah, no.
It was
The
good.
Jericho seemed to be doing pretty good damage against the. I don't know whether it was the poison wing globadiers I was shooting or the.
Yes, you were. Yeah.
Yeah. They seem to be. It's because shooting laterally across down their line seemed to be doing decent damage, but they were armor piercing, whereas I imagine the poison wing globadiers are not heavily armored.
I missed to tell you earlier. Yeah, so you can get some spells like Amber Spear that you can like shoot down flanks of units, and it will go through all of the units, and you can do stuff like that as well. And I saw you doing that with the gyrocopters, and it was nice. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, poison wing globes are very strong. Like one of them got 1.2k. 870 for one, 680 and 680 for the other. So they rack up value, so much value, because they've got that poison effect that kind of ticks and takes 10 damage off every second, and then also it's got armor piercing burst damage, so it'll do an explosion damage for a set amount, and then it will do tick poison damage over time. So what most people do is they'll fire one volley into one unit, do the AP damage for the explosion, and let the tick do some more damage, and then they'll fire into another unit, and they'll just keep that poison damage ticking over time. And they're really, really good. But yeah, no, it's a great game. And I think you did really well considering Thoric Ironbrow, you've got so much better with him. He's up to 1.8k value now. He did really well there. Runa Dunes are coming in. I liked your fire rings. Oh yes, there was one thing. You did a fire ring of Tori on the Clan Vulcan Tail Slashers.
Right, the one that I missed at the end?
No, it was the first one.
The one that I literally landed. Yeah.
They've got 70% fire resistance.
Oh, I was like,
yeah.
whoops.
So like
the
other thing from single player that I've noticed when watching Game or a few of the others is like some of the cheaper units that people don't know about because they never get used. It's like small things like that would like change the difference in battle sometimes. Because I loved what you did with the fire rings was really good, and it was really unfortunate at the end one. I think it's just an unfortunate click. But you used all three. You were using them excellently. You were using them down the line when they hit the front line, which is perfect. You know, they're pinned in place. You can get that fire ring down the front line because it's not going to damage your units because they're heavily armored, right? But yeah, when I saw it go down the fire resistant tail slashers, I was like, no. But,
I just wasn't very. I guess I'm just not that familiar with the timing of it because I don't really use it that much. Because
of course. Why would you?
But,
why would you? And
do you reckon if I had have landed that last one, it would have actually routed that unit? Or I don't know.
Yeah.
Probably wouldn't have routed anyway.
They've only got 20 armor, so they're very susceptible to damage like that. Like that is actually one of the weaknesses of binning Death Runners. They can get shot by Quarrelers. They also have Weeping Blades. I don't know if you know about that, but their Weeping Blades removes 50% of armor.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, and then the anti-infantry armor piercing. Yeah, so with their stalk, it makes Death Runners really powerful. They've also got concealment bombs that gives them unspottable. Sorry. So that makes them even harder to find on the battlefield.
Would you use that like before you attack so that they get in closer before you?
Yes, I definitely.
Would you? Yeah.
You also got them on the assassins, and they've got some nice abilities as well, like with Assassin's Trophy, which you can pop on a lord or hero that reduces their melee attack and melee defense by 24, and they've got a nice ability which is Rival High Talisman. This ability gives a 40-meter radius of negative 40 melee attack for a short period of time for all units in that circle. So, they've got some units here and some elements that have some really nice items about them that can do quite well. But you smashed Gorok in the end, and he just got deleted really nicely by your Thane and by Thoric. Yeah.
You think? So one thing I noticed, like when his assassins got discovered, like in the front line, right before kind of right at the start of the battle, and I don't know. I wasn't sure if he intended them to be visible at that moment, or if
This is something that I was going to tell you about earlier, but we haven't got to yet because I'm trying to build you up in tiers. But what he was trying to do, he was trying to bait out your blasting charges.
Yeah, I thought maybe that was what it was. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was that or, and then I was sort of considering taking him off fire at will, but then there was kind of too many things going on.
A lot of people, when your micro gets a bit better, you can take them off fire at will, and then what you do is you click on the units you then want to. So he was kind of trying to exploit your inexperience in the game to try and see if you would throw any blasting charges into his assassins.
Yeah. So at first I thought maybe he just sort of accidentally did it, and then I tried to focus him with Coralus to see if I could
Yeah.
snipe them. But then, and then a bit later on, I saw he sort of janking around, and I thought maybe he was trying to lure out the blasting charges. But and then I clicked on them to sort of I was going to turn off fire at will, but then I just left it on because I figured I would just it was too much shit going on, so I just left it. I think I did target them on. I did click target on some things to get the fire off quicker.
Some of them did go in front of the. So when you do that, also make sure that your other warriors go forward as well, because some of them like kind of stepped in front of the dwarf warriors. So like for example, your Urkram miners did that and they got off no blasting charges, but that's okay. Like it's a small mistake. But yeah, as I said, you played really well. And I really like you got your master engineer to start shooting up against the assassins. I would say for the quarrelers, if you have no other targets, then of course shoot single entities, but I probably wouldn't shoot small single entities because they can just dodge ammunition really easy when it comes to the player. If you can save ammunition and shoot them into like widespread cheap units, that's what I would advise shooting for sure.
Really well played, Hank, or a Pathetic Enterprise. Well done. It's a very good game. Yeah. Good job.
So
definitely overwhelmed me.
It's another clan here in the community called PE. And PE doesn't actually stand for anything. PE can stand for anything you want, and all the guys have names with PE. So this one's called himself Pathetic Enterprise, and there's others that call themselves other things, you know. So that's nice. That's their gimmick. But yeah, well played, dude. I thought Skaven would be a nice, interesting experience for you. I thought it'd be something different because, of course, all of these, you know, obviously you see all of their different elements in campaign, and it's the same here for multiplayer. Every single faction, because you've played against all of them now, all of their different factions have like so much different approach and elements to them. Hey, Contente, how you doing, buddy? But yeah, what's your thoughts been about today?
It's really fun. I'm not really able to analyze it, you know. It's just like all this information. I'm not really able to take stock of it or anything in a way, you know what I mean? I'm just trying to absorb everything, and hopefully some of it sticks in there, you know.
You've done really well. Do you feel like you're getting better? Do you feel like you've learned a fair amount about the Dowie today?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, just it's hard to put into words, but yeah, it's just kind of thinking slightly different about the units and stuff, and you know, especially like two-handed weapons and stuff, like just little things. Yeah, just I don't know, and like that thing with the miners as well, with the blasting charges and stuff. Like it's just I don't know, it's just different from single player, basically, I guess.
Yeah,
like
how would you for the people at home? How would you describe your experience now for 2 days? Like in theory, you've done 10 hours nearly of experience in the multiplayer scene. How would you describe your experience from playing multiplayer for a short while now compared to playing single player? What's been the majority differences for you?
Well, I guess the primary difference experientially, is it a word? Is that it's way more intense. You know, like it's you know, like I feel like this is kind of my thing with this. I think this is my thing why I historically don't play much multiplayer. I played a tiny bit of like Dawn of War 2 multiplayer, just a little tiny bit.
Oh, nice.
You know, I can't really. And I used to play Counter-Strike back in the day. You know.
Oh, good game,
yeah. And like, yeah, basically it's like it's much more kind of intense, I guess, in a way, or it's like, you know, you've got to be ready to bring your game, you know, like, whereas, you know, I guess for a lot of people, maybe they use games as more of a winding down thing, you know, like you get home from work, you're kind of tired or whatever, you just want to like play a few turns on your campaign, and you don't really want to, you know, I know a lot of people, like, they don't play legendary as well, maybe they play normal or something because they don't want to have a real intense experience, you know. So if you don't want to have a real intense experience, then don't play multiplayer. That's probably the number one thing. It is intense, you know, but also it's got that whole highs and lows thing, you know. It's like, you know, sure, it feels a bit bad when you lose, and sure, it's pretty stressful, but that's kind of what it makes it so good if you do occasionally win, you know, or even not even winning, like even just like if I had have pulled off that fire ring of Thori and like broken that unit that was chasing my engineer at the end,
Definitely could have
I
come
would
back
have had
into
that
it.
little surge of joy in my heart of like, yes, even if I lost the game, they wouldn't be able to take away that
So
fire ring of Thori
even though you
cast that I did,
lost, you did some amazing things. You did do some amazing things. You played up against a top player there, another one from another clan. Um, yeah,
Nice.
you beat two clan members today. Um, yeah, and I think as well, a lot of people get. What I tell people in the community is there is multiplayer and then there's competitive multiplayer. There's two different elements there to the game. Multiplayer doesn't always have to be super competitive. It can be as competitive as you like it to be. The same as doing single player. You can go really really hard, or you can have a gentleman's agreement where we'll relax.
Try out some things. Maybe I'm gonna try a new build that's suboptimal.
Yeah.
If you want to
Some
do
people
whatever, yeah.
might describe it as I might meme a bit, meaning I might take things that are suboptimal, but to have fun. Like I'm not here to looking to win, but I will play to win, but I will make a build that is suboptimal that I look to have fun with, which quite a lot of people do. A lot of my King of the Hills, for example, will do. There's a Ranald's Gift randomizer where it will give them a faction, a law that they have to use, and then they have to fight against each other, regardless of what I give them. And it's just King of the Hill. You win, you stay. Next game, you get a new lord, a new player, and you play again on a different map. And it's just super fun. There's just a million different ways to kind of play multiplayer, I think.
Yeah, I mean, again and again, I keep seeing things the same as martial arts, and I feel like, yeah, I just more and more I just see things like, yeah, like I think as well, like I think, yeah, mate, whether you're in a clan or you're inside, I think it's much more, obviously it's more social in a way as well, even though it's more oppositional. At the same time, like everybody that I've played against in the last 2 days has been really friendly. They've been like encouraging, you're doing a good job, well played, whatever, glad to help, all that kind of stuff. And that's the same with like martial arts. Like if you're in a good, good dojo or a good club or whatever, and it's like, sure, you're fighting, day to day, you're fighting people and you're winning or you're losing or whatever. Maybe even you get hurt sometimes or you get your feelings hurt, or whatever.
Yeah.
But like at the end of the day, your teammates are trying to help you get better as well as you're going to help them get better. And,
100%.
so I think, if you can find a group of people that you can feel that way about, like it's like ego. Like if you think I'm a young bull and here's another young bull and one of us is going to win and the other one's going to lose, then it's not as nice of an experience, Whereas if you go in thinking like the student teacher relationship is a very universal one in humans, I think, and you'll find it all over the place. Even when you meet another guy that's like similar age to you, but they're better at, like, they know about banking or some shit and they tell you about investing stuff, and you will like indicate to them that you don't know anything about that, and then you'll notice they take on this kind of like teachery or fatherly role, you know what I mean? Like they want to help you, they want to teach
100%.
you, and it's just like a universal thing with people. And if you're willing to give the respect to somebody that, I don't know anything, tell me, teach me, and then quite often that person will also take on that role of like, okay, I'm going to help you instead of, I'm not going to smash you. I'm going to, and they're going to take that, like they're going to get, if they see you do well, they're going to take value for themselves from that because they helped you in order to see that improvement. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Anyway,
that's happened here for me. Quite a few of the guys, like, we played against some of the ODM guys. They've played against me. They've given me some feedback. Other players in the community, kind of Ducky brought me into the game with the multiplayer side of things, and helped me grow. And that's why I kind of want to give back more to the community on the short bid side of things. And that's why I was really excited to do this with you. And maybe you'll take this forward, and maybe you'll do a little bit. Maybe you'll teach some people as well if you feel like you have the time and you want to. And there's other things as well that some of the guys in my chat are telling me. Like, we also do other really fun things, like a free for all, which is where actually 4 players get together, and it's a 1 versus 1 versus 1 versus 1 element. It's a different game mode of multiplayer, but yeah. And on top of that, having the clan side of things, you can go to a competitive clan, you can go to a fun clan like we have here at DBD, where you just have to be a nice person, you just have to want to play, you get better gently, you play when you want, and it's a family thing, it's a friend thing. We get together and we have fun as mates, and you generally join a clan that you get on with, and we do things like clan wars, where we might have DBD against ODM, and we kind of just play against each other, and it can build some nice friendly rivalries, which is really great, and
I think that I gotta go, man. So I'm late for work, but
no problem.
But yeah, no, I think that's really cool. We should talk more about that stuff maybe next stream. But
Yeah.
I think we'll talk more about how people can get into it if they're interested and stuff like that.
Well, dude, thank you very much for today. I hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah, I definitely did, and I'm looking forward to some more training tomorrow. Thanks, Coach Logic.
No worries, dude. Well, I'll meet you up, and then we'll finish off here.
No worries. Catch you later.
Catch you later, dude. Well, thank you very much, guys, for everybody that watched today. I really appreciate all your support. Sorry I can't talk to you as much as possible. I do see you. I do try and type and respond where I can. Obviously, I don't want to over-talk Mercy. I want him to also let you guys know what he's thinking about. I want you guys to all be involved and feel as much as we can. There's a lot to focus on here with me, not just casting, but also giving feedback, thinking about what's going to be helpful without telling Mercy what to do. There are some matchups where I could just go, right, bring this, and he's just gonna win. And for me, he doesn't learn then. He doesn't develop, he doesn't grow, he can't think for himself. So when it comes to doing the competition, he's gonna go, oh, well, I don't have logic. Logic's not telling me what to do, so what do I do? Whilst now he's gonna get experiences where, okay, those double cannons didn't work in that Skaven game. Okay, this is kind of the build I'm gonna bring. And, tomorrow, now we did Diary today, we did Dark Elves yesterday. We're doing another faction tomorrow, might be like High Elves or probably Empire, so we'll do one of those two, and then on Friday we'll be doing best of threes against you guys in the community, so we'll be getting you guys forward to have some nice games, and then we'll take it forward from there. We'll try to get together to have some more experiences. So thank you very much to everybody that watched today. I hope you had a great time. I hope you have been enjoying this series with me. If you have enjoyed it, please smash that like button. It really does help here on the channel. And of course, subscribe. It really helps me grow. Hopefully if I grow towards 1,000 subscribers, I should be able to partake in more of these events. So thank you very much. Take care of yourselves, and I'll see you all very, very soon.